You are listening to Promise Me Always, by Savannah Cade. Published by Griffin Inc. All rights reserved. Chapter 1. The knock at the door startled Bree enough to make her stop crying for a moment. That was good, she thought, because not much did. It seemed once she started she couldn't turn it off. Her doctor had even given her a Valium prescription to help. It didn't. Now she stilled, tense as she waited for the sound to come again. Did she want someone to be at her door? She couldn't decide. It was certainly easier to be alone. Heading to the front door to check the peephole, she told herself it was probably Zoe or Jessica coming to check on her, not more bad news. But it was late at night, the time when bad things came to the door. That last knock had nearly killed her. So illogical or not, the sound made her heart thump and her pulse race. She would not survive another hit. The soft jingle of a key stopped her even as she was forcing herself to reach for the knob. Even though the sound identified the bearer of the keys as someone other than Kevin, a smile formed on her lips. But who? Jessica or Kara would have knocked. They still would have barged in, to be sure that she hadn't OD'd on the Valium. She'd managed to stay off it until last night, when sleep had been too hard to come by. I'm fine. She called out and swung the door open to the surprise of the tall man. He stood in the glow of the porch light, his brown hair just long enough to be shaggy, his soft brown eyes travel-weary. He dwarfed the suitcase that sat beside him. His broad shoulders looked stable, and his smile transferred some energy into her soul again. Bree reached out to him, lacing her arms into his open trench coat, and hugged him tightly. She sighed out his name. Marco. This was the worst trip ever. He hugged her back, then stooped to pick up the bag and move it the 3 feet from outside to inside. I'm sorry I'm so late. Would you believe they ran the luggage cart into the fuselage of the plane? We had to sit there for 2 hours while they decided what to do. His ire was apparent even through the Italian accent, but he breathed deep and relaxed. Do you have any soda? Nodding, she plodded into the kitchen. A brief panic clenched her as she surveyed her clothing. She had already forgotten that she had showered yesterday and changed into pants and a top, complete with a bra at Kara's urging. Marco's return from North Carolina had completely slipped her mind. He always stayed with them at least a few days before hitting the road again. Then again, everything had slipped her mind. She was planning her husband's funeral for God's sakes, but somehow she'd forgotten to tell Marco. Her heart clenched, a feeling that was all too familiar these days. Shame flooded her. She should have at least been alert enough to call Marco and let him know. But how would she have uttered the words to tell him that her husband, his best friend, was gone? She was about to find out. She returned to the living room with a glass of soda fizzing in her outstretched hand. Perching on the sofa next to him, she saw he was scrutinizing her with an odd look on his face. Where's Kevin? Still at work? She shook her head, no longer able to avoid reality. Her mouth opened but no sound came. The chill that had left briefly settled back into her soul. Where is he? It was barely a whisper. Dead. That isn't funny. MVA car accident. Her voice seemed to work, though she hated the words. What? On the way to work. A week ago. She fought for control over the tears and barely held her edge. I don't understand. I know. Taking a slow deep breath, she steadied herself and began with the facts. She could do this. He left Friday morning. A semi-jackknifed. He hit that, then someone hit him. Marco turned a paler shade with each word, but Bree pushed through. She told herself she could finally say the words. The car that hit him exploded and he died. Her EMT training took over. It was just another car accident. Kevin was dead long before anyone could have helped. Marco sat stock still, one jeans-clad leg crossed on the other. The soda dangled from his fingertips, as if it might fall at any moment. The slight motion of the buttons on his shirt was the only sign of life behind his glazed stare. Bree waited, understanding. Finally, he turned to her. Are you okay? Are you? No. Bree shrugged. Me either. How had she forgotten to tell Marco? Then again, she'd barely been able to speak. Even going over to Jessica's had mostly involved putting on a brave front and pretending she was okay. She wasn't. Gingerly, Marco set down the glass as though it might explode on contact. Then turning, he enveloped her in a great hug as his voice cracked. "Bree, what are we going to do?" She shook her head from side to side against the fabric of his shirt, but no words came. "You could have called me." The stress in him was evident by the strength of his accent. "I couldn't call anyone." "Have you been here this whole time by yourself?" He leaned back into the folds of the couch, Bree nestling in the crook of his arm. She shook her head. "A friend of mine was here up until yesterday. I made her leave. She took care of everything. Called all the parents. But not me." She felt the blame of that. Marco and Kevin had practically been brothers. Marco. It was hard to stifle the shrug that arose. Here, her husband had died suddenly, and she was the one soothing hurt feelings. Kara had handled all the calls, going through Bree's phone and asking if she should notify each person. Mom and Dad had made sense for her to call. Probably the name in the phone that just said Marco didn't seem as important as it was. "I didn't have anything to do with it." "I'm sorry." He hugged her close again. "I don't know how you're still in one piece." "I don't know any other options." But Marco was closer to the truth than Bree was willing to admit. The shell she inhabited didn't have a beating heart. Nothing was right about her. Nothing except the fact that Marco was here.
Chapter 2. Marco clicked the bedroom door shut behind him, only then realizing he'd left his suitcase by the front door. It didn't matter. Everything he needed was here, and yet nothing was. In the dark, he let his coat slide to the floor, and slowly shuffled forward until his legs hit the bed. Crashing onto the covers, he was glad for the feather bed he'd added, and startled by how the impact jolted his feelings to the surface. He might have been able to believe that he would simply see Kevin in the morning, except the stark reality of it was written all over Bree's face. She looked 10 years older than when he'd left just 8 weeks ago. He thought fatigue had claimed him when he arrived at the front door. It was banished by the light in Bree's eyes when she opened the door. Why hadn't he noticed the toll on her then? There was no answer except the hardest question of all. What was a world without his brother? For surely Kevin was. They had argued once, and not spoken to each other for a month. That lasted until the girl they argued over was caught in the act of cheating on Marco. Both men apologized. Marco for being pig-headed, and Kevin for being right. But during that time, Kevin still paid the entire rent, and all the bills, and put food in the refrigerator for the both of them. Never once had he bitched that he was paying the way for a friend who wasn't speaking to him. Marco's teeth ground together, as he finally loosed his sorrow in the dark room. His chest racked even as it threatened to implode. The pounding in his brain drowned out his crying even to himself. Sometime later, he forced his eyes open to sunlight filtering through the blinds. Immediately, he pushed his eyelids back together, only making the world burst red and unleashing a fury inside his skull. It must be morning. Marco stilled, then gathered what strength he had to remove his clothing and crawl under the covers. Pulling the sheet up over his head, he prayed for sleep. Marco watched as Bree counted chairs, lined up casserole dishes on the table, put trivets under them. She fussed and worried about the guests. She smiled sweetly when people offered their condolences, and was obviously about to crack. Marco thought he'd already lost it. "Bree, sit." "I can't." She closed the refrigerator door, and returned to the living room with a glass of tea. "Why don't you sit and tell people how wonderful he was, and enjoy the stark reality of all this? The seating is for family." Softly he put his hand on her shoulder, as though she might crumble to dust with his touch. She didn't, she simply shrugged it away. "You are family. There's a seat for you there." "Bree?" "Marco." He left her to combust at her own pace. She'd always been stubborn, and that wouldn't change today. Other family members sat, stared straight ahead, laughed, cried, told funny stories. But Bree moved about, as though the air was no longer hospitable. Here he sat, in the too-hard chair perishing. At least Bree knew all the people. Many of them were foreign to Marco. He regretted that he hadn't met the writing staff, where Kevin was working this year. Marco saw a few people he knew. He'd already thanked Kara, who stayed with Bree the first few days. Zoe the engineer was here, her arm around Bree when Bree stopped moving. Walker, the artist. Jessica, the cop. Noah, the actor he had hooked up with his agent about a year ago. Other friends of Bree's and Kevin's came by, most that he didn't know. Marco, Mrs. Walter leaned against him. Was he happy? Yes. He was. At least he could be useful to Kevin's mother. Look at her. He pointed a finger toward Bree, still holding together by the slimmest of threads. You can see how much they loved each other. I gave him his dream car for his birthday. I'm glad I didn't wait. Her smile was watery at best, but she seemed comforted. You were too generous, Marco. What? To buy him a car? Friends don't do that here. God bless her. Marco would always be a step behind in her eyes. Friends don't do that in Italy either, Mom Walter. Do you know what your son did for me? She patted his arm. Kevin's mother must have been the prototype for every TV mom, until reality set in. She shook her head. Kevin paid all the bills on our apartment after college, when he had a job and I didn't. For 3 years I only paid rent when I could. He never asked for anything in return. Marco redirected his thoughts from the clenching in his chest. That's not true. He asked for one thing. He pointed again at Bree. He got the girl. Mrs. Walter laughed hysterically for just a moment, before bursting into tears and throwing herself into her husband's bewildered, stoic embrace. Marco nodded to Dad Walter over his wife's heaving shoulders, the grim set to his lips an apology of sorts, before he rose from the chair and went to wait out the remainder of this gathering in the upstairs office.
I'll bring it down to you. Bree pushed the corners of her mouth back in what she hoped was a good imitation of a smile, before turning and politely pushing her way through the throngs of people in her home. Briefly, she smiled that the sheer number of attendees indicated Kevin was loved. She turned her focus to the soles of her feet, to the change from plush carpet to the wood of the stairs. The handrail glided under her palm. With a sharp intake of breath, Bree grabbed the doorknob and forced herself to turn it. If she waited any longer, she might become a sobbing lump outside Kevin's office. She hadn't gone inside at all since he had died, even though it was her office too. She startled at the broad shoulders leaning over the desk. Marco. The chair twirled to reveal the dark circles under his eyes, and that somehow he'd lost weight in the 4 days since his return. Despite his movie star looks, his haggard face was surely a reflection of her own. She laughed. What? I'm looking at you, and all I can conclude is that I must look like hell. A smile winked before nervousness set in. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be in here. Bree shook her head. Why shouldn't he? I should probably leave. I'll head out after I help clean up. His movements were stiff as he stood, letting the chair rock slightly in his wake. Bree stood frozen as he walked past. No. Do you want to leave? She pushed. You have your family. I don't want you to have to take care of me too. Still, she didn't turn to face him. Were you only Kevin's friend and not mine? A chill like she hadn't allowed herself to feel in the past week permeated her bones. No. I just don't want to be a bother. For the first time today, her voice cracked. She clenched her teeth as the tears began to fall again. Curse words flitted through her mind. You're the only one I want here. You're the only one who really understands. His arms wrapped around her shoulders from behind. His presence solid as she disappeared to dust. Laughter erupted from her throat, and Bree realized she would likely not survive the mood swings. If you leave, you have to take that stupid train clock with you. You don't like my train clock? God, no. It's terrible. She shook her head and peeled his arms away. Then why did you buy it for me? Because I knew you would love it. She knew Marco almost as well as she knew her husband, had known her husband. She pushed the horrid thought back and thumbed through the papers on the desk, revealing nothing. You notice that it's in your room, not the living room. She leafed through a stack of papers before finding the half-inch of script with Brad's threaded through the holes. The final paper-proof version of Kevin's last writing. Here it is. She held up her treasure. I thought the guys should have this. Maybe they can dedicate the episode to him. Marco lowered himself back into the office chair. Do you mind if I wait the rest of the afternoon out up here? She shook her head and started through the door. She heard his voice almost musing to himself. You don't like the train clock?
Marco rolled over and banged his head against the wooden headboard. Crap! I heard that. Bree's voice echoed from the other side of the door. So? He rubbed his head, wondering how he'd wound up diagonal across the bed for the third night in a row. Rolling out of bed, he shuffled to the bathroom. His eyes opened a little more with each blink, focusing on the reflection of the shaggy man in the mirror. How many days had passed since he shaved? Had the funeral been 3 days ago? He'd spent one whole day seeing various people to the airport. Another day, he'd alternated sleeping with buying relatively useless items online. The thought brought a smile to his face. Kevin would have killed him for spending his money like that, but these days Marco had plenty of it. He just regretted that Kevin wouldn't get to enjoy more of it. He sighed and spit his toothpaste into the pristine sink. That accounted for 2 days. Yesterday, Bree scrubbed the house from top to bottom, eaten one slice of the pizza he had ordered, and fallen asleep on the couch at 10. Now he splashed the cold water in his hands to his face, sealing his fate. He was awake. Incurably so. The smell of coffee wafted by, and he followed it to the door, pausing to be sure that he at least had on pajama pants and a t-shirt before turning the knob. Bree stood in the kitchen in front of the perking coffee pot, hands spread on the counter, shoulders making small movements up and down. Marco considered retreating into the safety of his room, but screw her privacy, she'd go on forever if he let her. If Kevin were here, he'd yell at Marco to get off his ass and help Bree. Marco prepared for what he was facing, a crying widow. But she was a widow of his friend, his brother. Steeling himself again, he placed his hands on her shoulders. She jumped, as though she hadn't even sensed his presence until she felt his touch. He felt her face bury into her hands, as she tried to turn and hide somewhere against him. Again he put his hands on her shoulders, but this time he pushed her back. Holding up one hand, she displayed the post-it note stuck to her finger. He won't ever be able to tell me what it means. No, he won't. Peeling the note from her finger, Marco blinked once before reading the rushed script. What about the approaching dock? He felt his brows furrow as he reread the sentence. He laughed. I don't think he could have told you what this meant, if he was here. He watched as Bree's face scrunched up before a slow smile emerged behind the tear-stained cheeks, and she began to laugh in earnest. I get the feeling I'm going to find these things for years. Good. Marco reached across the counter and removed the overheated coffee pot from its perch. He grabbed 2 mugs from their hooks and listened through the stark silence to the sound of coffee filling them. Handing one to Bree, he stalked to the table, and after a moment heard her feet softly stalking behind him. Gently lowering herself into the chair, she looked for all the world like a true lady. She was simply misplaced as a far too young widow in a bathrobe. Marco timed himself. He was an actor, and this was his scene. They didn't speak as they each drank down their cups of coffee. He paced her, finishing at the same moment she did, delivering his line as planned. Get dressed? Meet me right here in 1 hour. He returned his mug to the kitchen before sauntering back into his room, ignoring the curious look on Bree's face.
Chapter 3. Bree's fingers picked nervously at the long skirt. I look human for the first time in a week and a half. I almost feel guilty. Don't. She felt Marco's fingers close around her arm, just firm enough to let her know that he meant it. In her heart of hearts, she didn't feel whole yet, wasn't sure if she ever would. How she remained alive was a mystery. Why was even harder to fathom. Nausea hit her in a wave every morning, as she realized that the bed was vacant next to her, and was not to be filled again. She wasn't sure that that would ever pass. For one moment when she woke, all was right, but it was always followed by the sickening thud of reality. Don't, Marco's voice pulled her back into the present. I have plans for today, and you are going to have fun, whether you like it or not. She felt the smile settle briefly on her features, before she threatened to dissolve. She couldn't even look at Marco, as she listened to the barrage of words. Stop this. Did you know that your mother said she wanted to put you on antidepressants? Bree didn't move. Her mother had said that? To Marco? Well, I won't let them do that to you. You're a strong person, but you can't sink like this. You need to get out and find the world again. She'd had drinks with her friends. She'd almost lost it over Jessica pushing Alex away, but she hadn't. Bree had left the house a few times. Didn't that count? Marco's words didn't reach beyond her basic comprehension of language. They didn't move her to action or emotion. The world beyond the door was a fantasy she could move through and pretend to be present in, but she could no longer embrace it. The problem was that Marco saw her when she wasn't out. When she wasn't putting on her normal face. You have to stop this. He shook her a little but got no response. She had none to give. Bree, you have a life to live, even if it doesn't include Kevin anymore. The tension in her jaw neared pain. She pressed her lips together quietly, but Marco saw it. Look at me. She hated him for trying to break her out of the tiny place she had carved. Her fists clenched. Her brows knit. Damn you, Brianna. A pain developed where his hands released their grip from her. After a few paces away he turned back to her, and she could feel the anger coming off him. It seared her. Her first real feeling. But she couldn't savor it, because he was yelling at her. You know, you aren't the only one who misses him. You barely speak, you haven't had anything to eat but coffee, and you think I don't know that you spent all day yesterday vomiting. Air sucked in, as her lungs expanded fully for the first time since she opened the door to the police officers. She breathed. If Marco saw, it didn't stop him. Who made the house payment? Who signed the death certificate? Who turns off the lights when you leave a room? It sure as hell isn't you. The level of his voice had grown calmer, but he was getting angrier and angrier. You don't even know what day of the week it is. He was right, she didn't. I find those stupid post-it notes too. I canceled my role in my next film. I could have buried myself in my work, but not with you here like this. He just kept going. You probably don't even remember that I brought you his life insurance papers, and you signed them. She didn't. There were 3 of us, Bree. Now there are 2. I'm not going out without a fight, and I'm not going to be the only one either. Marco. He didn't acknowledge that she had spoken. Marco. There were only questions in his eyes, but at last they met hers. For the first time since Kevin died, she was looking into another human being. Marco was right. It was less lonely. You're listed as a co-recipient on his life insurance policy, and I'm sorry about your job. There was an instant softening of his features. She closed the distance between them, the smell and feel of him comforting her even when his arms were slow to hug her back. He was alive. Don't worry about the job. He sighed. And why am I on his life insurance policy? Because we had just gotten married when we set it up, and he and I agreed that you didn't have steady enough work to be sure that you wouldn't need the money. A faint smile perched on his mouth. True, but I did better than I thought I would. She nodded. I think it's also possible Kevin wanted you to have something so you could bail me out if I squandered my half. There was a contemplative air about Marco as he began moving. He grabbed the 2 jackets from the wall pegs and headed through the door to the garage. Bree followed simply to keep from getting left behind. You can have my share. Is there enough to pay off the house, any debts? So you don't have to work, at least for a while? She settled into the bucket seat of her husband's sports car, never questioning that Marco had just grabbed Kevin's keys from the hook. He worried about us. There's enough there to pay everything off. The remaining part of it was to put the 4 kids we wanted through any Ivy League school, and so that I never had to work again. And that's just my half. Marco paused, frozen in position, as though he was about to turn the ignition. Why did he buy that kind of life insurance? What did he think? Do you think he knew he would die young? Maybe. He broke the stillness and cranked the engine. Where are we going? His arm wrapped around the headrest of her seat as he backed out of the driveway. I need a haircut, and you can get one too if you want. Her hands flew to her head, almost magnetically. Flipping the visor down, she checked her reflection in the mirror she had clipped there. Marco was right. And leave it to him to tell her so. Her belly rolled from within, and the laugh bubbled out of her. She did look terrible. Several hours later, they were sitting outside sharing a huge sundae. Her head tilted slightly from side to side, feeling the crisp edge of her new haircut brushing the surface of her shoulders. Marco's face was now sharply defined, with that perfect new haircut look. Twice he'd been approached while in the stylist's chair. And twice the person asked a question she couldn't hear, then loudly followed with, "Oh my God. I knew it." Then there was a flurry of hand-waving, then getting an autograph. Bree didn't know exactly when he'd become a bona fide celebrity, but it had clearly happened. I'm sorry if I was a little rough on you earlier today. Oh. He was apologizing to her. That was a rare thing for Marco. His apologies almost never came in words. Don't worry about it. I needed a good slap in the face. Thank you for not actually slapping me. She laid the flimsy plastic spoon in the dish and folded her hands into her lap. But Marco was standing and throwing the melted ice cream into the trash, and leaving her to follow or get left behind. She climbed back into the car, but not crawling into her mental cave again this time. She simply watched the sun hang in the sky, and felt the crisp wind coming at her through the open inch of window. She paid no attention until she realized that they had stopped, and were parked in front of a low cement building. Where are we? Marco sighed. The animal shelter. Her face squinched into a frown. We can't get a dog. He hadn't moved since closing the car door. It seemed he was still coming to grips with things himself. We could never have a dog because Kevin is allergic. I always wanted a dog. I have my own trailer now on set so I can take a dog with me. But I still didn't get one because of Kevin. So now I'm getting a dog. She didn't move as it struck her what Marco had done. She knew Kevin meant as much to him as to her, but Marco was forcibly moving on. She took the first step physically with her foot, one step toward the animal shelter, though everything in her screamed for nothing to change. Even though it already had. Does this mean you're moving back to your apartment? He faltered a moment, and he was her crazy Italian friend who didn't like living alone. Maybe I'll just look today and get a puppy before my next job. The words chased the chill that had come with her question. She wasn't sure if she was more afraid of Marco leaving, or of being alone. He would eventually go, but she was prepared to postpone that day for as long as possible. Entering the shelter side by side, they walked through a steel door, as though they were going into a restaurant walk-in refrigerator. It housed a terrible din, and the overwhelming smell of dog. In moments, a volunteer, whose name tag labeled her as Anna, recognized Marco and was handing him a small weak brown puppy. The animal was instantly curled to his chest, and comforted from the racking shakes that started upon being picked up. The little creature looked up at Marco with pure adoration. Even the animal seemed to understand that it was being held by a hot guy. The assistant had puppy dog eyes herself. You know, I bet my manager would give you the shots and all for free if you would pose for a picture. It would help the shelter. The girl was trying so hard to flirt, and Bree was doing all she could to stop from rolling on the floor guffawing. This was just Marco. And he was gracefully paying attention to the poor girl, and ignoring the fact that she was stumbling over nearly every word and every floor tile. He handed the small puppy back, even as it protested being removed from his warmth. Oh, I'm just looking today. I'm not ready to adopt. His O's rounded and his L's slanted, his accent thickening as he poured on the charm. Bree bit her lip. The girl was heartbroken that her celebrity client didn't want the puppy. Marco turned back to Bree, and the girl, Anna, looked to her too. Bree realized that it was the first time that the shelter worker had even acknowledged her presence. Marco. Yes? She was so proud of herself for all of it. Being out today, attempting to be alive, and attempting to move forward, and mostly for holding in the laughter. Get the puppy.
Chapter 4. No. No. Marco watched as Bree dove after the fleeing brown streak. For a fraction of a second, she appeared frozen in midair, hair loose behind her. Only her street clothes distinguished her from a member of the Olympic women's soccer team, as she tried to stop the puddle the puppy was forming. No. This time, the word was uttered in defeat. Brown eyes quivered from under the coffee table, as the puddle was finished in a second spot. Then the little dog whined, a soft, pitiful noise. Marco steeled his mouth not to betray him. He was an actor by trade and a well-paid one these days. Surely he could convince this little dog he was angry. No, puppy. No. He turned his head away and squeezed his eyes. God bless the dog for bringing some laughter into the house. Marco crouched down on his hands and knees to scoop up the puppy. She was barely larger than his hand and half-starved too. At least she already looked better than she did when they brought her home. Here. He held the puppy up for Bree to take, unable to get out from under the table until he had both hands free. Bree's feet appeared behind him, but the weight wasn't released from his hand. Hey, is that ass why they pay you all that money these days? She still didn't take the dog. Yes, and my boyish charm. He mimicked his own accent. Now take the damn dog. Oh, poor little girl. Bree cuddled with the tiny fuzzy creature. We need to find you a name, or you'll think your name is Bad Puppy. Marco stood stretching and admiring the way Bree coddled the creature. Kevin's allergies were probably the only reason she hadn't taken in all the neighborhood strays. I'll clean up the pee. She shook the little dog's paw at him, then spoke in a tiny voice. Yes, Papa, clean up, then sit your ass down and pick a name for me. Through no decision of his own, his eyes rolled heavenward. Not that anyone saw. He was headed into the kitchen where they had cleaned out a low cabinet and stockpiled it with dog supplies. The carpet solution and battery-powered scrub brush had migrated to the front from constant use over the course of the last 24 hours. Finding himself on his hands and knees, he looked around to see who was watching. Bree was outside with the little dog, desperately trying to get her to pee again, so she could be praised. Then he forced himself to pause. There had been no cameras here at all. Although he could easily imagine a magazine publishing a picture of him scrubbing dog pee out of his friend's carpet. Bree slammed the sliding glass door shut behind the two of them. He put the cleaner away, even as he wondered why he bothered. It would be out again in a few more hours. He absently rubbed the little dog under her chin. What's her name? Bree opened her eyes wide. I have no idea. Besides, she's really your dog. Well, he wasn't sure how to broach this. This is silly, but I wanted to name her something for Kevin. Thank God she didn't seem utterly offended. But Kevin isn't right, and I couldn't think of anything else. Bree chewed her lip as she thought. It pulled his gaze to her mouth, and he wondered what else he had been missing. This was one of Kevin's old habits. Had he picked up any of those little psychic traces of his friend? It was like they were objects Kevin had left lying about to be pocketed by his friends and carried forward. Faithfully. Her voice broke his musing before he questioned his concept of God again. The name of Kevin's show. Faithworks. I found a few more of those post-it notes this morning about the approaching duck. I thought maybe duck would work. Duck. She seemed to have breezed past the fact that he'd brought up her dead husband. You can't call that cute little girl dog Duck. Never mind, I take that back. You can call her anything you want. Then her entire face and body morphed, a clear indication to him of a more solemn topic. I'm going up to Point Doom tomorrow to throw Kevin's ashes into the ocean. I don't know if you want part of them to scatter elsewhere, or what. I'll wait a while longer if you need time to think. No, that's a good idea. I'll go with you if you want. She nodded. I think the only right way is for both of us to go. She took a deep breath as though to calm herself, but instead went into a violent cough. "Bree?" Instantly he was by her side, one flat hand pulling away to whack her on the back as though she were a child. Cold fear pressed through him. His brain told him she wouldn't choke to death, but his adrenaline didn't believe that. "Are you okay?" Her red face nodded, and she placed her hand stacked flat at her breastbone. Finally, her voice gravelly, she squeaked out, "I swallowed wrong." He raised an eyebrow at her as he relaxed. "You have a swallowing problem?" "Ha ha." Her voice was still thin and weak, her face still a touch pink. "I was sucking on a mint. It calms the nausea." She straightened and walked away as she spoke, as though leaving her words and thoughts in a trail behind her. "It's like I'm getting on with my life, and I'm okay, and I have faith in the world. Except for this nagging doubt that everything is exactly wrong."
Bree no longer awoke, feeling that everything was all right, forgetting for the tiniest instant that Kevin was gone. Now she felt it all the time. She was sleeping 12-hour nights. And why not? There was no need to get up, and no one to even see out the door. She'd quit her job and turned down meetings with her friends, though she didn't know how much longer they'd let her get away with that. The truth was, she and Marco needed a hobby other than the puppy. She rolled from the bed. She would not crumble today. She would go and stand at the beach, with Marco and yet utterly alone. She would scatter Kevin's ashes into the waves. It would be her last act as his wife. She just had to remain upright. Flicking on the bathroom light, she gave herself the usual cursory inspection in the mirror. Her blonde hair was much perkier than the rest of her, due to the haircut. She brushed her teeth perfunctorily, then washed her face and rubbed it dry on the nearby hand towel. The yellow towel was marred by black smears of yesterday's mascara. It would come out in the wash. If only everything would. She slid back the closet door and chose her outfit. Her shirts and pants had led a successful revolution some time ago, claiming land from Kevin's side of the closet. But she never looked at the clothing in the occupied territories these days. She covered her sadness with a little makeup, as she had for the past week, before turning to go downstairs. Faith was whining behind Marco's closed door, and with instant sympathy for the puppy, Bree cracked the door to let her scamper through. Faith led the chase to the sliding glass, where Bree decided to forego the leash in favor of actually having pee outside instead of in. It was a genuine smile that spread across her features, as she jumped up and down. "Good girl. Good puppy. Good pee." Faith, startled by the commotion, paused before finishing her business, then scampered back to where Bree was waiting with open arms. But the puppy bounced right past her. Bree turned as she heard the soft masculine voice. "Good duck. I'm so proud." His accent was always thicker in the morning. "Duck." He shrugged and stood, the little dog nestling against his t-shirt and beaming at his praise. "Let's go get us all fed." He surveyed Bree with an eye that she thought was overcritical for a man in an old white t-shirt and pajama bottoms. "You look good today. Maybe healthier." He turned to the kitchen, knowing that his compliment was enough. In short order, she found herself in the passenger side of Kevin's blue sports car, clutching the small urn. The wind resting its way through the open windows picked at her hair and tied it into tiny knots. She didn't care. Faith was in the minuscule back seat, stretching to reach her paws to the window ledge, and drooling slightly on Bree's arm as she strained to catch the wind in her mouth. The flavor of the wind changed as they drove, transforming into the salty, sharp swish of sea air. There was a tinge of death on it, too. As though the sea understood all the cycles better than any of them. As Marco guided the car to a stop where the pavement met the sand, Bree's head was turned by the rhythm of the waves. The inlet was small and measurable, but she could see past the ends of the land, and her heart, beating in its metal ribcage, was reminded of its tiny size. Marco was around on her side of the car, opening the door, doing everything a normal person would do, while she contemplated the utter absurdity of cars and accidents. And for an instant she was just Bree, as she savored the first chill of the sand enfolding her bare feet. The distance was short to where the water stroked at her legs, the urn enfolded sacred in her hands. It was a solemn walk with an offering to the gods, and she made it alone but paused until Marco was at her side. She didn't look at him, unsure if she could comprehend another human at this moment, although it was clear that his very presence was what enabled her to walk, to breathe, to continue. She pulled the lid and reached for the ash inside. There was a vague memory of requesting that the ashes not be bagged, and they clung to the sides of the urn. She stood with fistfuls of the remains of her dead husband, and stared down into the vessel, wondering how she would remove the residue. She saw the strong hands as Marco joined her. Her gaze traveled to Marco's hands and the streams of the fine ash that sifted through his grasp as the wind stole it. She watched where she had brought her own closed hand to her face, and was horrified as the contents dwindled. Marco motioned to her with the slightest nod of his head, and began wading further out. She followed, alternately pushed then pulled by the low waves. They swarmed around her then sucked away, leaving her clothes clinging. Each wave brought the cold a little higher, until it reached her ribs. Marco was several feet further out than she, when he was pulled under. Bree froze, unable to dive after him without releasing the death grip she had on her husband. But Marco surfaced, wet hair plastered to his head and his eyes opened, catching hers. He held up empty hands. And she understood. Bree turned to face the shore, and waited the small eternity for the feeling of the next wave pushing her. She fell back into it, rocking under the icy water, her clothing suffocating her. But she paid no heed as she tried desperately to cling to the ash, as it disintegrated within her grasp. At last her fingers touched only her own skin. As she surfaced, Marco's slick and empty hand enfolded hers. The pressure of him walking a pace ahead of her made it clear she would not be allowed to join Kevin. At the car, he wrapped her in a blanket he'd pulled from the trunk, then folded her back into the passenger seat. Faith, still sequestered in the car, scampered up front between them, letting them know they weren't allowed to get depressed. Neither of them minded the chill of the air, as they watched the waves until a young couple walked by, breaking their view. Bree looked around, noticing that the beach had come to life at some time. "Marco, are we crazy?" "Yes." He didn't look at her, but stared out to where she had perhaps imagined she saw dolphins. "But grief makes you do crazy things. Better to get it out of our systems."
Chapter 5. His accent crowded his own ears. "You are a maniac girl." Duck had her snout buried in the kibble, even as he poured it. "You are already bigger than yesterday." Bree was still asleep, even though it was after 9, and her old self would never have slept in. Maybe that was another piece of Kevin, she had assumed. His idea of a great day was sleeping late, then rolling over and going back to sleep. It was Marco and Bree who always dragged him from bed, threatening to leave without him. Marco let her sleep. She probably needed it. Duck was thriving. She had changed from a shy, shivering slip of a creature to a real puppy, who bounded into open arms when called. Bree had begun a transformation as well. Since they had set Kevin's ashes adrift, she had found some semblance of peace. Her eyes were still sad, and she still had mood shifts, but slowly Bree was starting to come back. She was dangerously thin, but these last few days it appeared she at least stopped losing weight. He stopped contemplating antidepressants for her. And her cheeks and face had taken on some actual color. He had even heard her laugh. Maybe he handled all this better from practice, at losing people he loved. What mattered most was that he still had one family member left, and there wasn't much that would stop him from protecting that. Though no one questioned the ties of marriage, try to pick up a spare mother or a sibling, and people think you're nuts. Still, Marco had picked up family members as he went. First Kevin and his parents, then Bree. Duck was simply the latest. He tried scratching her under her chin, but she squirmed away, nearly getting her tiny paws tangled in the loose plaid of his pajama pants. He stood to head back to his room and change when he spotted Bree at the bottom of the staircase. She was fully dressed, with a skirt that fell just below her knees and a short-sleeved shirt. Her purse was slung over her shoulder, and she was digging in it, until finally she produced a pair of sunglasses. "Where are you going?" She hadn't mentioned anything to him. It seemed she was ready to just walk out the door. And that seemed a bit of a leap for a girl who didn't go anywhere she didn't have to lately. "Work." She slid the sunglasses on for a minute, before removing them to clean the lenses on the hem of her shirt. "Work?" The skirt and long curled hair hardly seemed appropriate for riding in an ambulance and saving lives. Well, to the office. I got myself rehired, and I need to get put back on the schedule. Then I'm meeting Zoe for lunch. She smiled the biggest smile he had seen in weeks. It was all he could do to bite his tongue, and not mention how suspicious it all seemed. From the look on her face, his expression had given him away. I know. But I woke up with some energy, and I figured if I didn't use the momentum now, I might just stay in the house forever. This time the smile was a little more wan, but a little more honest. What with internet groceries and cable TV, I could do it. He nodded, agreeing with her, though apparently she didn't like it. I have to go. She turned and pushed through the door into the garage. That sounds fine, thanks, Sherry. Marco shut the phone off just as the front door clicked. 11 p.m. was far too early for Bree's shift to be over. A cold rush pervaded him, with the thought that Kevin was the only other person with the key to the front door. He was riveted to the couch waiting to see who appeared, but it was Bree, in the EMT jumpsuit she wore on shift. She was zombie-like in her face and movements. Again he was overwhelmed with the fear of loss. What if she had finally cracked? Her voice was thin, barely audible. I couldn't do it. She shook her head as she looked around the room. I did it. All the right things in the right order. I think I may have helped to save this guy's life. But I wasn't really there. She sank absent-mindedly into the spot on the sofa Marco had just vacated. Her green eyes blinked several times before her head leaned back to look up at him. I used to love saving lives. I think I'm just having trouble saving my own right now. Did you just walk off shift? She nodded as she fought back tears. As he leaned closer to comfort her, her hands grabbed at his shirt and she buried her face in his chest. Marco, I don't know what to do. I'm just floating along, and I don't have any purpose anymore. I don't even have to earn a living. The same hands that so tightly held his shirt in fists next pushed him away so she could look at him. What am I supposed to do? He decided not to mention the blood that was on the front of her jumpsuit. The fabric was repellent, and the dried red crumbled like mud across his shirt. She must have been very upset. It was against Bree's work ethic to leave a job unfinished. He didn't know what to do either. So he told her, we'll talk tomorrow.
You look nice. Bree felt Marco's eyes survey her from over the top of his tablet. He had the coffee pot on the table in front of him, and the couch pillows had been rearranged too. When she and Kevin had first moved in together, she'd complained that she could never trust that things would stay where she left them. Now she knew that a good portion of her sanity resided in Marco, being himself and messing things up. What are you dressed up for? I'm not dressed up. She sighed and slid into the seat across the table from him. She slid his coffee toward her, then took a sip, her face scrunching up a bit at the over-sweetness. I only look dressed up because I've been hanging out in my pajamas so much. Her voice lowered to a soft tone. Thank God I'm back on track with regular hair washings. She saw Marco's gentle silent laugh that still somehow permeated all of him. She stared for a moment, noting that he was at ease, something that had been stripped from her as the news of Kevin's death sunk in. She hadn't yet reclaimed it. Fear that she would lose someone else was in her every waking and sleeping thought. Bree had always known that she could lose anyone at any time. She was an EMT. She saw dead children, she resuscitated old people, and she ushered a few babies into the world. Somehow, even though she'd never fully believed she had Kevin for the forever they promised, the loss still took everything from her. It had taken everything from Marco too. But he recovered a joy for life, and she wanted some of it. What's on the agenda for today? Well, I should get dressed. She interrupted, before he could continue with the plans. How do you do it? You hang out here with nothing to do and don't get dressed, but with you it doesn't mean anything's wrong. His smile was easy. She decided to study him and see if she could learn from him. He shook his head, still smiling, still utterly charming. No wonder he was $1 million property on screen. His response to her question was almost an interruption to her thoughts. I leave home and work 14-hour days, sometimes 7 days a week. This is my vacation. Right here, reading the paper, drinking coffee with you. She nodded. This was her daily life. A chill washed through her as she realized the inevitable. When are you leaving for your next film? 3 weeks. The answer was plain and simple, and completely altered her objectives. She was no longer concerned with how to steal some of his happiness, but how she would exist by herself. It's soon. I already cancelled one small part that I was supposed to go do this last week in Thailand. Really? He nodded in response, still looking her over as if she held some sort of answer. She held none, and she knew it. I'll be gone for 6 or 7 weeks. Oh. The word was swallowed even as it came out. Marco caught her gaze with his own. Do you want to come with me? What? It would mean leaving all her friends behind. Worse, it would mean leaving all her ties to Kevin behind. Even she was shocked at the sudden panic. I'd be in the way, and I don't know where you are going. His nod was short and absorbing. You should consider it. You wouldn't be in the way. You could have a room at a hotel nearby or stay with me. My trailer will be big enough, and probably nicer. He'd said all of this from behind the tablet, but he lowered it again before continuing. The whole thing is a closed set. No one but the workers are allowed anywhere near. You have an offer to be an on-set EMT. What? She'd never done movie work before. I asked. He lifted his shoulders a touch. You look so panicked, I was really hoping you would come. It's sweet of you to try to set me up with a job and help me out. The sentence faded as she watched all the lithe ease and simple happiness melt slowly from him. I wasn't being sweet. He took a deep breath and confessed, I honestly don't think I'll go if you won't. She forced the words out and they obeyed in a whisper. Marco, I already promised not to kill myself. You should go. This time he shoved the seat back. Faith was apparently there and scampered out, a startled yip left in her wake. Everything I worked for is still secondary to my family, and you're all I have left. He shook his head violently, leaning forward as if to better make his point. My little brother died, my parents died, I have no grandparents left. Now Kevin. He lowered his eyes for a minute. Slowly he looked up at her again, recomposing himself. Between the two of us, we have enough money to live out our lives comfortably. I'm too scared something will happen to you while I'm gone. She understood. You've been holding it together for me all this time, haven't you? Her feet carried her to him, and she folded her arms loosely around his shoulders. Somehow, she had the physical sensation of the last of the strength flowing from him, but she also felt it knit back together in herself. For the first time in weeks she stood straight. Her feet made solid contact with the ground, while Marco crumbled bit by bit. A while later she hugged him and said, I have to admit, I thought you had your feet under you. He shook his head. I'm an actor, remember? Even better than I gave you credit for. The smile crept back across her face. So I'll go with you. And we'll go on like this until we can go it alone, or you meet someone. Don't you read the tabloids? I'm a playboy. You'll get involved with someone before I do. No. It was sharper than she meant it to be. I am now on the straight and narrow path to becoming the old woman with 60 cats. Speaking of the tabloids, I'm just going to warn you that there may be stories about the young girl I am keeping in my trailer. You're keeping a girl in your trailer? Good Lord, Bree. I know blonde is your natural hair color because it goes deeper than your roots. You would be the girl in the trailer. I'm just warning you that you might wind up in the Inquirer. She nodded, surprised at the feeling of being settled. So, what's on the agenda for today? Duck needs to go to the park. With that he stood and stretched, then began his way to search under the coffee table and around the house for the puppy, who had scampered off only moments ago. Duck. Duck. You are old enough to go to the park and play with the other doggies today. Come here, girl. Duck. Bree shook her head again. Must you insist on calling that poor cute puppy Duck? Yes. then turned back to watch the puppy scamper down the steps to his open arms. See? Bree sighed. She's the approaching duck.
Chapter 6. Bree was almost childlike in her plea. I don't want to go to the doctor. She pushed her orange chicken around on her plate instead of eating it. Even though they were out at her favorite place, she still wasn't eating well, and Marco was glad for the excuse to get her checked over. You can't work on the set without passing a physical. She heaved a great sigh. She always became a hypochondriac before a doctor visit, and stayed that way until any test results came in. Then she was fine, until the next time she was forced to see a physician. You'll like this guy, he's very soothing. Marco gestured with a broccoli on the tip of his fork. Besides, you've lost weight. He didn't say why. They hardly ever mentioned that Kevin had died. They only recently worked their way up to speaking of him in the past tense. And she had lost weight. Marco thought maybe strong-arming might help. I'm not taking you if you don't gain 5 pounds in the next week. 5 pounds in a week. Bree almost snorted. It's time you started eating again. One day he would be able to say, since Kevin's accident, but not now. He just said, eat. Bree forcibly cleaned her plate, and even took a small second helping, muttering to herself. 5 pounds my ass. HMMPH, it will be my ass at this rate. He laughed, but his eyes were drawn to the third seat at the table. It was one of their favorite restaurants, and their usual spot, though normally there were 3 of them. Kevin had loved to keep one eye on the conversation at the table, and the other looking out into the restaurant for funny situations to write about. Bree's fork clanked against the bare plate, and she let out a little moan. I'm so full. Before he could even make a smart remark, she jumped up and fled, disappearing around the corner toward the ladies' room. Oops. She returned a few minutes later with a wavering smile. Well, that isn't going to help me gain the necessary 5 pounds. Did you lose your dinner? She nodded, then set her head gingerly in her hands. He laid out some bills in the black folder with their check and grabbed her hand. She didn't want to move, but at her slight size she offered little resistance.
Bree Walter? The young girl in the purple scrubs surveyed the room. She finally made it up and to the door. Can he come with me? She motioned back over her shoulder to Marco. Well, he's welcome in the room with you, but I think the bathroom is really only big enough for one. The assistant held up the clear plastic cup with the screw-on cap, and the typed tag with Bree's name and more information than should be associated with urine. Bree nodded and took the cup before following. After here, you'll be in 3. She pointed down the hall. Which one is he? Bree turned and squared her shoulders. He's the movie star. The girl raised her eyebrows and Bree closed and locked the door before she was asked to explain. That was a dumb thing to say. There were probably 3 movie stars in the waiting room. Bree did her business, then wandered the hall until she found her chart, but the door was closed. Bree turned the knob to find the girl in the purple scrubs, flirting outrageously with a very embarrassed Marco. Denise. That's very sweet, but I'm leaving town soon. I'm sorry. He was practically backed into the corner. Good God. The words had come from her own mouth, and too late she slapped a hand across her lips as though she might recontain them. Denise threw her a dirty look, before turning back to Marco, all smiles and sugar. If you need anything. She briefly jotted down something on a scrap of paper towel, then folded it into Marco's hand. He looked at it as she swayed her hips slowly toward the door. Denise? Yes? The word came out in a long soft hiss. Marco was crimson, but he still managed to stand and hand the paper back to her. I just don't think I'll be needing this. He nodded and sat back down as Denise sizzled from having her fire doused. The doctor will be a little while. It was clipped and short. Bree's mouth fell open. That was too funny. Then, I think that may be my fault. Will I ever understand that? She shook her head no, and sat quietly on the end of the papered bed waiting for the doctor. She would have preferred the chair, but she didn't want to pester Marco after having sick Denise on him. The door opened a few minutes later, letting in an older-looking and distinguished man. He introduced himself to Bree as Dr. Brunner, then shook Marco's hand as though they were business acquaintances. "What brings you in today?" "I need a clearance to go work on set. They need to know that I'm healthy." "Ah." He jotted a few words in what was clearly physician hieroglyphics. "Will you be performing any stunts?" "God, no. I'm the EMT." "Oh." His eyebrows perked up. Most medical professionals did, whenever they found out another person was in the field. It meant they spoke the same language. His whole demeanor changed and he whipped out the blood pressure sleeve. "What's your usual BP?" 120/80, always. "I'm a textbook." She grinned. He filled the cuff with air and turned the dial so she could watch for the needle to make minute jumps. "You are a little tacky." Marco, who had been quietly surveying the scene, not understanding, now spoke up. "Tacky." Bree turned to him. "Tachycardic, my heart rate's up." She then turned back to the physician. "It's because I hate doctors, sorry." He nodded sagely. Then felt her neck and under her arms, then kindly warmed the bell of his stethoscope, before simply giving brief waves of his hand to signal deep breaths. He then started down his checklist and kept going rapid fire until he got to weight loss. It was Marco who piped up the instant she stalled. "She has lost weight." "Was it on a controlled diet?" "No." "Any changes in menses?" "I wouldn't even know." He stopped and looked her square in the eye. "Honestly, you are underweight." "Not dangerously so, but if this is recent, then you know I have to be concerned." "Are you anorexic?" "No." "Well, by strict definition, I'm not eating much, so yes. But it's not about weight control." He didn't say anything, just prompted her with a nod. She steeled herself, she could do it. Even though she hadn't done it since the week of the accident. Deep breath. "My husband died suddenly." "I'm very sorry." Dr. Brunner flipped quickly through her chart, without managing to look insincere. Marco was right. He was utterly likable. "You are 30? She nodded. "You're plenty young. How long were you married?" 5 years. For the first time, it sank in that she would never be married for longer than 5 years. Next year it would still be 5 years. She shoved the image away. The doctor nodded. "Well, that explains a lot. A stress like that will certainly cause this. But we do need to write your diet before you start traveling." He thumbed through her chart again, then mentally ticked off a little math. "You need to be eating 1,500 calories a day, minimum. Do you think you are getting that?" "No." "You need to start. And at least 1,200 of those need to be good calories. I'm going to go check your labs. I don't expect anything. So I'll just pop my head in a few minutes, or send one of the nurses." "Thank you." He closed the door behind him as he left, prompting Marco to add, "I told you you'd like him." "I do." Marco turned back to his magazine, and slowly Bree felt the sense of calm that Dr. Brunner had brought with him ease its way out of the room. Why isn't he back yet? When Marco didn't answer, she let her hypochondria flow. "I bet I have cancer." Marco didn't even look up. "You don't have cancer." "You're right. Colon cancer almost always shows up with blood in your stool. I haven't had that." "Thank you for sharing that, Bree. You don't have cancer." "No, it would be something more difficult to detect. Uterine cancer. That's it." She nodded to herself, knowing that it was silly, but why wasn't the doctor back? "He's a doctor, he's visiting another patient. He'll be a while." "You are not dying of uterine cancer." "I haven't had my period." Marco laughed out loud. "You don't have cancer, Bree. It's stress. Please stop telling me about your bodily functions." "Sorry." He was right. Stress was the most logical explanation. She started a grocery list of all her favorite foods, interrupted by a rap at the door. Dr. Brunner let himself in. "Well, all your tests came back normal. Ketones, proteins, no white cells, etc. But your HCG came out positive." "What?" She sat utterly motionless, as if carved from a cold still slab of marble. Your HCG is positive. Marco leaned forward in his chair. What does that mean? Bree read cold fear in his voice. Dr. Brunner turned back to Bree, but spoke to Marco. I'm going to let her tell you that. She glanced to Marco. I'm pregnant. The doctor spoke before Marco could. Do you know who the father is? How far along you might be? She nodded slowly, still absorbing. My husband. 9 weeks, at least. I don't know. You have a lot of decisions to make. Dr. Brunner nodded and wrote more quick scribbles. We need to do a quantitative HCG. What's that? It was Marco again. She had almost forgotten he was here. How could she be pregnant? Dr. Brunner was all calm and cool confidence, though how he stayed that way after having tied both of them in knots baffled Bree. It's a test that will help to determine how far along the pregnancy is. The doctor handed her a prescription note with a different doctor's name and number on it. Then a second slip with a vitamin prescription. You must get that 1,500 calories a day. All of it good calories. And they'll bump it higher after you see the other doctor. Be prepared. Tell them to get you in this week. She nodded absently. Somehow filing the information as important, and still ignoring it to be saved for later. She sat quietly in the passenger seat of the low blue car, on the way home. Marco stayed silent, allowing her to tick off everything, and rework the puzzle to its new conclusion. The nausea. Her out-of-whack sleep schedule. The strange combinations of foods. She sighed. Just when she was beginning to make decisions about what to do with her unpregnant self.
Chapter 7. After her first appointment with the OB, Bree managed to eat a good dinner, but as Marco watched she slowed down, until at last her pasta tumbled from her fork and she broke to pieces. I don't understand how this could happen. She looked up at him through her fingers. And I don't need your smart remarks about where babies come from. He checked his automatic retort. You were always the one trying to convince me that there was such a thing as fate. I think maybe you've finally done it. But now, when Kevin isn't even here. That's just it, Bree. He is here now, at least some part of him. Marco felt truly excited at the prospect, but Bree was sinking even lower. I thought you wanted kids. I do. It was almost a wail. But I wanted a family. I wanted my kids to have a father. Family is where you find it. A small defensive streak reared its head in his heart. Putting down his own fork, he joined in with a fervor equal to hers. Every last one of her fears and reactions was legitimate. But she shouldn't despair about it. You need to eat, and not just for you. She nodded and went back to mechanically chewing. It utterly destroyed his appetite to see her staring into space, absent-mindedly swallowing food. But it didn't matter if he ate. You wouldn't have an abortion? No. If you're that passionate about not having this baby, then why can't you muster any excitement about having it? My whole life is going to change. She took a breath in. I won't have time to comb my hair or shower. Kara says she can't get out of the house in the morning. And that will be different from now. In what way? She sighed. I just reached a point where I was getting dressed regularly. He pressed his lips together, then decided to say it. The good news is that you won't be the little old lady with 60 cats. I was embracing that. She was as quick with her tongue as ever, but it was dry and hollow. He was looking forward to being Uncle Marco. But it wasn't his life that was going to turn upside down. It wasn't his shape that was going to change, or his eyes that would be bleary after sleepless nights. Then again, what would you do? Her words jogged him from the odd place he was going. Smiling, he shrugged. I never worried about getting knocked up, personally. He watched as she tried to put it into words. On the one hand, it's sacred and a miracle. Even more so than if Kevin was here. On the other hand, it's so scary, I wish it would just go away. Again, he found himself angry at her. You know, this is Kevin's only chance at fatherhood. Yeah, and he left me here to do it all myself. As if being pregnant wasn't enough responsibility. Her words were sharp and bitter. What is wrong with you? This wasn't the Bree he knew. And why in God's name had she jumped ship now? Can't you just fake a little excitement about this? Oh, so I can be happy like you about all this. It must be nice to imagine Kevin's kid without having to watch what you eat. I have to stop drinking so much caffeine. She hopped up from the table, walking with a pent-up hostility but no purpose. I'll have to take care of every diaper and every bottle. The order I was just starting to get is gone. The knot in him tightened harshly. Bree, how many times have I told you that you are the only family that I have? Now you're not. If you need help, I'm here. He didn't dare approach her, though. She was a ticking bomb with no countdown clock. Kevin, you're not even going to be here next week. His breath made a mad escape, as though he had been kicked. Where was she? Despair shrank her. His own voice whispered, I'm not Kevin. Her anger dissipated. What? She hadn't realized. You called me Kevin. Oh. She was all eyes, childlike and hollow all at once. I just feel so alone. Well, you're not. A small smile touched her lips, but not her eyes. I guess I won't ever be alone, at least for the next 6 months. I meant me. He caught their reflections in the sliding glass door. It looked idyllic, a man, a woman, a meal at the table. I guess I always thought that you and Kevin wouldn't have room for me as much when you had kids. Oh, that's stupid, really. You guys always had a place for me. Really, Bree, I'll help. You shouldn't have to. You didn't get me this way. She was staring at the framed picture over the mantel. Her in the white dress, Kevin in the tux, the kiss as the minister pronounced them man and wife. The moment where he and everyone else in attendance had believed that today would never come. You don't owe Kevin, you know. Her eyes were glazed, but again he was angry. I'm sorry. He stood from the couch, stick straight, and aimed for his room. What? He heard the active tone in her voice. She was back in reality, but too late. Marco whirled. I thought you were my friend. I'm sorry if I was wrong. He had never given up the lease on the apartment. He could pack enough in the next few minutes. I am. What? She was adamant, and it only fueled him. I am not here because Kevin was my friend. I'm not here because I owe Kevin anything. He seethed. If you're just humoring me as Kevin's friend, then screw you. Do you know how many nights I debated shoving Prozac down your throat? I thought you might kill yourself. I consider you my last family member, but you just brush me off. It's not your child, Marco. You shouldn't be saddled with it. You're missing the whole point. His hand swept the air in frustration. Why won't you accept help from me? You'd let your sister help, and some years you don't even like her. She smiled a wan smile, and somehow it was genuine, and in that instant he lost all his certainty about packing his bags. I didn't want to cramp your style. She shrugged. And I don't approve of you using my baby to pick up chicks. His eyelids closed in frustration, as he shook his head and felt his shoulders slump. You know, nothing like that has gone on since before this last shoot. Really? Her face scrunched up in disbelief, and she looked 21 again. Yeah, really. The wall was behind him, and he let gravity pull him down it. That last one knew who I was, and pretended not to. She stole my old college ID from my wallet as she left. I felt very used. There was a slow nod to her head. Is that why you're here? Because I'm the only one left who knew you before. No. I'm here because I love you. This house, this was home. I don't know that I ever told Kevin. His hands were working their way through his hair. Duck sighed from her new bed pillow in the corner. Marco longed for her little puppy security, for himself. I wasn't ready to show up and have Kevin gone. Somewhere in there she'd walked over and settled on the floor by his side. She nodded slowly. It's the one thing I know I did right in my marriage. No matter how mad I was, he knew that I loved him. Every day before he left, I told him. She was a smart girl, and Kevin had been a lucky man. Her jaw tightened, but she continued. On the job, I saw people lose family every day. And I learned there are no guarantees, and every time someone walks out the door, it might be the last time you see them. And it still hit me like a ton of bricks when he died. Marco nodded. His eyes were focused on the texture of the ceiling when he felt her arms slip around his neck. The weight of her felt right, curled next to him. She always had. Kevin or not. Her voice floated up to him. What am I going to do when you leave next week? He frowned and looked down at her. Come with me. The doctor said you could. She did? Marco turned to face her. Bree, you've got to lay off the crack. She went over all of it. Bree's face looked surprised. You were in the room, Bree. Where was your head? I had just learned that the stomach flutters I was feeling were actually little feet kicking me from the inside. I don't really remember anything after the ultrasound. She shrugged. You know, Bree, you were looking for a purpose in your life. Seems to me it's literally in your lap.
Chapter 8. You do not need that many pairs of shoes. You need 3 gallons of bug repellent. Bree sighed. Marco was such a bossy tyrant sometimes. No, that's too much. Put that back, you'll never get to wear a dress like that. Bree didn't reply, only stared at him rudely each time she unpacked what she'd just put into the suitcase. You can humor yourself and take one sweater. Marco's accent got thicker as he went. There was no shame in being a last-minute packer. The problem was that Marco always packed at least 3 days in advance, so he hovered over her, complaining. He'd done this every time the 3 of them had traveled together. She turned, putting her hands on her hips. Have you packed for Faith yet? I don't have to pack for a dog. Yes, you do. She wasn't sure how much she actually believed that, and how much was her way of getting him out of her hair. I doubt you can find her dog food there. And she needs a few familiar toys. Marco narrowed his eyes at her. Those hormones are kicking in already. Duck will be fine. She can eat table scraps and sleep on the floor. This too was typical. She'd been the only one of the 3 of them who was dry in Italy when it rained. The only one without blisters when they hiked the Andes on Marco's first big score. The only one with the right suit for swimming reefs in the Bahamas. She's going to be sick to her stomach from the plane trip. Add to that the time change and more, and all those scraps are going to come right back up. She's going to cry all night. He didn't say anything, just sighed and turned away. Bree went back to debating which sweater to take, and settled on 2 out of the original 4. It wasn't near long enough before she heard his footfalls coming up the stairs. Again his shoulders were taking up her doorframe, his hands on his hips. I have to carry that. You aren't supposed to lift anything over 25 pounds. He grabbed the freshly squeezed and zipped bag and headed out the door with her trailing like a schoolchild. Then, how am I supposed to be an EMT on the set? I'll have to lift people if they're hurt. He turned, the suitcase making a slight arc around him on the stairs. The chances of you having to do anything other than bandage a finger or knee is slim to none. She sighed. Her phone rang, and she went to find it while Marco double-checked the stack of luggage ready to go. Hello. Good, you're still there. It was Kara. Bree's stomach twisted. She had virtually ignored her friends all this time, until the other day when she had dumped every last problem in Kara's lap. Yes, I'm still here. She still felt that she hadn't paid into the friendship enough, and now Bree was leaving the country. Somehow Kara held nothing against her. I want to see you as soon as I get back. I need you. I need all of you. Of course I'll still be here. Walker says to tell you to have fun making movies. A horn honked outside and Bree begged off. Kara. I'm so sorry. Our driver is here. I have to go. Ooh, Kara laughed with no bitterness. Bree felt unworthy. Are you and your movie star friend too good for the airport shuttle? I guess he thinks so. I swear I'll call you from there if I get a chance. She heard Marco sweet-talking Faith into her carrier. Don't even worry about it. How did Kara always understand? Listen, I'm so glad you're going. And I'll be here when you get back. I've been just as big a mess before. I understand. Well, I'll be okay. I have Marco and a full bank account. She paused. As unlucky as she was lucky too. Her eyes glanced out at the movie star carrying his puppy out her front door. Yeah, a hot Italian movie star would do most of us good. Bree chuckled even as her heart rolled over at Kara's suggestion. It's so very not like that at all. Then she said goodbye and went out the front door, bolting it behind her. Marco and the driver were loading the luggage into the back. When last of their many bags were in, they slid Faith in her carrier into the back seat. Bree scouted the outside of the house, again feeling the flutter in her stomach that wasn't actually a flutter. There was a mild rolling sensation, and she stopped and put her hand on her belly as she turned to Marco. But he was talking the driver into getting the dog crate back out, and taking a small, whining Faith carefully out of her crate and climbing into the limo with her. Marco. Come on. The house will be fine. He waved her in and scooted to the other side, the dog curled into his soft shirt like she had Marco wrapped around her paw. What? Everything will be fine. It's the baby. The sensation was gone. Only the slight bulge she had started developing let her know that she wasn't alone in there. Is Kevin Jr. doing flip-flops again? Yes, she answered, but she was looking out the window, wondering what she was getting into. 26 hours later, they were deposited at a remote jungle location in Madagascar. They were given no preparation as the driver opened the door, letting the sweltering air rush them and press at their clothes and lungs. See, Marco started. I told you not to bring the sweaters. The driver wiped at the sweat already forming on his brow. He was dressed in khaki shorts and a thin pale button-down shirt, socks and hiking boots, literally a world away from the other driver just yesterday. It gets much better after sundown. He waved down a few other crew members and started hauling their things to a batch of trailers that looked as out of place as if the tornado of Oz had worked in reverse. A bundle of cables of every color and thickness trailed from unit to unit. In an odd way, it took her back to the few times she had joined Kevin on the set of Faithfully. It quickly became apparent that Marco was royalty here. In the distance, Bree watched Amy Lynn Harris move about knocking on doors. She was the other name with the truly big paycheck attached to this film. Marco ducked inside his trailer, pulling Bree behind. A wave of cool air signified their temporary home for the next 7 weeks. Bree didn't even get a chance to look around. Bone-weary exhaustion overtook her at that instant. She saw Marco lean over, then Faith burst out of his arms, running quickly to the edge of the floor and sniffing everything, tail wagging. Bree dropped her purse and headed through the one door she saw, opening the flimsy panel to the bedroom. Marco? There's only one bed. Yes? Marco brushed past her and jumped onto the king-size mattress, bouncing a little from the force. He was obviously a man living his dream, but she was too tired to congratulate him. She'd barely slept on the plane while he was clearly a more seasoned traveler than she. Where am I going to sleep? He laced his fingers, stretched his arms and settled them behind his head. What? You can't share a bed with me? It was supposed to have 2 beds. She didn't even know how to respond to that. Bree resigned herself, unable to keep the forlorn look off her face. Bree, we have rules. I won't have you hitting on me. I'm here to work. He wagged his finger at her as he brushed past, leaving the bedroom through the narrow doorway. Through bleary eyes, she almost laughed. The arrival rejuvenated him. Her mind ground to a halt as she made her way to the bed. She stepped out of her shoes before laying down, decidedly to one side of the mattress.
Marco wandered from the bedroom, his eyes blinking against the daylight. He had little luck not stubbing his toes in the unusual surroundings. Through bleary eyes he took in the room before him. Hi, sleepyhead. Bree sat at the small table, with Duck on the padded bench beside her. Whatever Bree had had for breakfast was gone, the plate scraped clean. Duck wasn't doing as well. and he heard Bree's soft voice trying to coax the growing puppy to eat the kibbles out of the bowl on the table beside her. He blinked again, and slid haphazardly into the other end of the booth-like table, trapping Duck between them. She whimpered, and Bree let the dog scamper out under her feet. "Look." She held up a soda can, pointing at the label. "They have caffeine-free Storm. I can't get this stuff in LA." He nodded, and it took a second for his tongue to begin functioning. "It's not a miracle. I had it stocked. You've got a 7-week supply." He cricked his neck to one side then the other, before he spotted the look on Bree's face. "You told them to get this for me? You're so sweet." She took another swig from the can, looking at it as though it suddenly tasted even better. "No wonder Kevin married you. You're easy to please." She smiled for the briefest of seconds before popping out of the seat, as though a firecracker had ignited under her. "No. Faith bat." As Bree ducked out the door with the puppy, he settled his head back into his hands. Though he felt the excitement of starting a new film, even here in Madagascar, where Kevin had never been, his brother's absence was palpable. Mostly there was an empty space that formed from turning the back door lock and setting the timers in Kevin's house. No one was awaiting his return. Chapter 9. "Oh my God, you're showing." Bree rolled her eyes at him and pushed water out of her hair. Hence the one-piece suit. She sat on the fiberglass rim of the pool, guarded from tumbling backward only by the wooden lip built in for safety. She swung around to look at him and giggled. Only then did he remember the black grease paint under his eyes, and the gel the stylist had used to slick his hair into a commando in the rainforest look. He ignored her laughter. "You were right." She spoke when she got herself together. "I've only had to bandage one finger." He smiled as she descended the flimsy ladder, her bare feet landing on the leafy floor of the jungle. Her face looked like it had after she'd completed college, pride and health. He was glad she was gaining back some weight and looking better. "Take good care of yourself," he still reminded her. "I'm taking care of myself just fine." She turned, her expression daring him to continue the conversation. In the moment that he paused, undecided, she adroitly changed the subject. "I have to go see if they're done filming for now. I'll let you have the shower first." She headed off, tying her skirt and shrugging into a lightweight shirt, her supplies on the dolly he'd gotten her bouncing lightly across the uneven ground. She'd be fine. He was just being overprotective. Wearily, he headed toward the trailer, catching his reflection in the shaded glass of the door. He did look odd. As he jerked the door open, Duck came tumbling out. She composed herself after a haughty stare at him, then went off to pee. She took her own sweet time about it, sniffing here and there before finally returning. Marco easily swung open the flimsy door and watched as Duck scampered up the stairs and right past him. He muttered under his breath with a huff, "Women." He made sure the door latch clicked, as though it offered some sort of hermetic seal against the climate. Then he hit the shower, where he ignored his reflection in the small mirror. He washed away the makeup, thinking he had been glossing himself over these past months. He'd done it so well even Bree bought it. His greatest acting gig to date. He enjoyed the work of acting, but in a few days he would be called upon to act like he was falling in love instead of apart. Marco let the suds slide down his face, as though they might wash it all away. He imagined returning to Hollywood. When things were normal, Bree and Kevin opened their door to him. How easy it was to rewrite the story for a moment. He had always felt like a ball on a string, swung at high speeds, wind in his face, steadied by the calm of Kevin, the hand that held the string. But the hand just didn't exist anymore. And Marco was flying off in whatever direction he had last been facing. He shut off the water and opened his eyes to the tiny bathroom. Rubbing himself mostly dry first, he wrapped a towel around his waist and emerged to find Bree laid out across the bed reading. She was fluid as she carelessly threw the book aside and slid past him. "I'm starving and I have to shower before I go." She clicked the door shut, and the water was on within a heartbeat. Slowly, the discarded book slid off the far side of the bed, then thunked onto the carpeted floor. Holding his towel firmly, Marco bent to retrieve it. A first-time guide to pregnancy. And she was hungry too, she'd said. Maybe the future stood a fighting chance.
Bree watched the exhausted man sleeping next to her. His hair was disheveled, his face and shoulders sagging with the relaxation of the deepest of sleeps. He looked younger this way. More himself, less like the movie star version that he turned on everywhere they went. Her heart rolled over that she had the honor of knowing the real man. Her hand went automatically to the protrusion of her belly, as she fought her eyelids, not wanting sleep to take over. She had worked again. A stuntman had broken both his legs on a stunt. The set suffered 8 broken fingers in one day, 4 of them on the same man. About 1,000 little cuts and scrapes, and 1 panic attack. She hadn't been on set much before. The passion blazing between Marco and his co-star Amy Lynn was so overwrought, Bree had nearly ruined the scene by laughing out loud. Later she'd seen the rushes and it actually looked good. Except that it was Marco. She'd never quite bought into any of the characters she'd seen him play. He was just Marco to her. When she looked over, she saw his head cocked at an unnatural angle. His shirt was open just enough to see that his chest didn't rise and fall. Her hand rushed, palm out softly to the space in front of his face, and after 2 long seconds felt the warmth of his breath. Her heart started beating again. She had to stop worrying about losing everyone around her. The baby scared her that way. Logically, statistically, the baby would be fine. But the thought still kept her from mooning over it, the way so many pregnant women did. It sparked fights, because she pushed at the boundaries now confining her for the sake of her baby. She was scared. And she was so tired. Her eyelids won the battle, and she slept. Bree walked up her front walk with no disillusions of Kevin greeting her and Marco upon their return. But he did. As Marco pushed open the door, Kevin rushed out. The feelings swirled around her, blinded her, and pulled her in, as strong a reckoning as the scent of him on the bedpillows had been that first week. As sharp as the twists of finding each post-it note with scribbled writing. Of realizing she was writing with one of Kevin's good pens, and no one was upset about it. When she opened her eyes, she was standing in the middle of the living room, her coat still draped over her arm, her carry-on bag and purse still dangling from her fingertips. The room called to her with Kevin's voice. It reminded her that he'd chosen the color of the couch. It was his insistence that all television be watched on the largest screen possible. The curtains drawn tight across the sliding glass doors weren't azure because of him. Even the man beside her, her best friend, was an inheritance from her husband. Her throat constricted as she turned to Marco. She wanted to say she was choking, but she could tell he didn't see her. One beam of light came through the window over the patio doors. Still unable to breathe, she felt her feet carrying her into the center of the light. And low within her very being, her baby rolled over, no longer a flutter but a jab, a wave, a soft pressure. There was a noise behind her, but it was Marco, still riveted to where he had stopped. He moved in slow motion, and as she began to form thought again, she saw the driver tip his hat and exit. Only as the door clicked shut behind him did Faith begin a soft continuous puppy yip. Marco strode to the puppy to let her out of the carrier, his movements sure, strong and slow, dispelling dust and illusion. Kevin receded into the cracks and crevices again. The house was no longer a place of worship, but just a house. Its inhabitants moved and breathed at normal speed, opening windows and turning on the air conditioner. Bree found herself quite relieved when Marco suggested they all could use a walk after a long day of travel, and the house could stand to air out. Within seconds Bree had escaped to the tiny front porch. After a moment Marco joined her there with Faith scampering about at the end of her leash. They strolled down the street in easy conversation. The sun ripened as they walked, and they found themselves at the new coffee shop a couple of blocks away. The iced drinks hit the spot. But only for a moment. Their conversation was punctuated with glances skyward, as the blue had turned to icy gray. The rain broke and fell just moments after they ducked back in the front door, 2 pairs of eyes scanning the room for ghosts. Kara flung her arms wide as she entered the quiet restaurant. Bree thought it seemed like old times, except for Kara's careful scrutiny of her expanding figure. Kara made her stand and rotate as she admired the belly Bree had grown. "You look pregnant." Wonder why that is? She quipped as they passed by all the pleasantries that could only be ignored by the best of friends. Her smile wavered. I miss my waistline. You'll get it back. Kara waved her hand, dismissing the fear. Just hide all the Oreos from now until the baby is 3 months old. Bree laughed at her. Kara would know. She and Walker had their baby girl Mina a while before. And Bree found herself glad that she wasn't the first in their circle to become pregnant. The first one widowed was plenty of a badge. The waitress came by and they ordered their usual spinach dip and chips, and waited for Jess and Zoe to arrive. They talked about the trip until their friends arrived one at a time. Bree couldn't help but look at Zoe and her radiant smile. Her friends had each found someone. Bree was supposed to be the staid matriarch, even though she wasn't the oldest. How's the house hunting going? Zoe was asking Jessica as they arrived together. Everything is ridiculously expensive. Bree. Jessica leaned in and gave Bree a short but solid hug, and continued with her answer now directed to the table at large. We met with a financial advisor. Her face showed just how fun that was. I have to clean up my credit. Of course Alex's is nearly perfect. Kara laughed. Didn't see that coming, did you? I did not, Jessica conceded as she took a sip from the drink Kara and Bree had already ordered for her. Thank you for this. I need it. The food began to arrive and Bree began eating, only to look up minutes later and find her friends hadn't touched the chips, and everyone was simply staring at her. Bree looked at the table oddly. What? Kara shrugged and smiled. I'm pregnant again. Bree almost jumped up from her seat. That's amazing. Her friend just stared. I'm petrified. She sucked in a breath as the hands at the table reached out to her. I shouldn't be. We have a healthy, wonderful daughter. But maybe it will always be scary for me. Heart sinking, Bree felt tears at the edges of her eyes. Kara had been almost 6 months along when she and Walker lost their first child. Though it wasn't a baby Bree had lost, she now felt the sting in her heart. She just knew. Reaching out, she grabbed Kara's hand and held tight. I know. They sat that way for a moment before Kara took a slow breath and changed the subject. Aiming her question to Bree, she asked, Are you going to find out the sex? I think so. Marco was against it at first, but I think I talked him into it. She watched as Jessica's eyebrows raised as though pulled by strings. Marco has a say in it? She stopped herself from spitting out that he was her best friend. Kevin had held that title for years. He's always here for me. He took me to the doctor in the first place. It was a weak excuse, but it drove home that her friendship with Marco didn't fit well into words. She spread her hands out in a shrug. I'm still upright because of him. She sighed. He lost Kevin much the same way I did, and no one else did. She heard the words as they slid greased from her mouth. A picture formed in her mind of her and Marco at the beach with Kevin's ashes. Her fingers went to her throat. She had only recently put Kevin's ring on a chain that Marco had bought her in Madagascar. He'd gotten it after diving in the pool, feeling the bottom for the ring after it slid from her underweight finger. The weight of it against her chest diminished her pain. I'm not trying to shut you guys out, she looked around the table. But he understands. And he lives in the same house with me. So. Again words failed. The conversation turned to Kara after that, and Bree was grateful. Zoe talked about her new boss, a real stickler that she didn't like at all. The worst part is that Noah keeps telling me I can quit. You can, Bree pointed out. Noah certainly had enough money, though Zoe would never be okay with that. It's freedom to find the right job. But if I keep changing jobs because the boss man sucks, I'll never actually stay anywhere. I'm afraid I'll get a bad representative. Well, you can stand up for yourself, knowing that you still have food and shelter if you storm out one day or get fired. Jess joined in at that one, and Zoe was nodding along. I can push back. The conversation roiled again, and they pestered Bree for all the details of Madagascar and being on a Hollywood set. I actually signed non-disclosure agreements. Bree protested. As their lunch group broke up, they each hugged Bree before leaving. Kara, the first to arrive and the last to go, whispered in Bree's ear, "Thank you for talking me through. And you take care of yourself. You got yourself a very lucky situation in response to a very bad one." Bree smiled. "I know, I have you." Kara walked away backward, her hurry evident. "Friday night movie Zoe Noah Kara. Maybe a few more are coming." Bree nodded even as she ate the last chip and asked for the check. She walked down the mall, avoiding the swimsuit store and Cinnabon, as she searched out the directory and whatever maternity stores there might be. Chapter 10. What? No t-shirt? Bree pressed her lips together at him as she descended the stairs. She was finally dressed in regular clothes, and this was what she got. "Not unless you want to lend me one of yours. Even my biggest ones don't go around me well anymore." Marco reached out a hand to guide her down the last several steps. "You really shouldn't wear those little sandals. You can't see your feet." Bree snatched her hand back. She hoped her glare told him she wasn't having it. Marco seemed not to have noticed, but dropped the subject of his own accord. "Really, you look adorable." Her chest rose and fell in a writhing sigh, even though she hadn't intended it to. "Thank you." It had been forever since she had received a compliment on her looks. For the first time, it occurred to her that perhaps the face in the mirror lacked luster, simply because Kevin wasn't around to tell her she was beautiful. "Did you get all this yesterday?" She laughed, and a whole lot more. "For a ridiculous amount of money. Maternity clothes are expensive." He didn't comment, maybe didn't know what to say. So he offered, "I already walked duck and we should head out now if you want to hit the coffee shop." You know, she'd managed to hold off until they were halfway to the coffee shop, "You should go through Kevin's closet and see if there's anything you want. One of these days I'll find the courage to give it all to charity, so you should pick out what you want before that." He stiffened as she spoke, stifling whatever his natural reaction was to her words. "What brought that on?" She shook her head and shrugged, "Just thinking about clothes." She followed him through the double wood doors. As they stood in line discussing what new coffee drink Marco should try, a shrill voice came over her shoulder. "You shouldn't be drinking coffee in your condition." Bree seethed instantly, even though she told herself the woman was only trying to be helpful. But logic didn't stop her anger. In the 2 days she'd been back in the States, she'd become public property. 3 women had walked up and told her she was carrying a girl, they could just tell. Now this. She turned, using every ounce of willpower to not yell the words. "I'm getting a juice drink." "No, Bree." Marco stepped in between her and the long-nosed woman. Although it was unclear who he was addressing, his words were to Bree. "You don't have to explain yourself. And you," he turned, looking the woman square in the eyes as Bree's jaw dropped, "were rude to my friend. Don't presume that you know anything about her, oh my God." The woman exclaimed in a huff, and Bree tensed for a war. "You're Marco DeLucca. You did that movie about the guy who cheats on his wife." Bree's face twisted at her surprise at the woman's change of topic and causal intimate tone. But her own shock didn't obscure Marco's face as his whole countenance sagged. "Can I get your autograph?" "No." His voice was low and vicious. Bree ordered and paid for the drinks, while Marco stood, tensing every muscle to keep from slugging the woman. "How arrogant," she declared, her long red nails splayed across her chest at her hurt. Marco breathed in slowly. "No, ma'am. I would have gladly given you my autograph, but you act like I owe you something after you were blatantly rude to my friend." HMPH. The long nose turned up, and the voice was purposefully loud though not directed anywhere in particular. "She looks like a lot more than your friend."
"Your wife is ready." The nurse smiled at him, with the vague expression he'd gotten used to seeing from people. "You're familiar but I can't place you look." "Oh, she's not?" Marco shook his head, quitting the explanation even as he started it. Their now daily excursions to the coffee shop prompted comments on his impending fatherhood. No one seemed to care that he wasn't the father. His hand turned the knob to the small room, and as he spotted Bree sitting on the table with a large napkin tucked into her waistband, his apprehension grew. He hadn't been nervous until they told him to wait outside for a minute. For all his assuaging of Bree's fears, it hit him now like a Mack truck. What if something was wrong? He suddenly regretted his recent flippant remarks. The baby isn't going to have a tail, Bree. It won't have 3 arms. But her smile was genuine, clear, and full of excitement. He frowned a bit. You look happy for being in an exam room. I just can't wait to see the baby. Her words tumbled and tripped over each other. Marco looked down to where she'd grabbed his hand and saw that his knuckles were white. He smiled a small, shrewd smile to himself as the door opened up behind him, almost popping him in the back. Oh, I'm so sorry. The woman stuck her head through the doorway, looking for safe passage before opening it fully. These rooms are so small. She opened the chart in front of her and double-checked Bree's name and all the information about the pregnancy before she held her hand out. I'm Dr. Winslow. I'm an intern here and I do all the ultrasounds. As if it were possible, the light on Bree's face got brighter as her smile widened. The doctor motioned for Dad to take a seat in the corner where he could see the ultrasound screen. Even as she turned her back to make a few marks in the chart, Bree looked at him and shook her head and shrugged. All right. Winslow looked far too young to be a real doctor, but Marco decided to wait until she was finished before passing judgment. Bree obligingly lifted her shirt and without thought squeezed the hand Marco didn't realize he was still holding. The doctor added some gel, hit a switch and grabbed a small scanner. Then the odd black and white image appeared on the screen. His chest clenched at seeing Kevin's baby, but he had no idea what he was looking at. Dr. Winslow traced a curving white line on the screen with a perfect pink nail. That's the profile, looks like a cutie. Suddenly, it was clear. A rounded snub nose, the lips, a large forehead. And then it was gone. What happened? Bree answered even as she laughed low and sweet. He rolled over. Dr. Winslow nodded, then pointed again. This is the spine. And here, she moved the scanner, is the heart. Marco felt his mouth fall open as the small black blobs contracted at a rapid pace. He was mesmerized, the heart was beating. He could have watched for hours. The baby rolled again, and something about the movement brought forth a memory he didn't know he had. Of his hand on his mother's stomach, of the small movement that would turn out to be his baby brother. What? Bree's voice came to him from across a great distance, and he was amazed that she had felt the memory come to him, just from the grip of his hand. Do you want to know the sex? Dr. Wilson looked at them pointedly. Bree turned her head from where she had been transfixed to the screen to look wide-eyed at him. As if he had an answer. It's your call. Yes. Dr. Winslow spoke before anyone could change their minds, seemingly out of habit. It's a boy.
1 through 9, Marco was leaning forward, obviously uptight. Yes, it's a simple code and I get it. Texting you 9 like 911 means hop the next plane home. I know. She shook her head at him, even as her hand went automatically to her belly at the mere suggestion that something might happen. The only thing that will happen is I'm going to eat a lot of ice cream without the food police around. Okay. Okay. He gave her one last hug goodbye. I'll call when I get in. Then he turned and went out to the car, waiting to take him to the airport and then to New York. Bree closed the door on the scene just beyond her lawn. Marco had offered to stay behind. It was just a press junket. Eventually, she told him she needed to be by herself in her own home. Deep inside, a rabid curiosity was driving her. How would she fare? She might go nuts. She had never been left alone in this house for more than a few nights. Even then, Kevin would be back. This time, Marco would call before the night's end, telling her that he was safe and that the interviews were already exhausting. Unlike Kevin, he wouldn't tell her how much he missed her and loved her. She also didn't have a job to go to, just pregnant yoga. She looked around the room, half expecting the memories to creep back in, but they didn't. If anything was lurking in the corners, it stayed in the shadows. In the past, she kept the house alive by inviting Kara over for slumber parties. But now Kara had a family and a toddler, and Bree was round with her own pregnancy and couldn't drink, and would probably pass out before a movie was over. Then again, so would Kara. Jess and Zoe might be up for it, but her friends were all in relationships. It had been easier when she only needed to pick a date when Kevin was out of town. Though she considered a last hurrah slumber party, she knew she needed to be alone. So she ordered a pizza and pulled up a movie. Kara. Bree heard her own voice as if from somewhere else, and it was whiny and pleading. Why did Kara put up with her? You have to wait until my toes dry. You are a doll. Bree would have hugged her friend, but her belly was in the way, and her own toes were stuffed between with cotton balls, drying from the coat of polish Kara had graciously applied. She could already taste the mint chocolate chip ice cream waiting for her. Just the thought was savory. Her toes looked good from here, and it was probably the best view she would get of them for a while. The baby was getting nearer and nearer, and her feet were getting further and further away. She watched as Kara bent over her own toes, putting the finishing touches on her color despite her own rounding belly. Bree's mouth opened and the words tumbled out before she could stop them. Kara, what do you think of Kevin Jr.? Wow, that was a complete lack of segue. At least Kara followed along. I think you'd be nuts. Yeah? Yeah. Kara shrugged as though everyone knew that Kevin Jr. was a poor choice. Can you really run around this house calling for Kevin, just to have him never come? That's what I was thinking. It's just that Marco keeps calling him Kevin Jr., so I was wondering if my reasoning was weird. Her shoulders lifted as if in excuse. Kara capped the polish and reined in the fumes that had been parading about the room. You're putting a lot of stock in Mr. Movie Star's opinion. It isn't his baby, is it? The look that must have passed across her face prompted Kara into action. That was a rhetorical question. It's not his baby, right? No, but she did put a lot of stock in Marco's opinion. But what? The answer came, though she hadn't known there was one. He's the one who gets up in the middle of the night and gets pizza bagels. He tells me to eat fruit instead of chocolate. He walks with me and goes to my doctor appointments. Everything except rub my feet and tell me I'm still beautiful. Her heart sank a few inches in her chest, and so did her voice. Kara's arm snaked loosely around her, her head coming to rest on Bree's shoulder. You're stunning. But I don't do foot rubs. Bree laughed. Though after a moment, she thought that Kara had all of those things. Bree saw the way Walker looked at her. For her, while Kevin still whispered from the shadows, it was Marco whose presence was loudest. His dog slept in the corner, his scripts were piled neatly on the bookshelf. The guest room was clearly marked as his territory. Kevin Sean Walter was slowly seeping from the house, but his son was coming. Chapter 11. Sean maybe. Bree mulled it over while she walked, the large puppy tugging at the leash. Connor David Weston. Anything but Kevin. They all sounded too tough or too little. Her gut feeling was that this baby didn't want to be any of those. She was having a lot of gut feelings lately. Ah. Bree suddenly turned, swinging Faith around in a wide arc at the end of her leash. The small dog should have looked confused, but she must have become used to sudden direction changes as Bree needed to pee. She half dragged the poor dog back into the house, simply dropping the leash and heading for the bathroom. Her cell phone rang and she grabbed it, biting out a hello. Bree. Marco sounded as though he was far away. Hey. Can you call me back in 2 minutes? No. His voice clicked in and out. Okay, make it quick. She hopped a few times until she decided that made it worse. Everything is good? If peeing 30 times a day is considered good, then yes, things are peachy. She ground her teeth at the small talk. How goes the junket? Same as any other. Did you know that I've been having a torrid affair with Amy Lynn Harris? Her tongue suddenly jumped back in her throat, causing her to sputter just a bit. What? It's on the cover of every tabloid. I decided to spread a counter rumor that Amy Lynn is history, and my only problem is how to get rid of my pregnant girlfriend back home. He laughed again, deep in timbre and tired. You wouldn't. Some stalker chick will kill me off just to declare her love. Ooh, you're right, hadn't thought of that. She could feel the mood shift even over the line. Is everything really all right with you? Absolutely. Baby Sean rolled over and this time sat on her bladder. Gotta go. Literally. Oh, that's right. Sorry. Bye. Wait, you'll be home next week?
His shoulders ached. Tiredness crept into his bones. He turned the key in the lock, feeling it pass several clicks before the door opened. The place was dark. He had insisted Bree not meet him at the airport, but he thought she'd be here when he got back. Flicking on the light, he shrugged out of his coat. His features knit together in a tight frown as he tilted his head one way then the next, trying to read the labels on the boxes around the room. Nordstrom Graco Century. Pictures defined the boxes: a car seat, a sling, a diaper genie. The sofa was strewn with small blue and yellow things. A flutter to his right caught his eye, and instinctively his head snapped around to identify the intruder. A curled powder blue ribbon swayed with its trail of letters. Baby shower, and nearby congratulations, Bree. Streamers and shades of blue all sported "It's a boy." Still no one had come to greet him. With effort he creaked his mouth open, forcing out the sound. Bree? In return he got nothing. Just as he had feared, there was only a wild silence. Bree? But this time he had no hope of a response. A sigh escaped him, but even that was a little stressed. He would remain calm and figure out where she was. The calendar posted on the back of the kitchen door said only "Late lunch, Kara." That must have turned into a baby shower, and she must have gone out with her friends. From the looks of it, there had been plenty of them here. He checked his phone, as if that had the power to make her call. Instead, he called her and barely managed to hold his forced calm when it rang through to voicemail. He left a terse message insisting that she call him back. He texted. His heart was pushing out of his chest, his breathing shutting down. It wasn't happening again. He repeated the phrase to himself several times, only realizing on the second pass that he was speaking it out loud. He reminded himself that it wouldn't happen twice. For lack of a better idea, he called again. Hello. There was a brief pause where he didn't know what to say. Air gushed from him in relief. Then her voice came again. Marco? Yes. And in that instant, he felt his demeanor convert from worried to irritated. Where are you? I know, you must have been terribly worried. There was a sigh from her. I'm sorry. I know I would be. A small blip in the background nearly blotted out the last word. Where are you? I'm all right. Okay? Why would she tell him that? Again the small sigh. I'm at the hospital. I'm in preterm labor. And they're monitoring me. What? He fell back, letting the counter catch him and hold him up. Well, the girls threw me a surprise baby shower, and after they all left, I was feeling a little odd. When I explained to Dr. Benton, she said I should come right here, and sure enough, little bitty contractions, but nice and regular. What? They want me to lay down and see if it goes away. Are you okay? What about the baby? We're good. He's not coming today. Now that he was calm, she sounded quite flat. Can I come get you? He jangled his keys between his fingers, realizing that he had been holding them all the time, fidgeting them while he panicked. Are you up for that? You just came in from New York. Of course, I'll be right there. Whatever was keeping her emotionless gave way. Oh, thank God. I'm bored to tears. His chest started laughing without him. I'll bring you one of those juice drinks. You are an angel. See you? She hung up on him. His entire face relaxed as he grabbed his coat again and got into the Mustang. Bree must have taken the Jeep. He'd have to bring her home in it. She really didn't fit in the sports car anymore. It took too long to drive in to park to find her hallway. He wasn't sure if he saw her in the room or she spotted him first. Marco. She held her arms out and he strode in, juice out at arm's length. She grabbed the cup from him. Thank you, but I wanted a hug. Did you do something? You look like a mental patient. He waved at her exposed belly, and the straps and monitors that engulfed her. Haha, thank you. I was thinking I looked more like a beached whale. She did. I see that look, and you'll do well not to respond. She took a sip of the juice, made a face that suggested ecstasy, and changed tacks. How was the trip? The usual dull questions. Was the movie fun? Did I like my co-stars? What was it like playing a wacky artist? He rolled his eyes and quit recounting the questions, lest he explode just from hearing them again. What about you? Why are you in labor? This time, the sigh was definitively exasperated. I guess the shower was just too much excitement. Boom, labor. Her face slid downward, her expression low as she turned away. What? A baby shower is too much excitement for me. God, I'm already restricted enough. They're talking about putting me on bed rest. She tried to lean forward, up off the gurney a little, but her straps held her back, only adding to her dismay. Thanksgiving is only 3 weeks away. I want to go see my family. I don't know about that. The nurse's voice startled him, as he hadn't even heard her approach. Where are they? Las Vegas. Bree's voice sank even lower. I don't think so. The nurse mulled it over as she looked at the chart, then the long strip of wavy lines being belched forth periodically from a machine beside the bed. Bree, you hate your family. He pointed out. And what would I do for Thanksgiving? Her features scrunched up determinedly. You're coming with me. Well, just tell them you can't make it. They'll descend on our house. Ooh. He didn't comment that she'd called it our house. He also didn't say how much he liked that. She nodded. Yeah, think about having them here. With us. He did, and it wasn't pretty. Oh, you can't have guests. I'm sure it would stress you out. She actually pouted, a look he hadn't seen in a while. I want to go. I want to see Bridget's new house. He glanced up to the nurse, skimming her tag as he did, and finding that she was Allison Mason, MD. She focused her attention on Marco. Well, I'm glad you could make it. Your baby is going to be fine, but you have to keep your wife off her feet. She shouldn't be up and around too much during the day. Lots of reading, lots of TV. If you go shopping or out for any length of time, she gets a wheelchair. He nodded briefly, and the list went on. If we haven't seen you two back here before Thanksgiving, you can go. Yeah. Bree cheered, hands extended into the air. But you are driving, not flying. She was looking square at Marco again, as she gave the full list of instructions. His head was simply bobbing slowly in response. Ag. It was Bree's only comment. Dr. Mason turned her hard gaze back to Bree. You have to do this. It's still too early for that baby to be born. If he's born now, he'll likely have breathing issues, maybe deafness and learning disabilities. Every day in the womb is worth a week in the incubator. I'll tell you what's harder than bed rest, leaving the hospital without your baby. That sobered Bree up, and she stayed quiet after that. The relentless Dr. Mason continued. If you have more than 5 contractions in an hour, you call Dr. Benton. I don't care if it's the middle of the night. A sharp staccato nod followed from each of them. Sign here. She held out the doctor's chart and a pen, and you're free to go. Bree scribbled her name solemnly. None of the fanfare he had expected upon getting released. Maybe the doctor had talked some sense into her. As Bree started to get up, the doctor gently pushed her back down. I'll send a wheelchair for you. Remember, stay reclined. She turned to Marco. Do I know you from somewhere? He shook his head no. Chapter 12. Marco watched as Duck ran around the house chasing the laser light he'd bought. Bree was keeping it just a few inches ahead of the racing puppy. He felt her chuckles before he heard them. Even at her worst, Bree was wry. Under his hand, he felt something break in her, and she began to laugh a soft little giggle. I am going to straighten this place up. He stood with his announcement. With great effort, Bree rolled back over, and he saw tear tracks on her face, though the tears themselves were absent. Don't, it's not your job. The maid will come. Within the next. He looked at the wall clock. 45 minutes. No. There was a frown in her voice. Why? Because the Salzones are coming over. Remember them? She paused a moment, then he saw her nod slowly. She remembered Yasmin and Luke. They had a baby on the cusp of toddlerhood. I rented Monty Python and the Holy Grail and invited company. She propped herself up on her elbows. We're having company? She looked like a kid at Christmas, and his heart sank. She was this excited. The bed rest really was killing her. He went into the kitchen and checked their stock of drinks and snacks. They had next to nothing, with Bree eating healthy. He picked the phone out of the handset and dialed up a delivery. While he ignored the oversweet voice on the hold line, he tried to think about what Kevin would have done for his wife. He would have held her and kissed her and told her that she was beautiful and that he couldn't wait for their baby to arrive. The vast majority of that was out of the question for him, but he could be more helpful, more encouraging. A voice came on the line finally and asked, "Is this Kevin Walter?" No. He sucked in air and didn't think before he spoke. It's Marco DeLucca. Whatever. By the tone in her voice, she didn't believe him. It was L.A., surely more famous people than he had called for deliveries. What can I get you today? He ordered mint chocolate chip ice cream and foods that would be good for a pregnant woman, so she wouldn't have to watch them all scarfing down greasy chips and candy. He hung up and went back into the living room. The couch was empty. Bree? Where are you? Right here. She popped her head out of the guest bathroom, with her brush in hand, and began running it through her hair as she walked slowly back toward the couch. I'm still allowed to go to the bathroom, and I'm going to Vegas next week for Thanksgiving. She lowered herself to the couch cushions and propped her feet on the coffee table, displaying small satin slippers. I refuse to wear bunny slippers or those big fuzzy ones. He laughed at her. She'd be okay, but he would help. If Kevin had known he was going to die, he would have told Marco and Bree to look out for each other.
Bree's hand shot out to grab the phone. She was in week 2 of couch confinement. She deserved to get to talk on the phone. Hello. Hello, may I please speak to Mr. Kevin Walter? Her breath caught for just a moment, but she went on, watching Marco's eyes focus on her as she spoke. This is his wife. May I help you? The voice became overly cheery. Yes, ma'am. Your husband has been a regular donor to the Childhood Leukemia Foundation for the past 13 years. Bree listened to the girl's voice as she said, "Thank you," repeatedly, while gearing up to ask if she and her husband might find it in their hearts to be as generous again. Of course. What's the best way to make a donation? Marco frowned at her as she asked about Kevin's previous donations and matched it. The girl gushed again about their generosity. After a moment, she remembered her training. Will you be making this donation in the name of Anthony DeLucca again? Yes. As well as Kevin Walter. Excuse me? She swallowed a breath, steeling herself as always. He passed away this year. Oh my God. The girl gulped. Bree's mouth twisted into a wry half-smile. There was nothing for that on her prepared answer list, was there? The girl prattled a moment about how she was so sorry, and then she prepared to hang up, donation in hand. Thank you again, Mrs. Walter. It's quite all right, we're glad to help. She turned the phone off and met Marco's curious eyes. Well, at least you don't look so bored. Who was on the phone? Bree sighed. Interesting girl, wanted money. And you just gave it to her? Yeah, maybe you can help me out. She tipped her head to the side, thinking how the pieces seemed to fit, and it wasn't what she had imagined. I knew Kevin donated to the Childhood Leukemia Foundation. She watched as Marco's eyebrows raised. I didn't know he'd been doing it for 13 years straight. What is that? Since his first job? Marco appeared to calculate for a moment, then nodded. Must be. Did you know that he was making the donations in the name of Anthony DeLucca? Marco's entire face went slack. His voice was barely audible. He what? Bree held her tongue. She knew he heard her, and it would take a minute to sink in. A moment later, Marco focused on the wall behind her. I guess I did tell him that once. She'd never heard the whole story before. The change in Marco was always evident when his brother was brought up. She'd only heard his name a few times over the years. Bree looked back to Marco. Nothing discernible had changed, except everything had. He sat lower in the chair and somehow his eyes changed color. She didn't ask if that was how Anthony had died. How old was he? 6. Only his mouth moved. How old were you? 11. She sat quietly, her mind churning, imagining the loss of a sibling at such a young age, and worse, a long drawn-out death. I've never seen a picture of him. It was more a statement to herself, but Marco moved finally, reaching into his back pants pocket. He pulled out a small, laminated black and white photo of 2 boys, obviously brothers. They looked like different aged versions of the same boy. Dark hair and eyes, the same wide smile and apple cheeks. Handing the worn slip back to him, Bree changed tacks. What about your parents? He waved his hand in front of his face, as though absently shooing a fly. I was 16. He shrugged, then answered her next question before she could ask it. Car accident. Oh my God. Mere mention of Anthony practically brought him to a standstill. Yet the accident that claimed both his parents' lives was simply shrugged away. Why don't their deaths bother you? They do, just not the car accident. He continued, they pretty much quit living after Anthony died. They just refused to go on. I don't even know why they did. He gave her a small tight smile that belied that it wasn't as over and done with as he would like the world to believe. Marco. It was long and drawn out and full of sympathy. She examined the buttons down her shirt and mused almost to herself. I can't even imagine losing your whole family like that. She looked up to find him nodding slightly. As bad as it was to lose a brother, I don't think I realized at the time how hard it must have been to bury your child. Bree's breath did a sharp intake, and her hand went instinctively to her belly. I sometimes wonder why it was Kevin, and not me. You know, what was the reason that he died and I'm still here? Marco nodded slowly. I don't think there is one, unless you make one. Like find some way to soothe yourself? No. The shake of his head was small. I mean like the mother who lost her daughter and found it mad. She made a reason out of being the one still alive. Oh. Bree looked down to see the notes for Leukemia Foundation still in her fingers. Maybe there's a reason here for Anthony. I know you donate to them, but I thought maybe you could give more. I give them a lot of money, Bree. I was thinking about a celebrity endorsement. She watched as he struggled to appear fully awake. Me? I'm not a real celebrity. She smiled. I suspect after Burning Jungle comes out you'll be the flavor of the month. God help me. She laughed at him, and thought Thanksgiving with her family was only a week away. Chapter 13. Bree raised both her arms over her head, leaning first right then left. The stretch felt so good. Her fingers toyed with the chain at her neck, now with all 3 rings on it. She'd added her engagement ring and wedding band to clink next to Kevin's. Her left hand felt empty, and she was having momentary panic attacks each time she noticed they were gone. Luckily, Marco interrupted her thought. Okay, enough on your feet. He made shooing motions. Yes. She refrained from calling him mother and starting a fight. She turned to look at the man who had gently taken care of her these past weeks. Whatever his birth family had been like, he'd called the Walters family for most of his life. She sighed, suddenly feeling as if she'd dragged him into the lion den. She trudged up the front walk even as her mother came out, arms extended. Bree. Before she hugged her daughter, Mrs. Taylor put her hands to her face. Look how big you are. Bree forced a smile. Leave it to her mom to be sure she was insulted, even before she got in the door. Her mother smiled at Marco as though he were the baggage boy, and then turned to look back at the house Bree's sister had just purchased. Isn't it just a terrible color? Bree revised her thoughts. Leave it to a tailor to insult everybody, before you even got to the door. But she pushed the thought away, and once inside, everyone came to hug her. Brian came up and hugged her tightly before whispering. You look great. I missed you. Her younger brother was apparently in the middle of some GQ phase, which at least beat the hell out of his grunge phase. The baby of the family had gotten some quality respect for others' feelings, genes that much of the remainder of the Taylors were missing by Bree's notes. She hugged him back. Her father managed his own hug greeting through her mother's constant positioning. Isn't she huge, Al? Look at her, you'd think she was having triplets. How much are you eating? Al placed his arm between his wife and pregnant daughter. Ignore her. You look great. He then turned a face to his wife. Margaret, the girl is carrying your first grandchild. Be nice. Her mother huffed and turned away. Her dad then nodded toward Marco, who was waiting by the door with their overnight bags. Who's the foreign guy? Dad. What? He truly didn't understand. Bree sighed again. That's Marco. You know him, he's my best friend. You've got a man for a best friend? And right after your husband died? Dad. Marco has been both Kevin's and my best friend for years. Just then Bridget emerged from the kitchen. Her makeup was a little bright, and her smile a little strained. But she came right over to hug her sister. Bree buried her nose in her big sister's shoulder. Whatever they might have fought over in the past, Bridget understood the family dynamic. Abruptly she released her sister from the hug and Bridget gave another small strained smile as she held her hand out. Marco? Right? I believe we've met before. Suddenly it all snapped into place for Bree. Why Bridget hadn't emerged from the kitchen sooner, the gorgeous pale chestnut curls springing about her sister's overly made-up face. Marco politely responded, either unaware of her sister's move or just acting like it. Bree barely refrained from asking when Bridget had dyed her hair, wasn't it usually more mousy? But that sounded too much like her mother. Bridget took Marco by the elbow. You can put those bags in my room for now. Bree heard a few murmurs about how Bridget was planning to restore the house, the work it needed was only cosmetic. And didn't he find it charming? The first lion was having a turn at the lamb. Bree settled herself onto the old couch next to her father, as her mother went for another gambit. He's a very handsome man, Brianna. Are you sure you're ready for this? Mom, he was just as handsome when I met Kevin. Her mother's shock was palpable. Are you saying that this has been going on since? Her hand fluttered to her chest. Bree frowned, exasperated. He was just as handsome when I met him years ago. Mother, we are friends. I don't appreciate your implying I cheated on my husband. Her hands nodded to fists at her sides, until Marco appeared again at the entry to the hall, Bridget hovering behind him, and his lips barely suppressing a smile. How long had they been here? This was a bad idea. Marco's voice was calm. Are you hungry, Bree? We haven't eaten in a while. Actually, I am. He had lied. It had been all of an hour and a half. She started to remove her feet, one by one, from the pillow she had propped on the coffee table. He shook his finger at her. Stay there. I'll get it. Bridget smiled as though she was being helpful. I'll show you where everything is. Later that night they ordered out Chinese for dinner, and her mother complained that Bree was picking at her food, and then in the next breath managed to get in how large Bree was. Yeah, but at least I only have one ass, Mom, she thought before she squished the idea, not wanting to be like them. Marco helped clear the table, and acted like the most upright member of the family. He even suffered through helping Bridget with the prep, by reading the list of foods off while Bridget stuck her head in the fridge and tried to show off her ass. They all suffered through her father insisting that Hill Street Blues reruns were superior to anything currently on television. Marco finally declared himself tired, and produced a very convincing yawn. Oh, Bridget hopped up looking a bit worried. I have 3 bedrooms. So I was thinking me and mine, Bree in one and Mom and Dad in the third. I have a cot and there's the couch. You and Brian can fight over those. Bree pushed her hand into the cushion beside her. It had been her parents'. No one should have to sleep on this couch. I've slept on it before and it was terrible then, and that was years ago. Bree munched a celery stick, and stole a spoonful of mashed potatoes from the bowl that Bridget was pounding her frustrations into. I can't believe you, Bree. Sleeping with your ex, with Mom and Dad here. For God's sake, Bridge, he's hardly my ex. We went out once. Years ago. And now I'm 7 months pregnant and somehow you all think I'm seducing my best friend, right after my husband died. She pushed her shoulders down, working very hard to not become tense. I don't know what you're doing, but I think it's horrible that you would do that with Mom so upset. Mom can get over it. I just don't see why Marco should sleep on that horrible couch because Mom has antiquated ideas. Jesus, less than 24 hours and they were already at each other's throats. Bridget worked her fury into mashed potatoes. She's your mother, you should respect what she thinks. That's complete crap from you of all people. Bree continued chopping the ends off the asparagus shoots, carefully watching that her irritation not express itself against the food or her fingers. You want to know what I think? She didn't wait for an answer. I think you're just upset that he wasn't in your bed last night. Bridget looked up with narrowed eyes that let Bree know that she'd hit the nail on the head. Instantly, she felt terrible. Her family always brought this out in her. Morning, ladies. Marco's smile was falsely easygoing, and she thought he'd do well to change his expression before he wore that one out. Her sister smiled sweetly at Marco, then turned to her. Bree, honey, can you get the turkey out of the fridge for me? Bree sighed and pushed herself up from the seat to head for the fridge, only to be thwarted by Marco. Go into the living room and sit down. You shouldn't be lifting anything. Something about his expression told Bree that he was angry, but she had no idea what she might have done. Not wanting to find out, she simply nodded and went to make herself comfortable on the couch. Marco didn't follow her. But then she heard his voice from around the corner. The hell are you trying to do? She's 7 months pregnant. And she risked her health to come here for Thanksgiving. All you've done is give her crap. Well, her sister's voice was meek and Marco seemed not to give a crap. He just rolled right over her. Were you trying to kill your nephew? She's supposed to have no stress. No stress. You may disagree about the sleeping arrangements, but you can take that up with her later. Right now you will keep your mouth shut. Excuse me. Bridget bounced back. She was a tailor who had been called on her cattiness, and that got her hackles up. You are in my house trying to seduce my pregnant widowed sister, so I'd like to know where you get off. I'll tell you where I get off. He yelled back. Your sister's my best friend. She's family to me. And not this crap that you seem to think passes for family either. I am the only one who has been there, on a regular basis since her husband died. He was my best friend, and I will not have any of you insinuating that I am violating that in any way with his wife. You haven't even bothered to offer to stay with her, not when he died, not when she found out she was pregnant, and not when she got put on bed rest. Don't think I didn't see that little smirk you tried to hide at his funeral. You almost gloated that your sister had lost something. I saw how you were at their wedding too. Bree always wondered why you looked so upset in a couple of the pictures. I never told her that it was because you were bitter and jealous that your younger sister was prettier than you, and got married first. Bridget's outraged voice trailed off into nothing. Bree hadn't moved a muscle since the tirade had started. Marco's voice came again, but this time it was calm with no trace of malice. It's too bad too. If you weren't such a sour bitch, you might have given her a run for her money. He emerged through the doorway to the kitchen, realizing as he saw Bree's face that she had heard every word. He tipped his head to the side, silently telling Bree her parents were standing in the hallway. They too appeared to have heard a lot. Marco smiled, the first genuine smile she had seen since they arrived. Bree, I think we should go for a short walk around the block. Then you can come back to the couch and wait for dinner to be served.
Marco sighed, just a small one, not one of these grand I hope you hear me sighing things Bree's sister and mother always did. He had just ruined Thanksgiving, and probably her relationship with her family. I'm sorry. They were keeping a slow pace as they rounded the first corner. He kept telling himself that it was a walk to get Bree's circulation going, and not a run to work off his own lingering steam. I really am sorry. This time she stopped and let out a wicked peal of laughter. I'm not. I couldn't answer you the first time, because we were still in earshot of the house. Oh my God. She clutched her belly. Bree? His hands grabbed for her arms, righting her. He looked her square in the eyes. Are you okay? She opened her eyes wide, then wiped the tears away. I was just laughing so hard. I'm fine. She sniffed and started all over again. After a moment, she sat on one of the neighbor's front steps until it passed. God, even Kevin never stood up to any of them like that. His shoulders and chest unfurled from their coils. It would be all right. She could have been supremely mad, which would have made him the worst offender in the don't stress Bree out game. Of course he didn't. Kevin was trying to impress them. I'm just here to look out for you. And eat turkey served up with extreme tension, or maybe arsenic. He held out his hand and felt her cold fingers clasp over his as she hauled herself to her feet. They continued their little walk. They won't do that. If we both act like nothing happened, they will too. Except I bet that they'll be a lot nicer. He smiled again. I didn't thank you properly for keeping me from sleeping on that couch. I swear there was a spring trying to get up my butt the whole time your father was arguing the merits of out-of-date television. Chapter 14. What's the attire? Marco listened to the whole explanation of why he should wear a tux, when simply the words, wear a tux, would have sufficed. He nodded a few more times at no one, glad Sherry couldn't see his hand motioning for her to wrap up. Sherry was an agent in the worst of ways. She had practically crowed with joy to find out that Anthony had died of leukemia at a young age. She'd covered it with a few "I'm so sorries." The next day, the Childhood Leukemia Foundation was begging him to be the new celebrity spokesperson. Sherry was so proud of herself. What a shark! At least she'd been down Marco's throat less since he'd hooked her up with Noah Preston. Two birds, one stone, he thought. He looked over to where Bree was reading on the couch and broached a new topic, one he'd been holding back. I've been thinking. I thought I smelled something burning. She quipped but didn't even look up. This is serious. Put down your trash novel. She dropped the book unceremoniously to the floor. Good, Penelope and Pablo were boring me. At least I'm still useful at making decisions. What do you need? I have to go back to my apartment and get my tux. She narrowed her gaze, but simply waited for him to continue. She knew him well enough to know he spoke slowly sometimes when the words weren't scripted out for him. I've been there 3 times in the past 7 months. They still weren't up to using the phrase, since Kevin died. The lease is up this month, and I'm not going to renew. I'm wondering if I should find a new place, or... The pause between them hung in the air. Bree filled in, you're wondering if you should just live here. He nodded, watching as her gaze turned soft. Her breath was slow and deep, indicating that she didn't have the yes that would have been the easiest answer. Well, I've been thinking about that. A lot. She pulled her gaze up and met him square. I'll tell you what I think, and you tell me what you think. No worrying about hurt feelings or anything. Okay? He nodded, wondering. I've outstayed my welcome? No. You've been an angel. But quickly she refocused. I think children should have 2 parents who are married and love each other. Her narrowed eyes warned him to hear her out before speaking. I think the worst thing is for people to come and go from a young child's life. And I'm about to have a child. Kevin's only child. She stopped, fighting to control the tension he saw in her. She was trying not to cry. It must be killing her to be this close and not have Kevin here. The point is, you're welcome to stay. But Marco, you're my best friend. You're not just a roommate who comes and goes and sometimes uses the kitchen. We eat breakfast together, and you're taking such good care of me. And one of these days you'll get married and maybe move away. If you live here, this child is going to get attached to you. And I don't want you leaving him. He'll be devastated. You're kicking me out. It made sense, everything she had said. No. She was waving her hands, trying to get his attention. No, never that. You think I'm a fool? You love this kid. And I never had any designs on being a single mom. If you stayed here and made a bottle once in a while, or babysat, I'll pay for everything. I'm just saying, if you want to stay, just make some sort of commitment to this baby. That you won't just leave. That you'll come back and visit, so he won't feel abandoned. That you'll keep doing that as he grows up, if he needs it. She rolled back into the couch and looked away, just as he was opening his mouth. Don't answer now. Take some time and think about it. Sure. She was right, it was a big decision. Are you ready to go stroller shopping? She nodded, practically jumping off the couch. Well, if that excites you so much, you'll be pleased with tomorrow. He ushered her and her checklist out the door to the Jeep. You can be my guest for the Childhood Leukemia Foundation dinner. You can see your handiwork in action. He ushered her out to the car. But don't tell Sherry, she thinks she thought the whole thing up for publicity. Bree's shoulder slumped, and he almost didn't start the engine. I can't go. You have a hot date? He raised his eyebrows. She nodded and pointed to her belly. Lamaze class. He pulled to the end of the driveway and turned to look at her. And just how are you going to get there, young lady? You can't drive. Kara's going to be my labor coach. Nodding at her, he pulled into the coffee shop a few blocks away. Bree was practically demanding a juice slushie every time they left the house. She waited patiently while he went inside and returned with the drinks. By the way, he climbed back into the Jeep, handing her the cup. I'm staying. I already canceled out of the Caprese film. You did what? The sound of her voice echoed through the car. He didn't respond, which turned out to be a good thing. Bree would have rolled right over him. That was the best part you've ever been offered. What are you thinking? It's not the best part I've been offered. His voice was soft. Kevin and I used to talk about you. That stopped her, and she sat at full attention as he steered the SUV down the road, eyes ahead. We just entertain people. We were both always jealous that you found your calling, and that you were so useful. Huh? Her voice was low and soft the way it always was when she was gathering a piece of Kevin in her heart. In your everyday job, you save lives. Now you'll raise a child. You make a difference. If you weren't there, some people's lives would be vastly different, and not for the better. If Kevin had known, he still couldn't say it. He would have told me to look after you guys. And don't give me this crap about not owing you anything. I'm not sure I want to be as famous as I thought I did. His own voice came lower and sadder than he expected. Bree, I don't have a wife and kids. I don't have parents or any brothers and sisters. He watched as the thought of losing all her family washed over her. She was utterly transparent. I can be useful to you. I can tell him all about his dad. It was a job he'd never planned on performing without Kevin there to deny all the wild stories. The feeling was crawling out of his chest again, like a little monster, hand over hand. He shouldn't even be here. Marco. Marco. Wake up. He felt the heaviness of his breath escape him, and he rolled into a warmer section of the sheets, his body leaden and peaceful. He would not be moved. He pulled the covers over his head. He'd finish assembling the stroller and bouncy seat in the morning. Take me to the hospital. His muscles activated, springing him bolt upright in the bed. What? Bree was standing in the doorway to his room, looking very odd. I need you to drive me to the hospital, please. He squinted at her. Bree was fully dressed against the light shining from somewhere in the hall, illuminating her from the back. A duffel bag strap hung loosely in her fingers. Damn. He wasn't sure if he had spoken it out loud or not. Bree was dressed and had her bag. Oh. He came fully awake, threw the covers off, and reached for the pants he had flung over the chair by the bed, nearly tripping as he jumped up. Bree's giggles came to him. Please don't kill yourself. You'll take all the joy out of getting to see Shish, my little boy. He nodded and slowed down, or he thought he did. In a minute he stood before her, dressed, but she still laughed. What? Zip your pants? Glancing down he found her to be correct, and just as he finished she spoke again. Shoes? Sure enough, he had 2 bare feet. Crap! He dropped to his hands and knees and pulled a pair of sneakers from under the bed. He ignored socks and tied the laces only when Bree insisted. Well, let's go. With a hand at the small of her back, he tried to usher Bree out of the house. For some reason, she resisted. Holding up a small blue sheet of paper, she read in the dim light from the hall. Feed Faith. Okay. He sloshed a bowlful of dog food into and around the bowl. Water. He nodded and filled Duck's bowl, getting more than just a few drops on the front of his shirt. He turned again to face her and raised his eyebrows, wondering what she would throw at him next. You have Jessica and Alex's number to come walk her. I have no idea where it is, and Duck doesn't need to be walked now. He paused. It's the middle of the night. I'm not calling Jessica now. Maybe Bree was trying to ignore the inevitable. Maybe the list really did go on forever. I'll be in the hospital for at least 24 hours. She'll need to pee before then. When he shrugged at her, she continued. You should have their numbers in your phone. Just double-check it. I already gave them a set of keys. She glanced back at the list. Do you have change? For the vending machines? Pulling his wallet out, he jingled the coins, wondering what silly but reasonable thing was next on her list. I have my purse, ID, robe, slippers, change of clothes, some skinnier clothes, socks, a pillow, music. Bree swept her gaze across the list again. I think that's everything. She offered up a huge beaming smile, the likes of which he hadn't seen in months. It vanished abruptly as her duffel bag made a thud in contact with the floor. Her face contorted, and her hands wrapped protectively across her belly. Bree? Marco called out to her, but mentally reminded himself to stay calm. Obviously, she was in labor, and nothing was really wrong. True to form, Bree held a hand up to ward him off as she tilted her still pinched face toward him and then slowly relaxed. Yup, it's time to go. She started to pick up the duffel again, but he swung it over his shoulder before she could even protest. Oh, the car seat. I'll get it later. He had her by the hand and commandeered his way to the garage. Then helped her into the Jeep, throwing seemingly endless items into the back seat. Then he peeled out of the driveway, vowing to calm down enough to not get them killed.
Chapter 15. Bree carried her newborn son through the garage door and into the house. Behind her, Marco followed them. Swinging the door wide, she stopped cold. Kevin. The complete and utter lack of him in the room was as powerful as when she had returned from Madagascar and felt him everywhere. Even in the photos, Kevin's face seemed flat and unreal, while hers and Marco's burst with life. With her baby still tucked into one arm, she reached for one of the framed pictures on the mantel, a panoramic photo of the three of them when she and Kevin had visited Marco on set in Paris. His face didn't even look the way she remembered it. It wasn't this angular. His smile had been wider, almost as though he had been digitally replaced by someone who looked like him. That's weird. Marco's voice filled the room from behind her. His deep baritone pushed back the cold. She slid her jacket off as he spoke again. I did the exact same thing yesterday. Somehow he just looked wrong. Bree turned, her mouth open, no words coming. How? Then it was as if every molecule in her had adjusted from an insane vibration back to normal. Because Marco had loved Kevin too, and clearly he thought often about the fact that his friend wasn't here to meet his child. She turned to replace the picture before it dropped. It feels like he isn't even here at all anymore. Marco nodded absently, as though he wasn't really here right now either. I finally quit waking up thinking that it must have been some odd dream. That seemed to be the end of it. With the baby still in the crook of her arm, Bree carried him around the house, speaking in a soft voice. This is your kitchen. When you're bigger, you can bang pots and pans in here, and when you get even older, you can make cookies. This is your puppy, Faith. She's been waiting for you for a while. Bree headed upstairs and continued talking softly. This is your room. She swung the door wide and surveyed it, then yelled in full voice. Oh my God, Marco. This is fabulous. Turning to look down the stairs to see if he had even heard her, she ran smack into his sweater, the feel and heat of him engulfing her. He smiled. "Thank you, I'm not so shabby with a brush. I hope you don't mind." Marco had hand-painted hundreds of dragonflies around the top of the wall. Caterpillars marched along the baseboard, occasionally resting against an outlet plug or munching a leaf. The baby furniture had been assembled, and the closet handles had been replaced with bug drawer pulls, as had the dresser knobs. Still nestled against him, she turned to hug Marco. She was safe here in the feeling of his arms wrapping around her and Sean, and holding them tight. It's amazing. She'd missed being held by someone who truly cared about her. She'd once had it most every night, and now almost not at all. She liked it too much. Instead of thinking about it, she changed the topic. "Where did you find this dragonfly light pull?" He stared at her. "You found it. You showed it to me and raved about it. Do you not remember?" When she shook her head, he laughed. "Oh God. I read that you were going to lose your memory." He pulled the baby from her arms and held him up to face her. "This is your son, you named him Sean." Bree inhaled sharply. Something was the matter, but she couldn't understand the language. "What?" Still she heard the sleep slurring her own voice. The answer came in a small sharp cry. As though suddenly magnetized, every cell in her body functioned perfectly. It was her baby crying. "Oh Bug, I didn't wrap you tight enough, did I?" Clearly, his response was a vehement no. She laid him down on the bed and unwrapped the blanket, even though he'd already mostly fought his way out. This elicited an even louder cry for a moment, before he was rewrapped, fed and beginning to come loose again. "Oh Bug. You're just too strong for your blankie." They needed Marco. It was 4 a.m. and she didn't want to wake him, but she wasn't going to get any sleep if this kid didn't get wrapped up tight. She tucked Sean into her arm and tiptoed down the stairs, still debating what to do. Bree turned the corner and her answer stood before her, bare arms crossed and eyes bleary. Did he come unwrapped? They had woken Marco up. He pulled the crying baby from her arms. "I was wondering when you were going to give up and come down here." He then held the little boy up to his eye level, in the dim light. "You're supposed to stay in your burrito." He laid Sean down on the couch and peeled away the blanket, then proceeded to wrap Sean tightly into the pouch made for exactly this. Sean instantly calmed, his eyes blinking, the world a happy place again. She couldn't contain it. "That's exactly what I just did." "Yeah." Marco smiled and nodded as he grabbed the bundle and headed for the kitchen, allowing Bree to trail behind him. "But you didn't do it right." She would have continued, but Marco again interrupted her thoughts. "Hot chocolate's almost ready." "You made hot chocolate? In the middle of the night?" God, Kevin probably would have just rolled over and said, "Your turn." "Yeah, I couldn't sleep and didn't know when he would calm down, so I just started heating some milk." He turned and made a face at the eyes peeping from the bundle. "I guess you can insult me if you made me hot chocolate. I'm sorry we kept you up." She winced. Maybe he should have gotten his own place. "I got nowhere, I have to be tomorrow." He poured the milk into mugs, and turned again to the baby while he let Bree stir in the cocoa powder. He chatted to her little boy, the picture of fatherhood. "Do you want to sleep on the couch with me tomorrow? We'll make Christmas plans." She pushed the thought out of her head, almost missing when he spoke to her instead. "What are the Christmas plans?" She sniffed, praying she wasn't catching cold. "Kevin's folks are coming. So they can meet Sean." Nodding, Marco picked up his mug and seemed to decide it was still too hot, before leaning against the counter. "I guess I should get a hotel room." "No." She finally came fully awake. "They're staying in a hotel, so as not to disturb any routines." She laughed. "Even if they stayed here, I would only ask you to move up to the guest room since they don't climb stairs well." She waved her hand at him, then took the first sip of the steamy chocolate. "You live here, I wouldn't kick you out for a visitor." Marco nodded, then quickly polished off his cocoa before standing, stretching and announcing that he was going back to bed. She turned to Sean, both of them fully awake. "Do you want to dance? We'll keep the music low so Uncle Marco can sleep." Chapter 16. What? No Sean? Kara seemed almost heartbroken. Nope. I am out for an adults-only lunch. Bree smiled as she slid into the booth at the back of the cafe. It was almost as though the past year hadn't happened. Then who's got him? Zoe frowned over her soda, almost as though she expected Bree to say that she just left her baby alone. Giggling at her friend's overreaction, she answered, Marco. Marco? Mr. Movie Stars changing your kids' diapers? Kara's eyebrows must have grazed her hairline, she raised them so high. What was the big deal? He lives in the house and he's Sean's uncle. He's Kevin's brother? That was Jess. And this was exactly why she hadn't brought the baby. She needed this. She needed her friends. And their banter. Well, not by blood. Bree explained the relationship between Marco and Kevin, for the millionth time this year. Marco doesn't have any family left. His parents died when he was 16, and Kevin's family pretty much adopted him. It was all that came out of her Jess's mouth. She was clearly withholding judgment. Then Kara turned to Zoe, looking excited. Was Bree the pregnant girlfriend that he was spotted with? I read that in the Inquirer a while ago. Probably. Bree quipped. Her shoulders relaxed as the other three laughed. They talked about the baby's room, about Bree maybe going back to work, any topic but Marco. Bree realized that she was bothered by the fact that she was simply bothered by everyone's misunderstanding. While Bree had grown up with loving parents and met the right man at a fairly young age, Kara had grown up poor. Her mother had struggled to put Kara through school, and Kara struggled to have enough savings to feel safe. Bree understood, but couldn't tell what it was like. Now it seemed Kara was very interested in the movie star, and in Bree's relationship with him. Zoe should have pulled back. Noah was no small potatoes in Hollywood these days, but she poked and prodded at Bree a bit too. The sandwiches arrived and the conversation thankfully changed to silly things like nail polish and lipstick colors. The weather, finally beginning to feel like Christmas time. Anything but Kara's pregnancy. She was approaching the point when the first baby had died. It was Jess who steered the topic again. With Kevin's folks coming, do you expect a tear fest? I don't know. She told herself she didn't think of it a lot. Didn't think about what Mr. and Mrs. Walter would think of her, now that she was no longer married to their son. The roles of widow and mommy were still needing some adjusting to. I think his mother might lose it a few times. And you? Kara let the server take her empty plate away. Maybe. Bree shrugged before pushing the rest of her sandwich back onto the plate. It was difficult to know when she was actually hungry these days. I don't know. I haven't had a Christmas without Kevin since I met him. She felt her face pull down, as though she were about to cry now, but Kara didn't let her. Well, as usual I have an appointment after lunch, so I'd better get going. She rubbed Bree's arm in a small show that she had seen the expression, and wasn't just ignoring it. Kara pushed herself up, reminding Bree of being very pregnant herself just a short while ago. Checking her watch, Bree told Jessica and Zoe that she had to head out too, and hugged each of them before she left. She prayed for the lights to be green on the way home. When she threw open the door, Marco was sitting on the couch, facing away. He'd looked back over his shoulder at her entry. She started to say something but realized he was on the phone. He smiled an odd smile at her. Yes, Mom, we're looking forward to seeing you. Aren't we, little buddy? Bree circled the couch and spotted a wide-eyed Sean sitting on Marco's leg, propped by a firm arm around his back. In this way, it was entirely better to be the new Bree. Every cell responded to Sean's toothless little smile. Even if it was just gas. In a soft voice, she spoke to him. Is Uncle Marco helping you hold your head up? She glanced at the clock, expecting her friend to jump up and leave. Marco continued speaking into the phone. Aha. Aha. Mom, he motioned to Bree to take Sean, which she gladly did. I've been living here all along. You knew that. Yes. He paused. No. He paused again. Of course, he keeps me away from work. You've seen the pictures. He's even cuter in person. Okay, here she is. He shook his head as though he couldn't make heads or tails of Mom Walter. Then he handed the phone to Bree and took Sean back. Hi, Mom. Finally, she would be able to hear both sides of the conversation. We can't wait to see you. Jessica had been right. Mom Walter was on the verge of tears just mentioning Christmas. And why shouldn't she be? It would be the first Christmas in 30 years she hadn't seen her son. Bree's eyes were instantly drawn to Sean. The tightness in her chest at simply imagining the loss of her child must be only a fraction of what Mom Walter felt. The older woman prattled on for a little bit, getting updates on the weather and what to pack, before excusing herself. I should go and let you have your afternoon. We are so excited about seeing Sean. Bree heard the deep intake of breath. It makes this all bearable. Her own voice was softer than intended. Yes, Mom, it does. With that they said their goodbyes, and Bree was told to give hugs to both Marco and that cute little baby for them. She turned the phone off and handed it back to Marco. Mom said to give you a hug from her. Yeah, I have one for you too. She hugged him, feeling as though the moment were somehow weighted. Marco was what she needed, and something about that nagged at the back of her brain.
Marco packed his duffel bag almost to bursting, although he wasn't sure why. It was a 5-day trip, and he would be in wardrobe during the days. But he packed clothes in case he thought of bar hopping in backwoods Kansas. What if he? It didn't matter what he needed to do. He could do it in his PJs. He was simply too tired to unpack the crap he had shoved in. Marco. Bree's voice floated around the corner to him. I know. He flung the leather duffel strap over his shoulder. Bree insisted she and Sean drive him to the airport. For the life of him he couldn't figure out what was wrong with that. He only knew that something was. Unable to come up with a good argument, he threw his bag in the back seat and climbed in the front. That was when it hit him. Hold on. He climbed back out of the car, even as Bree was starting the engine, and went around to the back seat opposite Sean. Opening the door, he tossed the duffel over to the front seat, followed by the diaper bag. Then he climbed in the back. You don't mind, do you, Bree? Nope. She laughed. Sean was bundled so thoroughly that his alert little blue eyes were the only sign of life. Hi, buddy, don't grow too much while I'm gone. At LAX they said goodbye, and Marco felt uncomfortable as people stared. As he held Sean up, he realized why they were looking. Because it was LA, and everybody was everybody else's business, literally. Being an A-lister attracted some attention naturally. Saying goodbye at the airport to a beautiful young blonde woman and kissing a tiny baby on the nose was going to stir up some dirt. He handed Sean back and leaned over to hug Bree, whispering in her ear. Take care. I'm going to go, and you guys should get back in the car before someone starts getting video. She looked surprised as he stepped away, and she scanned the walkway before smiling at him briefly, then turning to put Sean back into the car. Marco too turned and walked off. Each step doubling the dread that tightened, vice-like around him. It was all he could do to keep from turning and running back. His job was not as important as the people he loved. Then again, he couldn't live afraid. He reasoned his way to the gate, thinking back about how long it had taken him to get over the fear after Anthony's death, but he didn't remember this gripping terror then. He was shown into first class and handed a scotch before he had a chance to think again. Bree asked how he handled Kevin's death so well. In truth, he hadn't. He'd been so scared that Bree was going to follow that when she didn't, he had been. Elated was really the only word. When his younger brother had died, his whole world had fallen apart brick by brick. Marco had been so petrified of it happening again with Bree that he hadn't stopped to think. Now he was thinking, and he didn't like it. He ordered another scotch, as the first one had miraculously disappeared. Damn, he would have to stop after one more. He couldn't get drunk on the plane without it turning up somewhere. He told himself Bree and Sean would still be there when he got back. He kept repeating it, finding that it was like breathing. It was fine if you didn't think about it, but once you started, you couldn't just let it slide back into the background. They would be there when he got back. They would be there. They would be at baggage claim. He had lost more people than the average 35-year-old male. He had a right to be this cracked, didn't he? Somehow the second scotch was gone. Marco raised his finger to the attendant passing by, just as the plane lurched and began its way to the runway.
Chapter 17. Marco. Bree wasn't sure how she choked it out. He was hugging her too tight. We missed you too. My God. He held the little boy up. You're a whole different child. She lifted the heavy duffel bag from his shoulder and plopped it into the stroller, as Marco, unnoticing, tucked Sean into the crook of his arm. She smiled. No wonder the Inquirer is after you. You look like a dad. She trailed him out the door and into the Jeep, with Marco sliding into the back again, checking that Sean was securely buckled before either of them spoke. I have to go back in a month, you know. I remember. He talked about this role for weeks. It was offered at the last minute, after another actor backed out. And yet Marco was rather quiet, when she had expected him to be busting at the seams. Finally, he offered up some information. It was very bizarre. This time we were filming some of the war sequences, and where he leaves his wife. He stopped again, then started just when she was sure that that was all he would say. It was actually quite brutal. I'm going to have to figure out how to act without getting caught up in it. It was easy when I was on the soap, you can't really get caught up in that crap. But this was tough. Then he did clam up, but Bree didn't press him for more details. Something had happened. If it had been a year earlier, she would have pestered him about a woman. Well, she and Kevin would have. But something told her that wasn't it this time. Her thoughts wandered to the approaching 1-year anniversary of Kevin's death. Her breath escaped her. When he died, she couldn't imagine life without him, and yet it had assaulted her as such every day. Now she couldn't imagine this life with him in it.
They stood with the sand threatening to engulf their feet, yet eroding away with each wave. Marco felt the chill of the water each time it passed over, leaching any semblance of heat, yet neither of them moved. Like statues, they gazed out over the water as the tide rolled in, piece by piece. As though each wave was Kevin's essence, and a little of him seeped in with the cold. The past year had been odd to say the least. He shifted the tiny person in his arms, even as Sean protested the light wind across his face. Taking stock, Marco realized that he had survived his worst fears. He had lost the person closest to him, and he was still standing. He'd also taken the final step to realizing his dreams as an actor. He had an invitation to the Academy Awards. He was offered a choice of screenplays and directors, and could say he'd achieved rock-solid financial success. He took a moment to be grateful for the chance to buy Kevin that car while he was still alive. Of course, the year was peppered with other oddities. Sean, for one. That Bree had named the baby Sean Anthony for his little brother. That was a shock. Still, it was no surprise Kevin had once mentioned the name to her, and she hadn't realized until this past year where it had come from. What did surprise him was how little he now cared about his dream of fame anymore. He never considered himself one to lose sight of his priorities, and yet he must have. His course had entirely changed. He became a permanent resident of the household the instant he had discovered their loss. In that awful light, everything else meant so little. He was grateful to have all of it, to not need the work, not worry about food, but his goal was hardly the beacon it had once been. And in a swooping feat of irony, his sudden desire to stay home had sparked a sudden need for him in the industry he had once tried so hard to impress. He had been unable to turn down the part of a divorcing soldier leaving for a Middle Eastern war zone, but was shocked by how the part had shaken him. He'd considered going back to all his old haunts, the clubs, the house with the pool, bars, but nothing appealed to his new life. A small smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. Kevin would have teased him mercilessly. A stifled sniff from beside him pulled his attention, as Bree pulled Sean from his arms and held the baby so close he probably couldn't breathe. She turned away and traipsed back to the car, the soft roar of the waves not masking her sobs. Marco simply watched for a moment, as she climbed into the front seat and reached for a bottle. Her shoulders gave way with tiny movements as she watched Sean in her arms. Most likely she saw Kevin in him. Mom Walter had brought Kevin's baby pictures at Christmas, and even Dad Walter had been near to sobbing. They could have been aged photos of Sean. At least they handled it right. The Walters had leaned on each other and on their friends, as though the leaning towers might support each other. They had managed to keep from imploding. Bree looked up through red eyes as he approached the Jeep, and silently she opened the door and strapped a sleeping Sean into his seat before climbing back in and buckling her own seatbelt. Marco backed the Jeep up and merged onto the Pacific Coast Highway. He was a few exits down the road when Bree finally spoke. "I miss him. I can't even imagine him here, but I miss him so much." "Me too." He reached across and grabbed her hand in his own, as though he might comfort her, and he found instead that the motion grounded him and kept his thoughts here on Earth as he wound his way from one freeway to the next, finally pulling up the winding road at one of the local state parks. The gravel parking lot was almost deserted, as it was midweek, and he listened to the Jeep crunching its way into a spot. Bree gathered herself, no longer looking like she had bawled the whole way here. Quietly, they began going about business. Bree pulled tight the laces of nice new hiking boots that they had purchased yesterday. Marco checked gear, no longer concerned that this was part of Bree's mad plan to go. She'd been nearly consumed with being either asleep or on the go since being freed from her convalescence after Sean's birth. She claimed that it was due to having been so constrained for so long. She set up the backpack carrier for Sean and carefully slid the little boy in as his little eyes popped open to his new surroundings. He gave a tiny squeak which Bree answered with, "Would you like your binky, sir? Today we are serving a fine navy, silicone variety." She draped it over her arm before popping the pacifier into his mouth and hooking the Velcro strap to the carrier. Sean sucked contentedly, and Bree reached into the Jeep to pull out a second small backpack, which she handed to Marco. Just then, he saw her straighten and wave at the sedan pulling up next to them. It must be her friend. Kara was certainly beautiful, but married. And really pregnant, he saw, as she emerged slowly from the car. Kara rummaged in her trunk. "I'm sorry I'm late." "Oh, no problem. It's a good thing, we had a lot of setup with Sean." Bree smiled a genuine smile and hugged her friend. The whole idea was a good thing, he thought. They had paid homage to the day, and now they would get on with an activity that would keep them from dwelling. He didn't even understand the chatter that was garbled from behind the trunk. Turning to Sean, he simply shrugged. Bree appeared and lifted Sean's pack and pushed his little hands away from pulling her hair. Kara was chatting about a show Walker was doing. Marco took point position, leading the way, though with a baby and a very pregnant woman, calling it a hike was pushing things.
Bree handed Sean a rattle which he shook with vigor, and just as she looked up, Kara appeared. "Ooh, you brought him." She leaned over the baby, all but ignoring her friend. Bree figured she'd best get used to the fact that she was no longer the cutest. With that little smile that he flashed with reckless abandon, Sean was quite a flirt. Finally, she looked up at Bree. "Nice skirt. You lost it all, didn't you?" Bree stood and showed off the new mini. "Yup, now I just need to get some muscle tone. I'm hitting the beach in my bikini this summer. You gonna join me?" Of course. Kara had goals. Her own baby would be born any day. Having passed the point where her little girl would survive if she was born, Kara's whole demeanor had changed. They were halfway through their sandwiches and Sean was trying desperately to hang on to a bottle designed just for little hands, when Kara's head popped up. "Hey, why isn't the little guy with Marco? He's filming the last segment of that war movie. This is the third time he's gone out to Kansas for it." Bree shook her head. For the life of her, she couldn't figure out what kind of war film they were shooting in nowhere, Kansas. She looked at Kara over the top of her sandwich, and she had to say that she didn't like what she saw. It was that, "I'm having trouble saying something" face. She didn't bite the sandwich. "Spit it out." Well, Kara looked utterly relieved and she dug in her purse. "I snapped some photos when we went out hiking." "Yeah, I remember." Bree waited. Kara held a few photos close, like a winning hand of poker. "I thought you might want these." She held them out, her thumb firmly planted in the middle of the top picture, obscuring the image. Cautiously, Bree took them from her, wondering what would make Kara think to print them out. They were just photos of Marco with Sean in the carrier on his back, and a few with her in the shot too. She thumbed through them again, but found nothing incriminating. "Thank you." Bree looked up to find that odd expression still plastered across Kara's face, even as the pictures were grabbed from her hand. Kara sorted through them quickly and held up one of Marco mid-step. He was looking off to the side, then a second photo. Bree was in this one. Kara lowered her voice accusingly. "You're sleeping with him?" "What?" Bree's voice was not low and nearly startled Sean to tears. "Look at the way he's looking at you." Her mouth fell open. Where had this come from? "Kara? There's no one else in this picture. He might have been looking at a leaf. I swear, if I was sleeping with anybody, you'd be the first to know." Kara shook a second photo at her. "Look at his hand on your back. He's carrying your baby, for God's sakes. That looks like two people who know each other intimately." Bree laughed. "I know Marco very well, but not like that." Kara shook her head, scrutinizing Bree's face for a lie. "This says intimate." She pushed the pile of 4x6s across the tabletop. "Keep them." "Are you sure?" "Believe me," Bree answered, even as she scanned the photos for any sign of what Kara saw. "I think I would know if I was sleeping with him." Her friend leaned closer, head tilting to the side a touch. "Do you want to be?" Chapter 18. Bree took a deep breath and grabbed the covers on her bed. She yanked at them, tossing the comforter to one side in a heap. She tugged each of the pillowcases free, then stripped the mattress bare, before gathering all the fabric into her arms. She marched out to the garage and stuffed the sheets into the trash, before rolling the whole thing to the curb for pickup. She traipsed back into the house, replacing the old green sheets with fresh blue ones and adding a new duvet. It wasn't a huge change, but it made a statement to her. She was no longer waiting for Kevin. He wasn't coming home, and she wasn't going to stay frozen by what had happened to her. Sean wouldn't, and he deserved a mother who was with him in the present. Bree sighed. Her next job was harder. She examined each item on Kevin's dresser. Though dusted, it was otherwise untouched. She left the photos in the small silver tray, but the pens and keys she scooped into the trash. The watch she threw onto the bed to save for Sean. Next, she pulled out his clothes, making piles on her new bedspread. In the sock drawer, she found a small neon green post-it note that said, "Greg, I thought that's what the duck said." With a deep breath, she curbed the tears that threatened and turned again to the task at hand. She opened his side of the closet and stared at her husband's neat life. She chose a few shirts Marco liked. All the pants went into the boxes. A few things she kept aside for Sean. She would tuck them in the back corners of his closet for later.
Marco bounced as he talked on the phone. It was still morning, and he had Sean strapped to the front of him in one of those snuggly things. Sean faced out and rarely made noise, but still Marco bounced. Thankfully, Bree was asleep, so as not to witness this. Sean grabbed his finger and squeezed as though he understood Sherry, saying, "I don't know. Sherry, you're a shark. You can do it, that's why you're still my agent. I can get you a bigger trailer, but I don't know about this separate room thing." Marco nodded to the phone. "Do what you can." "Can I be honest?" Why, she asked each time Marco was still unsure. Sherry was rude, abrupt, and egotistical, and that was when she was in a good mood. "Go ahead." Marco pulled the phone away so the sigh he couldn't suppress wouldn't be heard. He earned his money for putting up with this bull. "Why do you want this child with you? You need your sleep. A kid's just gonna cry and cause all sorts of trouble." Marco sighed again, but this time let the phone pick up every nuance. "That, Sherry, tells me that you have no appreciation or even comprehension of the truly finer things in life." Sherry sighed too now, but hers was the sigh of the righteous. "You know, I was told by PR that you desperately need to show up to this next premiere with a new hot young thing on your arm. Preferably someone known. You're not a sure thing, you know. And you live off my deals. Get me the trailer, Sherry." He paused just long enough to keep from chucking the phone into the wall. Instead, he calmly hung up before declaring his feelings to the heavens, the baby still dangling from his chest. That woman is an egotistical bye. He paused and dialed it back. She's a butt monkey of the largest proportions. Marco rolled his eyes. Not being able to actually swear sucked. Marco. Somehow the sleepy voice was still chiding as Bree shuffled her way down the stairs. What? I didn't use any dirty words. She laughed, the sound of her own voice appearing to wake her. His eyes followed as her fingers worked the top button closed on her pajamas. I just wonder what I'll say when his preschool teacher calls and asks why he's calling the other kids butt monkeys. Marco laughed too. She had a point, but he wanted to be there when a 3 or 4-year-old Sean stomped his feet and yelled butt monkey with all the conviction a few years could bring. Changing the subject, he could only hope his colorful swearing might not get curtailed too badly. I left you the last cup of coffee. Woo-hoo. Hey, you get sleep or fresh coffee, never both. She positively glowed from the extra sleep, even as his body was beginning to ask if it was nap time yet. He had been up with Sean since 5. I'll take old coffee every day then. Not on your life. She used the mug to warm her hands, even though the air was already feeling muggy again. The day was shaping up to be one of those beautiful, out-of-season warm days that people moved to Southern California for. Bree began rambling about what Sean should wear since he was getting his picture made. Marco found himself swept up in the conversation. This life was not as exciting as his old one in many ways, and yet it had the 5 years before it beat hands down. He was coming to the conclusion that he liked family life. He had gotten up, made coffee, and let Bree sleep in. There was a baby to tend, and a trailer to upgrade so they could come along on his next set. Maybe it was time he reconsidered things. He was ready to be a husband. Look how well he was doing already. And think how great it would be if he was also getting laid.
Car's questions clung like saran wrap. It was constant cloying, and just when Bree thought she'd forgotten them, she found herself tangled again. After a few weeks of fussing, she came to the firm decision that she didn't want to be sleeping with Marco. Because she didn't want sex to screw up the cozy little family they had built. She slept easier, telling herself she didn't have to think about all the ideas Car's questions brought up. Like the fact that the standard year of mourning had passed, and maybe she should date. It was decidedly unromantic to think such things, but the romantic solution was to mourn her husband forever, and Bree wasn't going to do that. She wouldn't leave Sean to the fate Marco had suffered, living with a grieving family for years. Though right now, leaning over the pastry display in the coffee shop, Marco appeared none the worse for wear. He looked up at her and flashed that winning smile. Bree almost dropped Sean at her next thought. What if what Kara had seen was actual feelings Marco had toward her? Holy crap! True to form, the idea reared its ugly little head just when she thought she'd laid the matter to rest. She searched her memory frantically for clues. He wanted Sean and her on the set with him for his new film, claiming that it would be too long away. He'd gotten her a job offer as the on-set EMT and Bree had jumped. Now her shoulders slumped. It's not that tough of a decision. She blinked. Did he now think her dreamy-eyed? Bree tried to focus in on the here and now. Huh. Eloquent. I said. Marco spoke slowly and surely, somewhere between worry and humor. What do you want to drink? Oh. That at least she could answer right now. Frozen mocha. Marco paid for the coffee, even as Bree wondered if their casual alternation of who paid for what was giving off the wrong signals. Give me the baby. Marco took Sean from her arms. You carry the coffee. You don't look like you're in there, so I'm not trusting you with anything that can't be replaced. He placed Sean on his shoulder, rubbing his tiny back out of sheer habit. Faith yipped from the back of the Jeep, and with soothing calm, Marco assured her that they were indeed on their way to the park, and that she could run and fetch balls all she wanted. Bree felt her breathing become labored. Damn Kara. Everything had been fine, until she started thinking. The car wound through the canyons even as Bree's thoughts wound tight, threatening to cut off her air entirely. Finally, they arrived at the park and she forced herself to breathe. Climbing out first, Bree opened the back hatch as Marco pulled Sean from his carrier. There was a comfortable ease to their relationship, and she guessed she was just afraid it would get scattered to the wind if any of Kara's musings were right. She was sure Kara wasn't trying to cause trouble, but like dust, it had stirred up easily. "So what have you been thinking about?" His voice broke her thoughts. She shrugged. "Settle, let the dust settle." "Wow, it must have been good. I tried to start a conversation with you 3 times on the way up here." "He what? Anything juicy?" "No." She shook her head. "Probably falls under the heading of morbid." He nodded and started toward the picnic tables with Sean perched on his arm where he could look out at all the doggies running around. "Sorry I asked." Bree forced a smile, and he could probably tell. But she just used her dead husband as an excuse for thinking about her almost brother-in-law. She would have to stop worrying, but she had a plan. If given an opportunity, she would say something sure to make the point that she wasn't interested in him that way, without being rude or obvious. And if it was nothing, well, then it was nothing. Marco had apparently given up on her and wandered off, for she stood alone on the hillside. Sighing, she started down the hill. As she did, she saw Marco was surrounded by 3 women ogling the baby. He was clearly saying this wasn't his child. And he was clearly trying to catch the eye of the tall brunette in the center. She could have been a model. And she was allowing her eye to be caught. Bree was an idiot. She'd lost sleep over this. She ignored the pinch in her chest.
Chapter 19. The flight attendant was ogling him. Though he desperately wanted to get up and use the tiny restroom, Marco was concerned he'd get his butt slapped. Bree was no help. She was passed out with the precious little boy that everyone assumed was his in the seat next to him. And that was the crux of it all, wasn't it? He was finally looking around him, only to find all the women he met believed he was taken. He could have made sure they knew he was single, but the women didn't seem to care. They batted their eyelashes anyway. It seemed all the women he encountered were missing some major morals. He'd heard men were more attractive when holding a baby. So between Sean spitting up on him and his new leading man status, no wonder they were crawling all over him. Only Marco didn't want to be crawled on or schmoozed to. He was brought out of his musings by a pair of tits hovering above his armrest. The bearer placed her hands on her knees in a strip-joint-style pose as she bent over to ask what he needed. "Can I bring you anything to drink?" The whole show made his stomach turn. He said only the 3 words, "Rum and Coke." She sashayed up the aisle, as though he'd ordered a drink because of her winning personality. He sighed again. It was so much to the contrary.
"This is home for the next 5 weeks." Marco waved his arm around the trailer. Bree wanted to laugh. His arm span was almost wide enough to touch both sides. "Think we can stand it?" "Sure." They'd done this once before when she had been pregnant. But now Sean woke up sometimes in the middle of the night. Bree was sure it was guaranteed to happen at least once on this trip, if not every few nights. Marco's hand rested on her back. It brought Kara's words to mind again. Bree had complained to her friend about the avalanche she had started, but Kara only laughed at her and doubled down on the idea. Now, with his hand on her back, Bree reminded herself it was nothing and should be treated as such. Marco spoke, unaware of the strange path of her thoughts but having read her initial reaction to a T. "I know he doesn't always sleep through, but everyone else still does their job when their kids don't sleep, why not me?" She nodded as just then Sean started squirming. His round little mouth opened and his tongue stuck out. His sign for hungry. Marco comforted Sean with the skill of an expert. Then, instead of handing her back the baby, he took the bottle. She smiled. Tucked up on the couch like that, all he needed to do was take off his shirt, and he'd be just like a poster she had in college. No wonder the flight attendants had been fighting over who got to flirt with him. She took advantage of the time, and lined up bottles and little jars of baby food. She shoved tiny spoons and bowls into the cabinet. Sure enough, when she opened the fridge, there was a stack of Cokes already cold. She pulled one out, holding it against her forehead. It was good living with the star. "Marco." He looked up. "Did you tell them to stock me Cokes?" He smiled and nodded. She thanked him, then added, "But don't get me any more, I'm trying to quit." "Oh, sorry, I didn't know." He quit, apologizing only when she held up her hand. "Believe me, I will enjoy every one of these." She popped the top on the one in her hand and began to make good on her statement. For a brief moment she paused and watched. There was a man obviously in love with a child. Kevin had to be somewhere now, very proud of his friend and very pleased. She only hoped that she had stepped up to the plate as well. She wondered what else Kevin would think of her today. If it had been her to go, she would have wanted Kevin to remarry and find a mom for Sean. Someone who would love him and bake him cookies and say, "Damn straight, he's my child." Kevin would have wanted the same for her. Kevin couldn't change the fact that he wasn't here. But Bree could fall in love again and build a new family for Sean and herself. She looked out the window and saw men. Most of the crew was male. With a logical mind, she decided she would begin looking while they were here. It would probably amount to nothing, but it was time to take the first step. Bree smiled to herself. She had a plan, and maybe eventually she would find Sean a daddy. A real flesh and blood man to play catch and help with homework and hug goodnight. She turned and caught sight of Marco holding Sean over his head, the two of them grinning like Cheshire cats. She hit a brick wall. How would Marco feel about giving that up to someone else? Maybe he would be happy, no longer needing to be responsible. Who said Marco wouldn't already be married and expecting his own by the time any of that happened? Bree opened the trailer door for Julie with one hand while holding Sean over her shoulder with the other. The statuesque star cooed at Sean as they entered the trailer. "Mine's a little smaller than this." "Yeah," Bree responded. "I think Marco pulled an 11th hour threat to get a bigger trailer so Sean and I could stay here." Even Julie's simple but elegant nod made Bree feel like the frumpy friend. Julie had big blue eyes, legs up to the back of her neck, and the smoothest, shiniest, most vibrant brown hair. "And you're the EMT?" "Yup." Bree strapped Sean into his little baby seat, and he was instantly fascinated with the toys hanging over it. "Okay, let me grab my book." She lifted the seat cushion from the bench behind the tiny Formica table and ran her finger across the spines of the small reference library she had brought. "Term." She plucked out her prize. "What?" Julie had lowered herself to the seat just across the table. "Dermatology." She sat on the closed bench and began thumbing through the pages. As Julie held out her palm, she leaned over to see the book. Bree held up her hand. "You may not want to look, this is the worst of the worst." "Oh, I'll be fine." Julie craned her neck a little more as Bree passed the Veruca pages. "Veruca." Bree flipped past pictures of all the worst Veruca. "It means wart." Julie smiled and it lit up the cabin, and Bree wasn't even gay. No wonder the girl was a movie star. Like the girl in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. She was named Veruca. "Wart. I didn't know." Bree smiled. "Veruca salt, right?" Him." Julie still held out her hand as though for reference for Bree to match it up. Bree glanced up once to check on Sean, only to find out that he was being so quiet because he was passed out cold. "Good, let him sleep. There." She held the picture out to Julie. "It really looks like a beginning patch of psoriasis. Is it contagious?" "It's genetic, and the people who have it get these almost silvery scaly patches on their hands, knees, elbows and feet most often, but sometimes other places." Julie looked worried. "Does it come and go? Does it itch?" Bree nodded. "I can't diagnose it, but you're asking all the right questions. I'm guessing that that's what you've got." This time it was Julie's head that bobbed up and down. "How do I get rid of it?" "Well, there's no cure, but it can be treated and kept at bay." She smiled to reassure. "I don't think that you'll break out into one big psoriasis patch, if that's what you're worried about." Julie took a breath again. "So what do I do?" "There are prescriptions and lightbox therapy, but," she smiled, "a really good treatment is sunshine." "Really?" Julie smiled, satisfied with the diagnosis and the possibilities. "Then come swimming with me." Bree had to stop herself from accepting the too good offer. I can't. She sighed. Sean is sleeping, and I really don't like to keep him outside in this heat too much. Babysitter? Julie asked. He's on set. Bree shrugged. I meant, did you want one? My little sister Lisa would love to watch him. You met her yesterday. Bree remembered. She had felt sorry for the girl. She was pretty enough, but she sure wasn't Julie. And somehow she seemed to feel no jealousy toward her sister. 15 minutes later, Bree was in her bikini, and Sean had woken up for a few minutes and taken a bottle from Lisa with no complaints. So here she was, in the passenger seat of a Mercedes with a huge United Pictures embroidered beach towel from the set, and movie star Julie Lister driving her to the pool.
Marco frowned as he opened the trailer door and called to Bree. The voice that shushed him wasn't hers. He found Julie's sister standing over a sleepy-eyed Sean. What was her name and why? She picked up the baby and reminded him, Lisa. Lisa Lister, but that part's obvious. She had an amazing smile. It wasn't as pouty as her sister's, and therefore far more inviting. Even before he could speak, she finished up explaining. Julie and Bree went out to the pool, and I think a few other people are going too. If you want to join them, me and Cutie Pie here are fine. He smiled at her. Her hair was lighter than her sister's and curlier, and Sean was grabbing at it. With gentle hands she disentangled him, each time sweetly saying no. Why don't we all go? The words were out of his mouth before he even knew what he said. But he was glad. It's cool enough, Sean can get in the pool too. Turning to the baby he asked, would you like that little guy? If only Sean could say yes, and be a better accomplice. Lisa agreed, and Marco got them both ready for the pool, all the while lecturing the baby on the need to be cute and make him look good. He promised to return the favor one day. Lisa returned in her suit with one of the towels provided by the studio, tucked into a straw bag that most likely held other things too. It was all he could do not to sigh. Lisa had just become prime target number one. The suit was 2 pieces, and said she knew she was sexy and she didn't have to compete. They talked the entire way to the pool, with Marco trying not to look like he was flirting shamelessly. Although it probably didn't matter, because Lisa seemed oblivious to all of it. A few minutes later, he had Sean set up in the shade. Lisa fussed over the baby, while Marco took a good look around. There were men everywhere, all in good if not great shape. And the women were even better looking. Not a clunker among the group. Not a single one-piece suit either. Marco sighed. It was so obviously a movie set. He turned just in time to hear Lisa telling Sean how much her boyfriend would have loved to meet him. Oh well. Story of my life, right? He raised his hand to shield the late afternoon sun and scanned the pool, searching for people he knew. Julie was on an inflatable raft, lounging movie star style out in the middle. Then again, she was the movie star. Marco knew he was riding her coattails on this one. Several women and men were clustered by the diving boards, until one of the men, Mark Wool, pointed at the higher board. The bikini-clad woman laughed, then climbed the ladder. Her suit was clearly wet, and even from the shallow side of the pool, Marco admired the way it clung. Her hips swaggered a little as she climbed. So what if Lisa had a boyfriend? There was now the mysterious woman in pink. Sadly, it looked like she was with Mark. He watched, expecting her to cower or climb back down. He'd been up there, and it was no picnic. It seemed that she went up on a dare, from all the pointing and little nudges. She simply turned and leaned over the rail at the back end of the board, and called down to those below. They shouted up, and so she turned, her long legs making easy strides to the end of the board. He saw Julie raise her glasses to watch from her float. The girl bent her knees, bounced once, and executed a perfect Olympic-style somersault with her legs tucked up against her face, then stretched out lean before slicing into the water. Marco wasn't the only one issuing cheers. A few moments later she surfaced, spotting someone on the shallow end of the pool. She waved and pushed her dark hair back from her face, and arched her way underwater again, swimming a lean crawl with what was obviously years of training. Marco realized he shouldn't stare. Even the guys back at the board were now busy, trying to shove someone else up the ladder. The woman surfaced at last, standing up to her full height in the barely waist-deep water. Marco ogled her, thinking Bree would be disgusted with him. But he wouldn't tell. Her voice called out, even as he saw her hand lift away. "Lisa, is he awake?" The voice. He didn't dare raise his eyes. He felt his mouth fall slowly open. He had to look, but he didn't want to. The water ran in rivulets down the length of her while Marco's gaze scanned up, past the pink halter and long neck. "There you are. Bree?"
Chapter 20. Bree let Lisa babysit Sean again. Unfortunately, the girl was just visiting for the week. But for right now, Bree was afforded the chance to have a break. Marco was nowhere to be found. He was continually running lines with his co-stars these days. Even the director wasn't working right now. He was standing in the doorway of the trailer, turning his hand over, inspecting the splint Bree had given him, and testing his fingers for flexibility. "Don't do that," she warned. "The more immobile you keep them, the shorter your healing time." She pulled a cold Coke from the fridge, offering him one, silently thankful when he didn't take it. She only had one left. "So you'll be at the bonfire tonight, right?" Bree nodded, then watched as he hesitated, as though he might say something else. Bree was unsure what was going on in Mark Wool's brain. He seemed to be hitting on her, but never did anything that made her certain. Bree trailed him back to the set, where she had been called earlier due to his outburst and subsequent sprained wrist. He wanted her to stay on set with him. Did he just want her around? Or did he expect another grown man tantrum, and think he might sprain the other wrist? She couldn't tell. Bree looked up from her musings to see almost 100 people, milling around in a modern-day version of ancient costumes. She frowned. She really should have been on set for this anyway. With this many people, especially decked out in unfamiliar clothes and running all over, there were bound to be at least a few cuts and scrapes. But Mark grabbed her wrist and started walking away. "I should stay," she protested, but feared it was swallowed by the din. "No, I want to talk to you." He smiled, revealing overly white Hollywood teeth. "Besides, you have your cell phone." Her stomach began to flip. Oh no, she didn't want to talk to him. Then she'd have to explain that she wasn't interested, she'd just been practicing her flirting. She was acting like she was in junior high. Bree followed silently. With the heat pressing in the way it did, she was just shy of breaking a sweat. At last they reached a nearby area of forest. There were tracks laid down and just a few gaffers still marking spots and running wire. Bree parked herself under an overhead mister to cool off. Well, at least they were on a set and he hadn't hauled her out for a personal discussion. She was probably off her rocker. Mark started talking about the scene they would film tomorrow, sweeping wide arcs with the bandaged hand, then pointing to specific places, while Bree tried to comprehend it all while gently reminding him not to flex his fingers. And why was he telling her all this? He surely couldn't think she'd understand. "So we'll film the first part of the scene with DeLucca. There shouldn't be any trouble there, but it is a little dangerous." "No big deal." But then he paused and looked for something, waved at someone and then continued, "The stuntman will come in to finish the scene. The explosions will come from here, here, and here," he pointed, and she held her tongue. He knew not to do that. "He's in a fire suit, but then he's so hot that we must keep the misters on. But that leads to danger of slipping, tripping, etc. I'm going to give you marks where I want you to be, for each shot." He wanted her out of view but very nearby, just in case. She didn't like the sound of that.
Marco was screwed. And he spoke it out loud to the space. That bikini haunted him. He'd heard someone say a long time ago that once a man sees a woman sexually, there was no going back. He wanted to go back. He felt his lips pressed together as the little sensor in his brain went off. For a brief guilty moment, he looked around for children he might possibly have warped with his foul language. He thankfully saw none. Hell had opened its doors and was pulling him in. Marco had known all along Bree was attractive, but there were tons of attractive women in the world that he wasn't attracted to. The pink bikini changed all that. Damn bikini. Marco tried to console himself, he hadn't recognized her. Her hair had looked darker. Of course, because it was wet. He sighed into his hand, then ran the hand through his hair for what must be the umpteenth time. He wouldn't be surprised if it was standing on end. But before he could get to a mirror, his thoughts waylaid him again. It seemed, dumbass that he was, that the perfect woman had been making him coffee every morning and he hadn't realized it. He'd been falling asleep to the failings of his arguments each night, his brain looking for loopholes where there were none to be found. Each morning he hoped he'd see her and come to his senses. No, of course not. This morning her small pajamas were almost see-through. He'd never noticed before, and doubted that she had either. He instantly remembered the sound of her rhythmic breathing in the bed next to him, and being woken by the soft shuffle as she slid her legs over the side. He pretended to be asleep when her voice cooed Sean back to sleep in a matter of minutes. She'd lazily climbed back into bed and under the sheet he was thankfully on top of and dozed back off. This morning she'd looked up at him over the rim of her coffee and asked where he was. He hadn't answered honestly. How could he? Gosh, Bree, I just realized you're hot. Maybe we should be more than friends. Exactly. That wouldn't go over well. He wasn't even sure he did want to date her. This would pass, probably, this wild churning in his gut, and the fact that he had a one-track mind. And there was the fact that despite their one date a long time ago, she was his best friend's wife. He sighed. The clock had moved awfully fast during his little reverie. It was growing dark outside, and the crew had scheduled a bonfire for tonight. He tried to keep his brain from wandering about untethered. He arrived at the bonfire to find Lisa cradling Sean. There you are. Smiling, he took the baby from her. Sean alternately looked to and away from the flames, clearly mesmerized. Where's Bree? He kicked himself and assumed his best nonchalant pose, chin and eyebrows slightly up, but not giving away how curious he really was. Oh, Lisa waved a hand absently. I didn't want to interfere. Marco frowned as just then Bree's voice emerged clear to him above the murmur of the cast and crew huddled around the crackle of the fire. She was laughing, and he saw her then. Marco was handing her s'mores and charming her. The pressure in his chest came heavier from every side. Of course, jealousy needed its space. No, that couldn't be it. He tried to believe it was just because he knew Marco, knew that he'd cheated on his last wife. The wife was gone now, but Marco was sure he had a girlfriend back home. What the hell was he going to do? It was jealousy. He wasn't stupid enough to try to deny it. Julie. Marco smiled. His answer was Julie. She hadn't realized that he wasn't paying attention, or that they were supposed to be running lines. But she was right, they didn't need it. Whether or not she saw why he was always asking her to help run his lines these days, she diverted the practice to give him advice. Wasn't she perfect? Forever doling out advice. She'd be glad to help. Even though her mouth seemed to run a mile a minute, it never spilled a secret. Marco knew Julie held all kinds of details about the cast and crew. But he couldn't get anything out of her, and he had tried. She passed the test. Julie? He heard his own Italian accent getting stronger. Bree told him it did when he had a strong emotion. And there was Bree again. Damned little invader. Yes. All the chatter stopped. She was on her mark. What? I need advice. About girl trouble. He tried to make it sound light. If only. Girl trouble? Advice, huh? She scrunched her lips and then spoke again after he nodded. If you'll answer one question for me first. Okay. He hadn't expected that, but for all her chatter, Julie was no brick. And she proved it when she opened her mouth. Honest answer. Is it about me? He breathed out. No. Good, then I can help. It was so matter-of-fact, as though that was her criteria for helping a person. What's going on? His mouth opened, but no words came. His jaw worked a few times, but it didn't know where to start. It was relying on his brain for that, but his brain was so far in hyperdrive the English language was not included. Okay. She turned to face him. Answer honestly. He nodded. Trouble, as in the she has feelings for you or the you have feelings for her variety. The second. Again she nodded and produced another question. She doesn't return those feelings. No idea. Marco shrugged. Julie hit again. Who is it? After a breath to keep from just blurting out her name, he moved cautiously. Do you really need to know that? Yeah. She nodded vigorously. If I know who it is, I can tell you how to proceed. If I don't know her, I need to find out everything so I can help. I mean, when women want advice about how to get a man, it's always the same. Take off your shirt, in 5 minutes you'll have all the answers you need. Everything's a variation on the theme. Marco threw his head back and laughed. He had come to the right place. Julie was already digging for info. It's true? She shrugged. Now, catching a woman is a different game. Who is it? Boom, right back to the point. Bree? Her name came out as a soft brush against his lips. Julie didn't let him dwell. She's living with you, and I only saw one bed. You change her baby's diapers, she's yours. Ah, there's the problem. Shall I start from the beginning? Of course. Julie settled her chin into her hands and waited out the whole story. A nod here, a glance to the side while she sorted things in her head. There was no science, literature, or history in that brain, but for this, she was a steel trap. You're right. She concluded. Very tricky, she may not be yours as cut and dried as I thought. Okay, next question, what do you want? That's just it. I want this to have never happened. Well, that's not an option. I've never known a man to be able to just put aside an attraction like that, especially when it's a woman he's known for a long time. Give me something that's an option. That's why I'm asking you. Oh well, so much for good advice. Don't get mad at me, mister. She looked him square in the eyes. You asked for advice, you're going to get it. Honest advice too. So if you don't want to hear what I think, leave now. Tell me. Oh God, this was only going to get uglier. You've got it bad for her. I mean bad. No. He studied the flooring with leaves scattered across as the set of the ruins. You pulled your gaze away. The way you said her name, and the fact that you didn't want to tell me at first, completely gave you away. You can lie to yourself, but don't lie to me. She was right. He was on some precipice between everything safe he worked so hard for this past year. The ability to sleep through the night, to leave the house without panicking, to believe that he would see Sean as an adult, and the big unknown future. What had been clearly laid out with a few options here and there, had suddenly gone black. And he couldn't go back. He had to step into the void. Well, Julie's shoulders rose then fell, this isn't going to solve itself by dinner. So I'll check it out, and see what I think. There was a brief pause, before she began again at a faster pace. Now mind you, she's my friend, and I won't betray that. Keeping secrets goes both ways. If I give you any hints, I suggest you take them. She yawned, stretched, and walked off. Marco sat still, unaware of the passing time, until a beam of sunlight hit his leg. Julie was right. There was no going back.
Chapter 21. Bree could only watch as Marco headed out the door like his ass was on fire. And it was barely 5 a.m. She sighed as she strapped Sean into his stroller, suddenly exceedingly grateful for the odd hours the little guy kept. She wheeled him to the childcare trailer and left him in the capable hands of the set nanny, who was also watching a 4-year-old actress and the producer's 2-year-old. Marco's words sprung to mind, "Go get him, Sean." Older women. Traipsing the half-mile to the set, she was glad that it was so early and the heat and humidity had not set in yet. Mentally working through the scene, Bree double-checked the supplies she was dragging along on her dolly. She smiled at her earlier thought about Marco leaving this morning, as though his ass had been on fire. In 8 hours they would have footage that would make it look like it actually was. She reached the set as the sun fully peeked over the mountains. She was not looking forward to watching the guy run around on fire. They already had the sprinklers going when she arrived, so Bree made certain that her kit was stowed in a dry place before seeing if she was needed yet. The mist was cold this morning, but she'd be grateful later. Marco was already there, with the character's leather jacket thrown over his arm. He would be forced to put it on for filming. He must be concentrating hard on the scene. He didn't even glance her way. As a friend, she wished he'd say hello. As the EMT, she was grateful for his focus. Her job today was to be ready, while people flung themselves into the air and jumped bikes and lit themselves on fire. Almost as though they were trying to injure themselves. Her entire body eased when Julie came up beside her and began chatting. Julie found them a spot under an overzealous mister, and Bree was glad she could talk with her friend while keeping an eye on the scene. And Marco?
Ever since the thought wormed its way through his head that the perfect woman had been having her coffee with him every morning, Marco couldn't avoid it. He tried not to analyze her every movement, to not think about the fact that he had picked up Sean from childcare yesterday, and Mark had dropped Bree at the door later. Should he speak to her about the fact that he was angry that she had left Sean in the nanny's care longer than necessary, or was that the jealous monster speaking? He wasn't sure. So he kept his mouth shut. Clenched would be more accurate. He poured the second half of his coffee down the drain, and turned to find Bree in a worried frown at his unusual action. He lifted his shoulders in his best method acting version of a shrug. Wasn't in the mood. That elicited an even bigger frown, but he didn't respond, simply said he'd see her later. The air outside was hot and clinging, yet infinitely easier to breathe. He needed to find Julie. She would tell him what she'd learned. He'd watched as she chatted up Bree 2 days ago at the stunt shoot. He far too desperately wanted to know what she'd unearthed. Shoving his fingers into his pockets, Marco stared at the ground passing beneath his feet. If he was going to be honest with himself, he would admit he cared what the answer was. He would admit Julie was right and he was in deep, way too deep. But also honestly, he didn't have any visions of a real future with Bree. There was no repeating thought of him and her on the doorstep waving goodbye to Sean as he left for college. There were no images of children that looked like him. No real curiosity about what she would look like on her 40th birthday. He'd had that before, and both times his heart had been stomped and crushed. But now he was sleeping scrunched over on his side of the bed because he wanted to touch her so badly. He just as badly wanted to not screw up their friendship. She was basically his sister-in-law. So it was a good thing he hadn't decided yet whether to be honest with himself. He rapped twice on Julie's door. The third knock left his hand swinging into the air before her face. She had all those curls piled on top of her head. She was America's sweetheart. She was truly beautiful. They'd be a match made in Hollywood heaven. Why couldn't he be attracted to her? Lord, I ran to get the door. I saw you go by, and I swear I thought you were going to miss the place. She took another bite from the apple in her hand. That or run smack into the front door. Marco climbed the 2 steps up into the air conditioning. She stood at the entryway to the small kitchenette dining area, biting the apple and waiting. For what, he didn't know. Finally, she spoke. Wow. You can't even speak, you're so anxious to find out what I know. He tried to protest, but her single raised eyebrow stopped him cold. Okay, you need to sit down. That bad? She was right. He couldn't speak it. You want the honest and complete scoop? He felt his lungs fill, then deflate before he spoke. Shoot. All right, she launched. She's not sitting there wondering when you'll come around. Mark? He thought the name would come out in a hiss of defeat, but instead it was a curse. No, actually. Let me start at the beginning. Marco bit his tongue. The pain was not enough to hide the fact that his heart had lifted. No. This is not what I ordered. None of it. Okay, here's the first problem. You love her. No, it's not that far. He wondered where she had gotten that idea. Thou dost protest too much. Why did Julie have to keep being right? He just hoped it would be a prettier picture. I didn't say that you were in love with her. I said that you love her. She loves you too. You're like family, so you have to tread lightly. She paused. In that moment, her silence spoke. Julie never paused. She's not interested in Mark. He was just good practice because clearly nothing would happen. Marco knew Julie could see the weight that let go of him. Crap. You stand a chance. You just have to go slowly and feel her out. Her eyebrows raised. I said feel her out, not feel her up. But here's the question, do you want me to help this along, or do it all yourself? What do you mean? His first full sentence since arriving. What a basket case he was, and all because of a pink bikini. If you go it alone, I'll give advice if you want, but every move will have to be yours. If I help, then I can drop little hints, you know. Can you be subtle? Why was he even entertaining any of this? He needed to curl up in a little ball on his side of the bed every night and leave early every morning. This too would pass. Can I be subtle? Can I be insulted? Marco found himself relaxed enough to laugh a little. Like what would you say? Ooh. Her eyes tracked an imaginary object that crossed in front of her. Oh yeah, that's helpful. Julie was a nut. Only she wasn't a nut. Do you know what kind of power women wield over each other? If I say that as you pass by, guaranteed at least 2 full minutes of thought on the fact that you are of the opposite sex and that other women find you attractive. I know what I'm doing. She picked up the apple and took another bite.
Julie. Bree followed Marco's voice in time to see him sidling up to his co-star. They were all of 10 feet away, but she couldn't make out what they were saying. Just the inflection, and it wasn't extreme enough to tell her anything. She swatted at a mosquito. Bree. Her head turned the opposite way. She knew that voice too. Mark. Hi. She heard the word leave her mouth, sounding like it meant more than it really did. Mark was getting chummier than she wanted him to. So, is there any chance I could take you out to dinner tonight? His words were thick and smooth. He was clearly a player, and not the kind of match a single mother would want. Not the kind she would want, single mother or not. She shook her head softly. After a quick mental debate, she turned him down for all future dinners too. All right then. He turned to walk away, not even looking a little dejected. In a way, that would have been nice, but better that he wasn't hurt. He turned back, just for fun. I'm not ready for fun yet, Mark. She laughed again. Thank God, she hadn't been interested. She turned to watch the others around her. Everyone was outside for night filming. Sean was again with the nanny, and sleeping peacefully, she hoped. The night air would have been fabulous if not for all the mosquitoes. Did no one else on the set think of this? They had been misting the entire area for weeks now, and surprise, mosquitoes were blooming like poppies in a field. She'd had to explain that they had, in fact, bred the horrid little beasties themselves. The second assistant director had thanked her personally, because he'd been blamed for choosing a location that was clearly bug-ridden. She saw Mark peering at the tiny monitor in front of his chair. He made a few motions to the stand-ins on the set. After a moment of adjustment, he cleared them from the scene and called Julie and Marco out to their marks. She'd been on this set long enough to know that it was time. On perfect cue, the assistant called for silence. With a few other barked words back and forth, they began filming. This was the big finale kiss scene, and she was curious how it would go. She had never seen Marco film anything romantic before. It was all so different to watch the live people film it. No music in the background, no touch-ups, no dark theater. Bree felt a smile tugging at the edge of her mouth. She watched as Marco swung Julie into a tight hug, and proceeded to lay a tongue-probing, romance novel kiss on her. For her part, Julie writhed passionately. It was all Bree could do to not just bust a gut, and ruin the take with gales of laughter. Finally, when it seemed they would never come up for air, Mark called cut. Julie and Marco practically pushed apart, both gasping for air. Julie's hand fluttered to her chest. Oh my God! I have never been kissed for film like that. She took a few more deep breaths. And Bree saw Marco's gaze swing through the crowds until it finally stopped, locked with hers. In that moment, everything became crystal clear. She broke the gaze and turned sharply. She would get Sean and get some sleep. Clearly, Marco had developed feelings for Julie. Everything made sense with that realization. The half sigh that Julie did occasionally as he walked past. The comments about his ass and his chest on more than one occasion. The way they always had their heads together, as though they had a secret. Bree guessed they did. She picked up Sean, ignoring the look the on-site sitter gave at Bree's clear frown. She had been thinking about Marco and Julie. Marco was going to leave. That thought overrode all the others. She mourned the loss of a father figure for Sean as she headed back to their trailer, then laid him gently in the bassinet. She changed into her pajamas and laid down. By the time she had blinked a few times, Marco was sitting on his side of the bed. She felt him pull off his shoes, then felt the movement of the rickety bed with each button he undid. How had they ever slept with every movement a mini earthquake? Finally, down to boxers and his t-shirt, he lay down and pulled the sheet over his shoulder. He had to know she wasn't sleeping. The words seemed to fall out of her mouth, even though she hadn't meant them to. I saw everything, I know what's going on. Yeah? He sounded a little weary, and a lot on edge. What do you think about it? It's way too late for that, obviously. I'm just trying not to think about it at all, and just get some sleep. She rolled away to her side of the bed. He sighed and the entire bed frame sighed with him. Okay. But just so you know, the last film I worked on with Mark Wool, he was cheating on his wife. Chapter 22. What? Julie practically shrieked. Bree just scrunched her face and stared at her friend. She practically dragged it out of the actress that she knew about her and Marco, and Julie responded with a shriek. Bree decided that calm repetition was her best bet. I know about you and Marco, and I wanted you to know that there hasn't ever been anything between us. That's all. No. Julie's hand went to her chest, and she took a long draw from her water bottle. You're all wrong. I promise I won't tell any tabloids. Julie laughed in response. You are so far off base I can't even tell you. Bree felt her eyebrows pull together. Well, this was rich. With that glowing smile, America's sweetheart shook her curls. There is nothing, nor has there ever been anything between myself and Marco. Okay. She still didn't buy it, but what was she going to do? A yawn fought its way out of her, and Julie took notice. Me too. I've got an early shoot in the morning. She stood up, stretching nearly to the ceiling as she went. I tell you, when I get home, I'm sleeping for a week straight. I was doing publicity right up until we started filming. Good night, honey. I don't want to wake up that baby of yours. She gave Bree a loose hug, and then let herself out the door. As the door clicked, Bree turned to let herself into the bedroom. She stopped cold when she heard Marco's voice just outside the trailer, followed by Julie's lilt. She couldn't distinguish any words, but it sounded so personal. Though she tried and berated herself for it, nothing was clear. A moment later, Marco opened the door. Bree prepared herself. She looked up from the book she had opened randomly and smiled sweetly. Hi. Hi yourself. He seemed like he was at least trying to be polite. Bree wondered if Julie had brushed him off. He glanced briefly at her, then opened the fridge and stared blankly into it for a moment. His voice came to her from the other side of the white door. Can you maybe help me run some lines tonight? She clamped her jaw shut on the yawn that was midway through. Sure. He pulled out a can that seemed dwarfed in his hand, and she heard the pop and fizz as he opened it. Grabbing a script off the counter, he carried it in his free hand, and slid in behind the small table next to her. Proceeding to chug the soda, he flipped the pages for a few moments, until he found a scene between the two leads. He pointed to the top of the page. She frowned. We already filmed this. He nodded and finally set down the can. They're threatening us with a reshoot. Okay. She took a deep breath and skimmed the page, although she didn't know why. She knew the scene, it was the one where Craig and Elise first kiss. She didn't think it had lacked any emotional intensity when they filmed it. Seemed like Marco and Julie had plenty of chemistry. The scene began with a fight, and she was no actress but she gave it her all. You ass. I can't believe you took her. She didn't slap him, but she mocked it. Snatching her hand out of the air by his face, Marco gave Craig's dialogue about why he had taken Elise's little sister from her. Are you supposed to play it that angry? She frowned. Bree. He sighed. Don't stop me in the middle of the scene. Sorry. He launched into the dialogue from the middle of the angry speech. They went back and forth with that I am so angry, but I'm so hot for you dialogue common to movies. Bree had a hard time stifling giggles, she was a terrible actress. But Marco was a professional. He yanked her forward by her wrist, pulling her face to face with him, making her gasp at the intensity in his gaze. Her own eyes grew round. That was why he was so good on film. She studied his face, even as he tried to hold her gaze. He was classically handsome, and yet intriguing at the same time. It was the first time in a long time that she'd simply taken measure of him. He was a good-looking man. If Julie was smart, she would hang on to him. Bree wouldn't let someone like that get away. His head dipped toward her and she jerked her own face away. Oh. It was part of the scene. Acting, right? Okay, they kiss. He waved his hand and went on to the next lines before stopping. Do you think it was too intense? Why are you asking me? I'm not the director, or anything. She shrugged, still a little thrown by the scene. That's exactly why I'm asking you. He was exasperated. She could even smell the mint on his breath. You're as close to the viewing public as anyone out here. It's really your opinion that counts. Well, when you put it that way. Bree tilted her head and thought. I would have it be angry at first, and then breathier. It's sexier that way. Okay, where the hell had that come from? Maybe it was from the odd intensity in the way he had gazed at her. Marco nodded, thinking it through, then stood up and slid out from behind the table. I think I've had enough of all this for one night. He held his hand to her and helped her slip out the other side, even as she yawned for the umpteenth time. There was no telling how late it was. She turned to go, and was pulled back by the fact that her hand was still in his, and he didn't seem to be giving it up. Odd warm tendrils snaked through her. She froze, not allowing her brain to think anything further than her fingers. The heat of his hand penetrated her whole body, as though it didn't stop at the surface of her but passed through. If she hadn't known he was standing behind her, she would have sworn she felt a ghost. Turning, Bree found him with the oddest look on his face, and felt a question forming on her own expression. Involuntarily, her arm jerked away, knowing something her brain didn't. He spoke, I'm going to go. She nodded. Some part of her brain was right here, knowing that a nod was an appropriate response. But that alligator part of her brain wasn't sharing its reasoning with the rest of her. She watched as Marco turned and disappeared out the small door. For a moment, she stood still. Then the functioning part of her brain moved her feet, and she was at the door, watching her hand as it turned the knob. She looked both ways out into the area around the trailer. The eerie glow of the single floodlight found him 3 doors down. He looked up into the entryway just as the door swung open, concealing the owner behind it. But the floodlight sparkled off the star painted at face height across the door. It read, Julie Lister.
You what? Julie practically yelled. God. You'll wake the dead. Marco grumbled low in his chest. I can't believe I let you talk me into that. I didn't talk you into anything. Julie traipsed away from him in her nightshirt. I made you a bet. And you lost, so pay up. He left his fingers jammed down into his pockets. His gaze riveted to the floor. She pulled a small bottle of water from the fridge, gulping at it for a second. I'm not so sure I lost. It sounds more like you didn't meet the requirements. Believe me, I embarrassed myself quite enough to meet any requirements. Julie leaned forward, being sure to catch his gaze and hold it. You told her how you feel? I made it very clear, and her response was very clear, and now I'm here. He started to shove by her toward the bedroom. That's not an answer to my question. Did you or did you not tell her, in English words, how you feel about her? I tried to kiss her. God, as if it hadn't been bad enough with the last female he'd spoken to this evening. Julie was going to make him dredge it all up. See? He didn't. Julie pushed harder. You tried to kiss her, that's not the same as using English words. How do you even know that she knows that you tried to kiss her? He raked his fingers through his hair so hard he practically bruised his scalp. She knows. She doesn't want me. You said I could sleep here. I get the bed. No. Julie planted herself firmly in front of the door. Marco wondered again why he couldn't be attracted to her. She was perfectly shaped. Her hair was in wild curls from having been woken up, and the sleep shirt should have been much more provocative to a single man of his age. But it wasn't. And that was just the nature of the beast, wasn't it? He tilted his head, with an angry expression as though to challenge her. Julie stood her ground. You don't win the bet. Not until I hear that she told you, in words, that she wasn't interested. Julie's stance relaxed. I've seen the way she looks at you. Marco heard himself snort. She does. I don't know if she knows it. But Marco, she searches you out in every crowd. After that shot when we were kissing the other day, she practically stomped off. That's jealousy. She had her chance to cash in on it, and she blatantly turned away. Yeah, if you dive-bombed her, she might have just reacted. Or maybe she thinks you're a man slut, and I know you were. Maybe she doesn't want to be the next girl in the long line. You're so dense. Julie huffed. That's why the bet was that you tell her. If I failed, I get to sleep here until my embarrassment wears off. It hasn't worn off. You didn't tell her. Go home. Julie pointed at the door even as she took another slug from the water bottle, never moving from her position blocking the bedroom door. I'm not going back. Believe me, she knows and she doesn't want me. Fine, sleep on the floor. Mess it all up if you want. The last thing she needs is to find out that you spent the night here. She tromped into the bedroom and closed the door. Marco grabbed a blanket from the closet right outside the bedroom door and layered it to make a bed down the length of the trailer, the only way he fit. Maybe it was exactly what Bree needed to think. That he had moved on. Maybe then she wouldn't kick him out of the house. Instead of falling into a dreamless sleep, a memory bloomed. One date. One amazing kiss he'd pushed into the deep recesses of his mind when his best friend told him he thought he belonged with Bree. Marco had let that memory go. Until now.
Chapter 23. Bree accepted the third glass of champagne and began drinking it. Not sipping. She'd be ripped by the time they landed in LA, and that would be okay. Marco had gotten more and more withdrawn as the last week passed. Maybe he was sad about leaving Julie. Bree didn't know, and her irritation at him stopped her from wanting to know. She turned her head even as she felt her chair move. Marco was passed out with Sean clutched to him, the baby's tiny limbs splayed across Marco's chest. Slowly, Marco slid toward her in his sleep, his grip never faltering. It was so easy to see how much Sean had grown when Marco held him that way. He looked more like a little boy each day. Marco looked more like a daddy. She squashed the thought before it fully formed. No sense in letting that ricochet around. She felt the last inch close between Marco's head and her shoulder, and he let out a little sigh as his head came to a rest from its slow slide across the airplane seat. The whirring of the engines had lulled the man and the baby right to sleep. Bree was too agitated to sleep, and it appeared she'd spend the whole flight awake by herself, drinking champagne. She took another swallow, and tried to steer her thoughts away from the annoying cling that engulfed her. The ricochet of Kara's words returned. Do you want to sleep with him? Faith. She steered her thoughts down a safe road. Faith would be waiting for them. She would have grown a little while they were gone too. Bree missed the puppy and her own home. Turning her head slightly, she looked at the man lying against her. She couldn't help but look at Marco differently now. She noticed each muscle in his arms as they flexed to fly Sean in the air. She noticed his ass. Julie was right, he had a great ass. How had she not noticed it before, with him always hanging out in those old pajama bottoms? The real question was, how could she keep from noticing it now? Marco had clearly been involved with Julie. Even if he did want something to do with her, she wasn't prepared to be the flavor of the month. She was a forever girl. What would Kevin tell her? That was weird. Wondering what Kevin would tell her about the man she was developing an attraction for. But Kevin's memory had long since lost any sexual meaning to it. Now the thought of him brought either tears at their loss, or an encompassing feeling of warmth and safety. More and more, the warmth was the major sensation. What would Kevin say? Probably what she had been telling herself. That Marco was a good man, the best. She didn't want to get hurt. Or worse, get Sean hurt. She closed her eyes. It would pass. It had to pass.
His own bed had never felt so good. His covers, his pillows with just the right amount of fluff. And a few deep breaths of satisfaction. So why couldn't he sleep? He hadn't slept last night either, but he still didn't think he was adjusting back to his own bed. Especially when it was so inviting, so comfortable, and so familiar. He turned again, punching at the pillow as he went. When had he started thinking of it as his bed? This was Bree's house, he just lived in it. He'd paid some of the bills, so he guessed maybe the bed was his. Needless to say, he was glad to have it to himself. He would have thought he'd sleep better, not being balled up on one side of the bed. Not feeling the bed relay her every move to him. Not hearing the soft, even whispers of her breathing. Okay, he was going too far. How was he going to talk himself out of this when he just kept talking himself back into it? He'd already given up trying to find a flaw. He knew all her flaws, and the fact was, he didn't care. He closed his eyes and lay still. Sleep, sleep, sleep. It didn't help. In the distance, he heard a small cry. Sean. That was as good an excuse as any to get up. He threw the covers aside and headed for the stairs, hearing another mewl from Sean's room even as he approached the upper floor. He paused just outside the door as Bree's sleepy voice carried to him. Oh, little one. Are you hungry? I know, it's hard to sleep through every night when you're growing. And you're back in your old room again. That's got to be enough to wake you up. She rounded the corner with her son tucked in her arms, head down, soft blonde waves of hair obscuring her face. Her long legs bared by the short nightshirt. She ran smack into him. For that split second before she startled and pulled back, he could feel her touching him, her breath against his chest. He realized that he hadn't put on a shirt. On purpose? Marco. It startled her, nearly awake. Her gaze traced him up and down, and he decided not to be embarrassed. Maybe she was just tired, maybe not. I need to make him a bottle. With that, she smiled a lazy smile and went around him and down the stairs. He followed, not knowing why, but understanding that sleep would be even harder to find now. With her voice talking to the baby just outside his door. With his imagination pulling him along by a short chain. He reached over and took Sean from her, as she wordlessly traipsed to the kitchen and automatically began preparing a bottle. He watched every motion, although she seemed to not notice. Bree? His own voice sounded warm and thick, but her answering HHMMM took no notice of his tone. I'll take him, you go back to bed. Are you sure? Her fingers found her hair, and her eyelids were still half closed, and he was about off his rocker. The only thing keeping him sane was the feel of baby terry cloth rubbing against his bare chest, and Sean's gentle movements reminding Marco that he was still there. You're still asleep, but I was up. Go back to bed. A hand on the small of her back helped her in the right direction, but the feel of her skin beneath the thin t-shirt material was going to haunt him for a while. His eyes followed her as she stepped out of range of his touch, then walked a straight line to the stairs and started up. Forcing himself to look away, he turned back to the bottle and noticed that Sean was getting more irritated as he waited. Singing usually kept the baby from screaming. So Marco started into "Hush, little baby" in a low, soft voice. Sure enough, Sean gazed at him with awe, as though the sounds coming from him were somehow magical. A few verses into it, Marco stopped. You know, that song is all about bribery. I don't think I like it. He started another song. Rockabye baby, in the treetop when the wind blows. Pause. Okay, that's bad. Too violent. Inhale. You're my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. Pause. My God, that one's extremely codependent. He sighed. At least the bottle was ready. It appeared that there were no sound bedtime songs to sing to a child these days. Sean took the bottle and began his best efforts to drain it, but continued staring at Marco's face as though waiting for the music to return. Well, when all else fails, Beatles. There are places I remember all my life, though some have changed, some forever not for better, some have go on and some remain. He continued through the rest of the song, not certain if he was mangling the lyrics. But he was relatively unconcerned, as his audience was approaching only 6 months old. Sean sucked at the bottle as Marco finished up the song. In my life, I've loved you more. Turning around, he saw Bree sitting on the staircase, about halfway up. Had she been there the whole time? Her head was tilted sideways, blonde hair falling mostly over one shoulder. Her eyes, wide and awake, held a strange soft expression that would have seemed far away if her gaze hadn't held his with such strength.
She couldn't tear her eyes away. Even as she was petrified that she was telling him everything with only her eyes. This man knew her. This man could read her. I'm going to bed. It came out more mumbled than anything else. Her body finally responded to the prodding of her mind, and she fled up the stairs. At her doorway, she took a half-second to regret she'd not made a more orderly exit. Surely anything he hadn't caught from the way she'd been staring was revealed by that hasty exit, and the red color that crawled up her face. Closing her bedroom door behind her, she leaned against it, her breath coming heavier than it should. What had she done? How had things been calm between them before they left on this trip? For a year, God, had it been that long, they'd lived together and she never found him to be anything other than brotherly. But brotherly certainly didn't describe the way her breathing shallowed out. Her eyes blinked, as though she could erase the picture of him cradling her child in his arms and singing Beatles to him. Shirtless. She heard faint strains of I Am by Wilder drifting up the stairs. How could he sing so easily, when she was so rattled? She shouldn't have sat there and watched him. She just wanted a glimpse into the world that her child shared with him. If she was honest, she would never be sure if she'd hung around because Marco had no shirt on. If she hadn't sat there, she might have stood a chance of getting back to sleep. Bree gritted her teeth. It only served to drive the nail a little further into the coffin. She had been hoping this was some affliction. That something wasn't right with her, and she would get better. She suffered a brief fantasy where she marched down the stairs, pulled the baby from his arms and set Sean on the sofa. Then grabbed Marco's confused face and kissed him. She sighed. Unfortunately for her, she was a practical woman. Kissing him would get her one kiss ahead, and so far behind in so many other departments. He might move out. He might not want to speak to her once he knew how she felt. Or if he did by some freak accident of nature return her feelings, they would go along, but for how long? When they broke up, then all of those things definitely would happen. She flung herself at the bed and prayed for sleep. Bree was trying to keep her head from rolling off. For the past week, she and Marco had been acting like idiots around each other. Surely he knew what she was thinking, and he hadn't grabbed her and kissed her or anything. So she was trying to make a nice dinner, and be like the little family they'd so easily been, before everything had gotten so screwed up. She was also fighting to keep her emotions in check. Which wasn't easy with the object of your affection in your living room, talking to his co-star. I missed you so much, Julie. Bree looked at Sean and mouthed the words mockingly. Yes, actually. Bree mouthed Marco's words again, as she checked the steaming broccoli. Julie was a movie star with a chef, and here she was about to break a sweat over a stovetop. She sighed. Julie was a wonderful person. Just because Marco had feelings for her, had nothing to do with Julie's worth. She caught a glimpse as Marco paced into and out of the doorway. Sean's little eyes trailed his progress back and forth from his high chair, as Marco's voice came through again. I can't tell you that right now. Yes. He was laughing. Julie was a bitch. Bree fixed a bottle for Sean, and as she leaned over the high chair, she could see Marco in the living room again. She snuck a quick glance. God, you would think she was in junior high, the way she was acting. His eyes caught hers, and he spoke into the receiver again just as Bree turned away. I think you might have been right. Yes, I'll call you as soon as I know anything. Bye. He hung up, and Bree began pulling the broccoli from the steamer and piling it onto plates. She wondered how the conversation would have gone if she hadn't been there. Tucking his phone into his pocket, Marco crossed the room in a few easy strides and pulled up a chair in front of Sean. He straddled it and leaned forward to play with the baby. All this, she monitored from the corner of her eye. Bree pulled the bread from the broiler, turning off knobs as she went. It was perfect, brown at the edges, and the smell of garlic wafted around her. Good, because she wasn't sure she could handle anything going wrong. Slipping on the mitts, she reached in the oven and pulled out the lasagna, her favorite recipe that she and Kevin and Marco had concocted in college with what was in the fridge one night. It was all of their favorites. She set the pan on the stovetop and turned to get the large server. The dull thud of the pan hitting the floor came to her even as she felt heat sear a few places into her leg. Ignoring her splattered leg, she leaned over to get the mess, and saw that the lasagna had slid its way up and over the edge of the pan, and onto the floor. She grabbed for the pan, then yelped and yanked away as she felt the glass sizzle on her palm. The mitt had slipped. Sean screamed, clearly upset by the noise she was making. Marco was already at her side. Get Sean. She checked her hand once she shook the mitt off. She began running cold water over it and felt herself wilt. Dinner was ruined, the baby was screaming and she was melting down. She heard Marco over her shoulder as he handed Sean a bottle and then came into the kitchen. He rattled in the fridge for a moment before coming into view beside her. Taking her by her wrist, he pulled her hand out from the water, inspecting it. Ooh, that might blister. She nodded, fighting back tears. But he smiled just a little, which forced her to look away. She was going to cry, she just knew it. Ow. She jumped and jerked her hand back at the pain, but Marco held onto her wrist and pulled her hand back toward him. This time she watched as he held an ice cube to the mark on her palm and slowly rubbed it back and forth. He examined her burn as though he were a doctor, each time returning the ice cube and rubbing it back and forth. She stayed motionless to avoid crying or taking too much notice of him standing so close. Finally, he folded her fingers over the remaining sliver of ice cube. Hold that. Bree nodded. She watched as he picked up the oven mitts and managed to rescue the half of the lasagna that didn't slide out of the pan. He cleaned the floor, washed his hands, then served up plates as though nothing was wrong. Everything was, but Bree needed to move. She started to gather drinks, but he held up his hand and told her to stay put. Bree nodded as he walked out of the room. She smiled a watery smile at Sean, who smiled back, letting formula run down his chin. She took a deep breath. Dinner wasn't ruined. What she wasn't sure she would survive was Marco touching her the way he had. She felt the last of the ice drip from her hand into the sink, and she looked up just in time to see the object of her misplaced affection rounding the corner with gauze and neosporin. You going to bandage me up, Doc? He nodded and opened her fingers to see her palm. Carefully drying her hand all the way around, he next inspected the red welt that was still stinging, before bringing her hand to his face. Her mouth fell open at his touch as his lips brushed the burned flesh. His breath was warm, and it was all she could do to stifle a gasp and shiver. Then he used his finger to rub a drop of neosporin across the mark, and wrapped a long gauze around her hand before securing it with tape. He followed that with a quick inspection of his handiwork, and a kiss to the back of her hand. Which she couldn't feel because of the gauze. Damned gauze. Tightly grasping her fingertips, he led her to the table and pulled out her chair for her. He pushed Sean's high chair up beside her and then brought her a drink, told her everything smelled delicious, then proceeded to eat like he hadn't a care in the world. She, on the other hand, was quivering.
Chapter 24. Marco jogged along the sidewalk toward the coffee shop, music in his ears that he completely was not paying attention to. His thoughts were laser-focused on over-analyzing Bree. He wasn't entirely sure when he'd grown such a set of balls. Strangely, he was enjoying himself, though he was still a little off kilter. All the signs were there, just as Julie had said they would be. He'd felt so much more sure of himself after catching Bree watching him from the staircase the other night. It felt as if hope suddenly arrived. All he knew was that he had sung the next two songs with a smile on his face. One that had grown when he heard Bree's feet stomping around upstairs. Still, he'd waited. He wasn't confident enough to simply grab her and kiss her. He hadn't even decided that he wanted to. Well, he wanted to, but he wasn't sure it was the wisest course. Until finally, after a few more times when she caught him staring or vice versa, and he decided that all his concerns were foolish. He hadn't felt this way in so long, and he wanted to see where it led. He told himself many lovers ended up as friends. Although being lovers would imply they would have sex. He listened to the rhythm of his feet hitting the pavement as he ran, thankful for the physical exertion of exercise. He'd been running a lot lately, working off the steam that he kept building up. Hooking a left, he took the loop around the park. It was fairly deserted on a Sunday morning. But two girls gave him odd looks. When people didn't recognize him, they often just stared, sometimes trying to place where they'd seen him before. And sometimes he could see the moment they realized who he was. He waved. They giggled, waved, and ran off the other direction. On the other side of the park, he slowed to a walk, then stepped off the path to stretch. Mostly his thoughts stretched. This whole thing was so odd. He didn't have fantasies about what it would be like sleeping with Bree. He just knew he wanted to. He was also thinking with his brain, not what was in his pants. That was so bizarre. Stretching helped. It relieved some of the tension while he was in whatever odd position, but the instant he returned to a normal stance, it sprung right back. The only solution had to be Bree. Though there wasn't much he could do about it right now. God knew he'd spent countless nights hashing through the whole thing and working out each possible scenario. He finally came to the conclusion that she probably wouldn't kick him out if he kissed her, and was just way off his mark. They'd be okay in the end. Things couldn't get much more awkward than they already were. Again he tried turning his attention. This time with a little more success. As he ran again, the steady pounding of his feet and the impact in his legs helped to set the pace of his thoughts on the way home. He had auditions tomorrow. He still hadn't heard from the producers at Paramount whether or not they wanted him for the romantic comedy he'd read for. So he would go and read for this part. He wanted to play the mental patient. He felt very worthy of it these days. But Sherry wanted him to play to the hunk appeal once more, before getting more serious. There were advantages both ways, but first at least one of the roles had to be offered to him. Finally, he arrived at the front gate and let himself in. He didn't have a plan, but he had a decision.
Oh good. You're home. Bree breathed a sigh of relief and watched as Marco shed his coat and hung it by the door. Maybe his audition had gone well. Would you be able to babysit tonight? Huh. His brows knit. That clearly wasn't what he had been expecting her to say. Why? What's going on? Oh, Jess called and Wilder is playing at the House of Blues. We were hoping to go. But you're my only possible sitter. Wilder is coming there? The expression on his face hadn't changed. But hers did. It's a last-minute thing. I can't believe Zoe got us tickets. Bree was really hoping for an evening out as an adult, and most of her crowd was going to make it. Kara was leaving baby Mira home with Walker. Bree was almost holding her breath. I have to start getting ready, so we can get a good table. If you're up for babysitting, that is. Sure. He nodded and turned to Sean. Boys' night out. Out. She turned. Hey, if you're going out, we're going out. He slid his hands under Sean's arms and examined his outfit. This is not suitable for picking up chicks. Picking up chicks? Bree raised her eyebrows, but her phone rang just then. Kara. Time was of the essence. Well, probably the dog park and some ice cream. He had Sean tucked comfortably in his arm, the baby laughing. And an early bedtime. You'll be late? Bree nodded as Kara answered the phone. Yes, Marco said he'll babysit. Great. Kara nearly shrieked. I'm on my way. Then the line went dead. That meant Bree had about 15 minutes. Thank you. She hollered out as she bolted up the stairs. She hadn't been to the House of Blues in ages. She flung open the closet door feeling all of 16 again. Running her hand along her hanging clothes, she looked at everything until the red popped out. What better place to wear red pants? She would probably be about as demurely dressed as anyone there. She slid into the pants and zipped them up the back. Then she located her black shirt and slung it on, leaving the top few buttons open. She felt almost slutty and it felt great. Although once she walked in, she would probably feel old and out of date. Hair. She scrambled through the bathroom, finally piling all her blonde locks on top of her head. She did her best to do her makeup quickly and well. It had been so long since she partied. Turning back into the room, she searched under the edge of the bed for heels. Then tried again to get down the stairs and out the front door. She was halfway across the living room when she was stopped by a whistle from behind her. Bree turned slowly to see Marco and Sean peeking out his door. Marco held up Sean's hand and waved it at her. Bye Mama, you look great. A smile started inside her and spread across her face. She went over to them and kissed Sean's little forehead. Be good. She then grabbed Marco and pulled him down to plant a kiss on his forehead too. His scent filled her senses, replacing the warm sweet baby powder of Sean. And God, did he never wear a shirt anymore? Be good, she told him, thought it came out as more of a murmur than she had intended. The honk of a horn gave her a good excuse to run, without looking like she was fleeing the scene. I'll see you guys later tonight. Bolting out the door, she could still feel the sensation of Marco's hair in her fingers, still smell him, and still sense his eyes on her as she headed out and climbed into the passenger seat. Girl, you look flushed. Maybe you should go back inside and continue whatever you were doing. Kara grinned like a Cheshire cat. Just drive. Bree pointed straight ahead. Did he kiss you? No. God, she sounded so exasperated. I kissed him, on the forehead mind you. Bree sighed. A deep soul-filling sigh. It was all wrong no matter how she looked at it, and yet she still wanted it. She stewed until they met up with their friends. They danced when Wilder came on. T.J. Hewlett looked as hot as ever, and still held no sway over her. She berated herself. There's only one thing you can do with a shovel, Bree. Put down the shovel. She caught up with Zoe and Jessica. And watched as Noah garnered a few stares. Bree was downing her third margarita, grateful she danced so much. She was feeling this third one. Every now and then that tipsy going on drunk feeling overtook her. We should bail while I'm sober. Kara announced. What time is it? Noah flicked his wrist up, checking the display. 1:35. Kara grabbed her hand. Time to get you home, Cinderella. She trailed Kara out the front door and into the cold snap of the night. She hopped a little in the cold while Kara unlocked the car and then climbed in. Yup, she was still a little tipsy. So, what are you going to do when you get in if he's still up? He won't still be up. God, that pissed her off about Kara. All she had to do was say he, and they both knew who he was. At least Kara asked all the right questions. Her attraction to Marco came as no great surprise, because Kara had seen it way back when. Even when she herself had vehemently disagreed. And if he is still up? Bree crossed her arms. I won't do anything. It's not right. A smile lit Kara's face. It's not about what we think is right. I know that as well as anyone. What do you want to do? She smirked. Attack him. Kara laughed as they pulled up to the house. Thank you for being the designated driver. She hugged her friend and climbed out at the curb. Hey look. Kara pointed to the living room light still on. Go get him, Tiger. Then she simply waved and pulled away. The gate felt heavier than usual as Bree swung it open. She'd go up to bed because that was what should happen. She turned the key, her blood running a little fast, a combination of Margarita and Marco. The door swung open to reveal him sitting on the couch, bare feet propped up, magazine open in front of him. "You're home early." "Ha ha." She set her purse down and went into the kitchen. Suddenly, she needed a whole glass of water to avoid a hangover. Bree called to him from the kitchen. "I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to ask earlier, but how did your audition go?" She clinked the ice into the glass and filled it from the water cooler. His voice carried back across the room as she took a long gulp. "It went well. Apparently, I make a great mental patient." "Any idea when you'll know if you got it?" She would hate being an actress. It was like constantly interviewing for jobs and being tested at each interview. "No idea." He called back, but she made her way into the living room and perched on the arm of the recliner. You would think she was drinking straight vodka, because somehow the words just fell out of her mouth. "Don't you ever wear a shirt anymore?" Slowly he leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Men who looked like that shouldn't be allowed to lounge in jeans. His voice broke through her thoughts, and she followed the indentation between his pecs up to his eyes. "Do you want me to wear a shirt?" Her breathing stopped and her insides went numb. Should she lie? She was a terrible liar. And who did she really think she was fooling here? No. Good. Somehow, he was on his feet and standing in front of her. His finger slipped in the front of her pants, and he pulled her forward onto her feet, even as her stomach sucked in. Bree was barely aware as his fingers slid around the bare flesh of her waist, and his other arm ran open-handed across her back. The crush of her chest against his went virtually unnoticed as his face eased down closer to hers. Oh God! Her head tilted up with no input from her shocked brain, and she met his kiss as her arms snaked around his neck. She was on fire. His mouth was on hers, searing and sweet and burning a trail through her. She couldn't get enough. She felt the rivets of his jeans through the thin fabric of her pants. The heat of his chest ignored her clothes and rushed to her skin. Her confused blood didn't know where to run. Her breath lost its pattern and quit, unsure what to do. Only her fingers and her mouth seemed to be aware of the game, and they played with skill. Until finally she had to breathe. Even as she pulled away, it felt like she'd stepped into a snowstorm, for Marco had stepped back too. Her fingers came up to her lips to be sure that they were still attached, and that they'd participated in that kiss. His voice was soft and warm and snaked through her soul. "Going to bed." The fingers left, but the heat lingered. Maybe it was the margaritas. "Good night." It was barely more than a whisper to his back, as the broad shoulders and jeans-clad ass walked away.
Chapter 25. Nothing. Marco couldn't believe it. Bree had sat calmly across the table from him, drinking her coffee, and saying nothing about kissing him last night. It seemed like she had started to mention something a few times, but then she didn't. Here he was, retreating to his running shoes once more. The repetitive noise of his feet on the track was not enough to keep at bay the dream of the hot blonde who tasted like margaritas. He didn't need a dream analyst to tell him what it meant. She'd clearly been drinking last night. He smiled a slick smile to himself. If she didn't say anything soon, then he would just kiss her again. He was in deep trouble. Chapter 26. Here. Marco held out his arms and let Bree hand the sleeping child up to him. He knew he had ulterior motives, but still cradled the sleeping child and carried him up to his crib. Marco left the door open a crack and stepped cautiously back down the stairs. Balls to the wall. He had decided, earlier. Kiss her again. Worst case scenario, he got one more kiss. He steeled himself as though marching to a war, instead of toward Chinese takeout on the coffee table. He tossed a little cheer into his voice. Out like a little light. She smiled over her shoulder at him and went on breaking his snap-apart chopsticks. That right there was the beauty of the whole thing. In that moment he relaxed because she was Bree, who knew that he could never get the chopsticks to snap correctly, and somehow she was in good with the Chinese food gods. He pulled a throw pillow from the couch and sat it near hers before joining her where she was tucked under the coffee table. She'd opened all the containers and was plucking a piece of zucchini from one. Carefully, he placed the first chopstick across his thumb and grasped it with his middle finger. Now where did the other one go? I can't do this. You never know, you may need this skill one day. She took the chopsticks out of his hand. What if they filmed The Karate Kid Part 10? You don't want to miss that opportunity. She opened his hand and set the first chopstick in place, then wrapped his fingers around the second one. Her skin was warm to the touch, and he felt as if he could breathe her in. There. She wiggled the chopsticks in his fingers. It worked. Of course. She pulled them back out of his hand, startling him. What? Now you do it. He sighed and grabbed the sticks back from her, glad for the break in his train of thought. After a few moments, he got them functioning again, but not as well as she did. Bree reached over between bites and slid them further up in his grasp, making them work much better. He worked to catch up with her. Even the conversation was easy. He'd gotten called to do screen testing for a part he had auditioned for. She'd taken 3 aspirin the other morning to fight a wicked hangover after just 3 margaritas throughout the course of an evening. But Wilder had been amazing, and she loved seeing her friends, knowing her old world still existed, and she could visit even if she wasn't really in it. He worked the chopsticks passively, only lost a few clumps of the rice. He handed the lost food over to Duck, who chomped at it greedily. He was getting enough to eat, which was a good thing because then all hell broke loose. In the form of chow mein. Bree held the white box in front of her and pulled out the food with her perfect form chopsticks. Each bite was held up while she tipped her head back. She started at the bottom of the dangling noodles, her tongue darting out to claim the tips or to help pull the last noodle in. He stared. Marco had seen her eat chow mein before, and he had absolutely no idea when it had become an erotic act. If he didn't do something. He almost laughed. Balls to the wall, right? Mental patient was more like it. He heard the chopsticks as they hit the coffee table, fallen unaware from his fingertips. Then he watched as the same hand came up and pulled the paper container out of her hands. Bree turned to look at him with a puzzled expression as the last clump of noodles disappeared from the chopsticks into her mouth. He then pulled the chopsticks out of her grasp too. He was simply on autopilot. Then his mouth opened, and he had to make it say something. Are you trying to drive me insane? Her mouth was still full of noodles, and she was clearly at a loss. So was he. What could he say that wouldn't mess it all up? His mouth opened, and the words just started pouring out. Do you have any idea how crazy you're making me? He leaned closer, pulled by the sheer force of her. The noodles disappeared, and her mouth opened in surprise, her eyes wide. It didn't matter whether she was in shock, he couldn't alter his course. There aren't words to tell you how badly I want to kiss you, so I'm going to do it and you stop me if you want. Don't stop me. Don't stop me. He was leaning sideways over her and had reached his range of motion, but he felt his fingers in her hair and then she was leaning in toward him. She certainly didn't stop him. His fingers snaked around the sides of her face so he could hold her there, breathe her in and kiss her again. He felt her hands clutching at the front of his t-shirt for support. Briefly he enjoyed the added pressure as she splayed them wide across his chest, before he was close enough that he felt them slide up and over his shoulders. Her mouth followed his as he opened it, his tongue finding her lips, then more. He may have held her too tightly, he wasn't sure, but he still had that nagging feeling that he could get closer. As he shifted, Marco felt his jeans close in on him. That hadn't happened in a long time. His breath escaped him, and for a moment his fingers stayed twined in her hair as he leaned his forehead against hers and inhaled, searching for her gaze. No. It was the softest of air, with the slightest pressure from her hands. The spell was broken. She'd said no. The tension left his hands, and she slipped away as she pushed against his chest and stood. The air around him shattered. He sat silent, the taste of her still lingering on his lips, as she took a few steps backward. Then turning, she fled up the steps.
No. Every inch of her screamed at her brain. Yes. She could run downstairs and take it back. Or she could hide out all night. The coward's way out. The only way out. Bree squeezed her eyes. What in God's name had she done? Her shoulders ached with the weight of her decision. Her logical mind told her it was the right one, but everything else railed against it. She lay down on top of the covers. She could feel the impression of his arms around her, not to mention his lips and his breath, and the bitter sweetness of it all was acid eating at her. Her breathing bordered on sobs. There wasn't any way to make everything right. What if he left? Was that better than being with him briefly, until one or the other of them realized it wasn't anything more than a release, and then he left? She was certain she couldn't handle having her heart broken, not without Marco around to help her pick up the pieces. That certainly wouldn't be the case if it was Marco doing the heartbreaking. What if she broke his heart? That would break hers too, and the guilt would consume her. But what about the constriction in her chest? It was physical pain, snaking its way into her shoulders and down to her hips, slowly invading every corner of her. There was no place to hide from it. She clenched her teeth, and debated taking one of the Valium that waited in her medicine cabinet, untouched for a year. Her fingers curled and stretched. She bit her lip hard, simply so the pain would distract her. She didn't even have tears. Her chest felt as though it were caving in, like the last time she had felt this way. The last time her heart had broken.
It was 7:30 in the morning, and the smell of coffee was tormenting him. He hadn't slept at all, that he could remember. He'd heard her come down at 5 a.m. Marco rubbed his eyes. He had to get up and face the fact that he'd crossed the line with his best friend. He also had to face that friends was all that she wanted. If even that. Throwing his legs over the side of the bed, Marco dug his toes into the carpet and swallowed a deep breath for fortitude. He arrived at the breakfast table just as his legs went off duty, and he nearly tumbled into the chair. He heard Bree in the kitchen behind him, then the soft pad of her feet on the wood floor that told him she was approaching him from behind. Balls to the wall had been yesterday. Today he didn't have the guts to raise his eyes to look at her. He startled as her hand set a mug of coffee in front of him. Clearly it had cream, and was the exact shade he usually mixed his to. His heart wrenched a little further. It even smelled of a touch of sugar. He took a tentative sip. "Thank you." She nodded but said nothing. It was clear from her expression that she was at an utter loss. So he said the one thing he had to say. "I'm sorry." After a small gasp for breath, she replied, "Don't be." Marco nodded. It all seemed so simply resolved between them, yet nothing felt right. After a few minutes of awkward silence and feigned paper reading, he tried a safe topic. "Where's Sean?" She smirked and shook her head. "I woke him up in the middle of the night. He finally got tired and passed out on me, so he's back in bed. Couldn't sleep." In some way it comforted him that she hadn't either. Not after the Valium wore off. She reached for her coffee again, even as he nearly sprang across the table. "You took a Valium." She leaned away, concerned only that he was concerned. "Only half? Don't take those again, Bree, please." The Valium scared the crap out of him. "Game over. I promise not to do anything to make you need one again, okay?" "It wasn't you." Her answer was fast, her gaze certain. "I just didn't know what to do. I thought maybe I dreamed the first time, because of all the margaritas." Her hands gestured uselessly in front of her, and he plucked one from its mad flight. Aimlessly his thumb stroked across her fingers, and he checked the red welt that was healing. His eyes didn't leave the faint pink on her palm. "I thought you kissed me back the first time, and so I tried again." "I did kiss you back." With a blink his eyes met hers. "Then what?" He felt a piece of his chest ease at the faint hope that her words brought, even though he knew it was far wiser to stay guarded. Bree yanked her hand away from him and stood. "I can't do this." She leaned over the table, clearly distraught. "I love you. You are my nearest and dearest friend, and you're like a father to Sean." Something caught in her throat, but how would he interrupt her anyway? "Kill me slowly, please. You're too big a part of my life to throw away for sex." Marco's gut recoiled. She'd thrown the first awful punch. He threw one right back. "Screw you." She whirled her short robe flinging wide, shock in her eyes. How dare you think I would throw you away just for sex? How dare you think that of me? He stalked past her shocked gaze, unconcerned about the sleeping baby. Just shy of his room she spoke, stilling him. Leave it to Bree to fight back fast, though her voice stayed calm. 2 weeks ago, you were in love with Julie Lister. What am I supposed to think? His shoulders fell, and he took a deep breath where he stood. He could walk away and let it stand, or he could tell her the truth and throw it all away. Screw it. At least he would know she didn't think he was an asshole. I was never in love with Julie Lister. Bree had more pitbull in her than duck, it seemed. Fine, in love is the wrong term. It doesn't change the facts. His back was still to her. You don't even know the facts. I think I do. Oh, please do enlighten me. His anger almost crowded out the sound of her taking a harsh breath. I saw the way you kissed her. She even commented that she'd never been kissed like that before. You were always off somewhere with her, always looking at her. I know you spent the night with her too. She breathed. And you used to be comfortable sleeping beside me, but you couldn't get far enough away. Piece by piece the bricks lifted from him. Julie had been absolutely right, not only about Bree's feelings for him, but also that the truth was in the details. Bree had been paying attention all along. Hope wrestled him around to face her. You're all wrong. She hugged her robe tighter around her, as though needing to ward off what she saw in his eyes. I went to Julie to tell her how I felt about you. Bree frowned and pulled back a little. He hated it, but he talked. It was at the pool. I didn't recognize you in that pink bikini. By the time I figured it out, I was a goner. She took a step back and he continued. If he was digging this hole, it was going to be big enough to bury himself in. When Mark and the guys made you that bet about the dive. Her mouth formed an O, but no sound came. When we filmed that last kiss scene, I was thinking about you. Julie knew it, and she played it up. Bree tried to look defensive. He could see his words were a little slow to sink in. Cards on the table, right? Time to stop raising and call. She made me a bet. I tell you how I felt, and if you said no, I got to sleep in her bed with her on the floor until I was no longer embarrassed. Fool that I was, I tried kissing you. When that didn't work, I ran. You were trying to kiss me? His smile was weak. Poorly, I admit. I always thought you would be so smooth. He shook his head and held his palms out and watched while it absorbed. She examined each piece until she was stumped. If you had these feelings, then why did you practically fall off the bed each night? For God's sake, she'd been married, and he was going to have to explain it. Closing his eyes, he tried to think of a way to not humiliate himself. You are a woman. Poor opening, but it would have to do. You could have an orgasm standing there right now, and I could be none the wiser. He looked up briefly and watched her eyebrows raise. But I have a meter on the front of my body that tells everyone when I am even just the slightest bit aroused. What was I supposed to do? Her hand had fluttered to her mouth. From her eyes it looked to be surprise and not gales of laughter. He breathed out. Her other hand covered the first, leaving her short robe to slide open, revealing the horrible, sweet, soft nightshirt that kept him from getting much of any sleep for weeks. I never realized, so now what do we do? He shook his head. I'm out of cards, Bree. You tell me what you want. She breathed in and tried again. I don't even know. Me either. His hands hung at his sides. You don't have a plan? No. He laughed. I just wanted to kiss you. That maybe was a bit of a lie. But she spoke before he could correct it. Well, you did it. So are you satisfied? He was out of emotional chips. It was her turn, are you? No. It was firm and unwavering, and it nearly buckled his knees. Just then, a tiny cry came from the room upstairs. Bree looked up at the ceiling as though she had X-ray vision, before turning and running to fetch Sean. His knees did buckle then.
Chapter 27. Bree sauntered down the stairs. It was 7 a.m., and she was getting her morning coffee, and she had on jeans and a tiny t-shirt. And it had taken her nearly half an hour. She'd lost it. Her heart was jumping to its own little rhythm. She was wound like a spring, unsure how many more times she and Marco could pause in front of each other and not kiss. At the bottom of the stairs, she stilled. The unruly mop of chocolate brown hair was visible over the back of the couch. The little streaks of almost blonde evidence of the sun, running, and afternoons at the dog park. She could practically smell that his shirt was off. He turned and gave her a slow smile and liquid blink. Yup, he was shirtless. She had that ghost feeling again, that she could pass right through and absorb some of him into herself. Instead, she went into the kitchen and poured a mug of coffee. She had to cut back on the coffee and sodas. It wasn't like she was getting any sleep lately. She sipped at her drink, thinking. Her mental image of Kevin had changed. It had faded from active love to just a soft, happy feeling. Sean brought to mind the smell of baby and the feeling of a future. Marco had been a fun, upbeat happiness with a core of trust. Then added stability. Now when she thought of him, he invaded her every fiber. He was to her multiple stages of being in love, all at once. The jittery, anticipating phase somehow oddly rolled into the old comfortable stage. Maybe that was why she'd held it all so closely in check. Because the part of her that always functioned no matter what, was trying to tap out the word to her in Morse code. And she had been ignoring the tapping. LO versus E. For a brief moment, it was as if all the universe had settled in her soul, and she knew it to be true. A question darted across her thoughts. Tell him? No. She wasn't ready to share it. Are you going to come join me? Or are you scared of me now? His voice snaked around her, and there was no way to resist. Bree was drawn toward him. I'm just not exactly sure what to do with you now. He didn't look up. Funny how that made the conversation easier. I have a few choice ideas. It came out as giggle. It hadn't been meant to be funny. She felt safe and yet somehow exposed with him. Is that why you're sitting there with your shirt off? He finally met her gaze. Why don't you find out? Her mouth failed. Her legs failed. Her brain failed. Total shutdown. With a steadying breath, she did the only thing she could. She found some words. Marco, whatever happens between us, I think we should take it slowly, physically and emotionally. She paused as the fire in his eyes smoldered to smoke. That way, if either of us comes to the conclusion this isn't right, then we can get out with everyone's heart and our friendship still intact. He nodded as he stood. That sounds smart. God, she had screwed away the moment she had been waiting for. But she hadn't. He pulled her close and pressed himself to the full length of her, his face close. Tell me this isn't too fast for you, because it seems to me like it took way too long to get here. Her smile hid the nervous movement of her lips. Her fingers felt their way around his waist, half jeans, half hot skin. Her eyes closed as his hands came up to brace either side of her face. She felt his descent toward her in the heat he radiated, until finally she felt his lips on hers. For a moment it was a soft, chaste kiss, his lips exerting the gentlest of pressure. Then her fingers clutched involuntarily at his waist, and it was a signal to him. The kiss turned. His hands tilted her head to one side, turning on that euphoric lethargy of an anticipated move. He held her tight, as though he didn't understand he was her escape. As her hands climbed his back, she felt the tip of a finger begin to trace down her collarbone. She sighed into him just as he leapt backward, her world seemingly punctuated by the abrupt scratch of a record. And she was left where she stood. Marco stared at her throat, his hands nervously working through his hair. I can't, he whispered. What? He read it in her expression, and pointed at her neck. Bree's fingers fluttered nervously up, and just before she reached her collarbone, she knew what Marco found. The chain with the matching pair of wedding bands, tucked just under the neck of her shirt. His hands came up and covered his eyes. It's adultery, Bree. You're my best friend's wife. She unclasped the chain and curled it in one palm in front of her. It's not adultery. He's not here now. Marco's hands fell and he looked at her. Obviously, he still exists that way for you, because you're still wearing it. It's off. His head shook slow and low. That doesn't change the fact that you got up this morning and put that on. After yesterday. Marco. She reached out to stop him from retreating. I didn't put it on this morning. I haven't taken it off in a year, and lately I hadn't even noticed it was there. I'm putting it away. With no second thoughts or regrets. His voice was soft but full. I don't want to be the reason you take it off. She smiled. You are the reason I'm taking this off. No. Please. Yes. You're the one who helped me go on when everything fell apart. You're the reason that I'm whole enough to not feel tied to this chain. You're the reason I'm able to stand here having these feelings for you. I should have taken it off a long time ago, and I screwed up, because I don't know how to go back and change that now. Clearly, she would have to make him believe.
Marco found over the next few days that he believed because he wanted to believe. He believed because she crawled across the couch and kissed him senseless. He believed because he wanted to believe the expression on her face was unmarked by the man in her past. But finding that necklace had unearthed something larger than he expected. He hadn't thought to find anything but Bree. Kevin wasn't just the man in Bree's past. He'd been Marco's best friend, like none other he'd ever had. All this time, he'd believed he was a seasoned veteran, who knew how to handle watching the people around him die. But this? He'd never simply folded Anthony up and put him on a shelf to be taken out and looked at for holidays, and he didn't want to do that with Kevin. It was easier to keep him around. But he couldn't do that if he wanted to invade Kevin's space. And he wanted Kevin's space. The couch cushions were heating up against his back. Almost to the point of being uncomfortable, but it helped him think. He rolled slightly onto his side, then stared down at the woman and child out cold on the floor. Her bare feet peeked out from the hem of her jeans, propped flat on the floor. She'd rolled Sean onto her chest, where he slept soundly in a little ball, snuggled against her. Her hair made swirls and eddies on the carpet where she'd played with the baby, until they both gave out. Marco watched their even breathing for a few moments, wanting to get off the couch and curl up with them. But he kept feeling he was betraying his friend. Please, Kevin, you have to know I would never have made a move on her if you had been here. What's wrong? Her voice was a soft heat floating to him. He opened his eyes, knowing full well that he couldn't disguise it. Bree smiled softly as she lay unmoving on the floor, hugging Sean close. You can tell me anything, even that you don't want to be with me, and I'll understand. He took a deep breath. I do want to be with you. It's just, I don't know how to have you without feeling that I'm betraying him. Maybe the same way I do. She spoke softly, trying not to wake the baby. I still love him. Marco's heart constricted. His worst fear spoken aloud. I think the heart has an infinite capacity to love. Like when you have another child, it doesn't mean you love the first one less. I think we have an infinite capacity to be in love. But only for one person. She might as well pump bullets into him. For all that he thought the guilt was unbearable, this was infinitely worse. Her voice came to him again, though it hurt to listen. I haven't been in love with Kevin for quite a while. He isn't even here to participate. Slowly, the vice on his heart loosened. But I still love him. I still have all that, and now I have room for more. He opened his eyes and faced her. You don't feel like you're betraying him? No. The simplicity of it erased some of his worries. If it had been me, I wouldn't have wanted him to spend the rest of his days alone. I don't believe he would have wanted that for me. But with me, I was his best friend. Her smile got wider. If I had to guess, I would say he would be pleased at my choice. He rolled to the floor next to her. If she could do it, so could he. Because she was here, flesh and blood. And as he slid his arm behind her neck and curled around her, he had the unmistakable feeling of being home.
Though her brain said it was odd, her body and soul snuggled back into Marco and hugged Sean to her chest. The nagging doubt was the only part of her that wasn't sure it was exactly where it belonged. The TV cast an odd, ever-changing glow in front of them. Marco appeared wrapped up in the show, but Bree couldn't focus. They were a family. But not quite. She and Sean had played that afternoon and on into the evening, waiting for Marco to return from his second screen test for a part he wanted. Then Marco took them out to dinner, where Sean had babbled incessantly. As she sat on the couch with Marco wrapped around her, the slip knot around her heart loosened, and she almost believed that they were a real family. Only Mommy didn't know if Uncle Marco was in love with her, or if he wanted to stay, or even if he really wanted to be Daddy. Marco's arms tightened. What? Nothing. The answer was too fast. I'm putting Sean to bed. She sat up and planted her feet into the rug. As she made her way past Marco, his hand came up and grabbing her arm pulled her forward. He planted a small kiss on Sean's head and told him to sleep tight before letting her go. Bree couldn't deny that her heart had hoped the tug and the kiss were for her. Marco tilted his head a bit as she started to walk away. Come back down? She nodded, and as she ascended the stairs her lips tugged into a faint smile. A moment later she snuck out the door. With a deep breath, she tried to look calm as she made her way back to the living room. Marco turned his head and frowned at her. You look like you're facing an execution. She laughed and came to a stop just behind the couch. He shook his head. I used to know what you were thinking, but now that it's important I can't tell. I just wasn't sure what I was coming back down here to face. You want to know why I asked you to come back down? Bree nodded, but Marco didn't speak. He simply grabbed her wrist and hauled her over the back of the couch and into his lap. Laughing, she scrambled until she found herself with her knees planted on either side of his legs, her face inches from his. Her laughter dissipated. She felt her breath in her chest as she waited for him to turn the pause into a kiss. It was his voice that touched her first. You know, it would reassure me if you kissed me one of these times. I've kissed you. I mean, if you started it. His eyes searched her face, letting her know that he was just as uncertain as she was. So you don't know what you're doing here any more than I do? His smile was wide and spread through all his features. Duh. I mean, I know I want to be here. She could taste him in the air, he was so close. He continued, I know how to date women I've just met, bring flowers, take them out to dinner. I just don't know where the etiquette is for falling for someone I already know so well. Her heart fluttered like a hummingbird, yet the conversation was actually deceptively mellow. Other people have done it. I already trust you, Marco. And it's making it so hard to go slow. She might as well have pulled apart her ribcage and showed him her heart. He wasn't looking at her eyes anymore. He had his fingers in her hair, and it was all she could do not to melt into his hand. She whispered, It's so hard to keep my hands off you. He snapped upright, his fingers stopped and his eyes blazed before he looked away again. You could have fooled me. The words burned down all her open nerves. How could he not know? How could he be so blind when she felt so transparent? This was terrifyingly raw. I'm afraid if I start, I won't know how to stop. His lips brushed hers as he spoke, and he said what she had known he would. Well then don't stop. She shut him up with a kiss, sealing the last millimeter of air that had hovered between them. Her fingers dug into his shoulders, feeling his heart thudding beneath her palms. Marco pushed her off for a few brief gasps of air and an oh God. That made her smile and dive at him again. As though every piece of flesh were laid open and, like holding a wound, pressing herself to every piece of him was the solution. His hands made trails along the back of her head, while her mouth tried to steal his soul through his breath. The muscles of his shoulders slid beneath her fingers. When lack of oxygen threatened to make her pass out, she lifted her head the barest sliver and the words tried to slip free. I love you. But she clamped her jaw and they never got said. She slid back as her breath reclaimed itself. What? God, how was he that patient with her? Even as he moved toward her, Bree scrambled backward off the couch. He asked again, this time more urgent. What? I almost told you that I love you, and I have no idea where you stand on that. I want you so badly because I have all these feelings and we've never had sex, and I have no outlet for them. She fought the flood, replacing them with her own words. We can't, not yet. You need a way out. She tried desperately to walk, but felt her own feet fleeing beneath her. His voice came to her over her shoulder. Bree. I don't need a way out. She couldn't bear it if he didn't love her back. Her voice was a whispered sob. Yes, you do.
Chapter 28. His feet smacked the pavement as he ran. He was going to give himself knee damage over her. He hadn't been out running in a while. He seemed to need to run when he was most sexually frustrated. But that wasn't entirely it. Exercise was a poor substitute for what he wanted, but hey, it beat the hell out of lying on the couch getting fat and frustrated. What the hell was Bree doing? Walking around in that nightshirt like he was immune. Then again, he had been immune for years. Still, how could she be so clueless about his reaction? She'd been married, she had a child, and yet seemed to have no idea that he couldn't get up off the couch half the time. He pounded his way around the corner. Stupid nightshirt. Come to think of it, she had been walking around in those things long before this all started. She'd even worn one when she was pregnant. Marco decided that the solution was to get her something else to walk around in. Every red-blooded male in America was familiar with those catalogs. He had ideas. His breath whooshed out on a disgusted sigh as his feet hit harder on the track. Yeah, that was just what he needed, her parading around in something even sexier. God, sometimes she was an idiot. You need a way out. He mouthed the words, just as he had done all morning. What he needed was a way in. Marco turned for home, concentrating on the rhythm of his feet on the ground. Leaving the track, he jogged his way home. He flung open the door, and was unable to hide his disappointment that no one was there. She lived here, he told himself. She'd be back. She must have taken Sean somewhere. Oh well, he needed a shower anyway. He hung his sweat-soaked clothes to dry as he climbed into the shower. He rubbed his head full of lather, and soaped himself up, regretting that it was his own hands washing him. Soon, he consoled himself. Soon. Turning everything off, he shook the water out of his hair before grabbing the towel he'd set nearby. The low rumble of the garage door opener filtered through the walls as a bass vibration. He dried faster and slid still damp into jeans. He barely had them snap before he opened his door and saw her back as she placed Sean in his high chair. Where is Marco? The question was adult, but from the tone in her voice, it was clearly aimed at Sean. He snuck closer. She kept talking, unaware. Mommy has groceries to unload. Where's a big strong man when you need one? She paused. No offense, Sean. I need a man who can walk. Marco snuck up behind her, and his arms encircled her waist. He lifted her off the ground as she shrieked in holy terror. Her legs kicked even as her arms remained pinned where he hugged them. Finally, he set her down, but didn't release her. He glanced at Sean, who looked bewildered and luckily had not broken down crying at his mother's screams. That had been a mistake. Oh Jesus, Marco. She wasn't really mad, he knew, but he held tight. He hooked his chin around her shoulder and spoke. I missed you this morning. Missed me. If she was going to try to slow him down, then he would just have to seduce her. Slow clearly wasn't working for either of them. My bed was empty. I woke up, and you weren't in it. Her breathing changed. I didn't go to sleep in your bed. That must be the problem. With every breath, he inhaled her. You should have. His arms unfolded, and Bree took a shaky step away before turning to face him. Clearly, she was weakening. She pushed against his bare chest with her hot little fingers. You're a fiend? And there's ice cream melting in the car. I'd better go get it. The only thing I want melting is you. She did. He smiled to himself. He was a fiend. Wow, he'd gotten cocky. But it had become a game, and a game was something he could handle. It didn't leave him feeling flooded and disoriented. The grocery bags weighed heavy against his fingers as he forced a single trip. He smiled and made faces at Sean as he went by, but Sean's eyes looked tired and his head started to tip. Marco placed the bags on the counter, replacing the ones she had just emptied. That must have been some shopping trip. Sean's losing it. Actually, Bree pointed over his shoulder, he's out. Sure enough, Sean had fallen fully asleep, his little head resting peacefully on the tray. Marco laughed and turned to watch Bree put the last of the groceries away, before realizing he had her to himself, if only briefly. His hand snaked out and circled her wrist. Pulling her to him, he felt the heat of her sear him. In the brief moment he paused, her arms wound around his neck.
Damn. Kara's voice was low, as she sauntered up the middle of the mall to catch Bree in a big hug. You haven't done it yet, have you? No, I haven't. And I was just thinking the entire mall needed to know. Bree hugged her friend back. Luckily, the place was nearly empty. The early morning walkers were clearing out, and no other group had yet taken their place. Actually, I was thinking that I don't see you often enough anymore. Kara sighed and made her way into the first store, fingering a blouse on display by the door. I know how it is. I don't expect to go anywhere for a year. I just want to lose my baby weight and watch my girls grow. Bree smiled. Yeah. I've also learned what I am and am not capable of when severely sleep-deprived. I'm with you on that one. True to form, Kara steered the conversation back where she wanted it. So why haven't you? You look positively frustrated. I am positively frustrated. Bree held her hands up at an absolute loss. I'm just too scared to screw everything up. So instead you're screwing everything up. The laugh bubbled inside her for a moment. Yeah, I guess. Honey, go home, lay that gorgeous hunk of a man and keep him by your side as long as you can. Kara plucked another shirt from the rack and draped it over her arm with the first one. I guess you're right. I need that glow, right? She watched as Kara smiled a slow smile, and she saw that glow in her friend. Walker was a keeper. The conversation continued as they delved into each other's personal lives, where no one else had a right to go. 3 shirts and a pair of shoes later, Bree headed home. Her brain was swimming. Kara had real fears, but she faced them. She'd face them to get Walker and then again get Mina, and once more to get her new baby girl Lara. Whereas Bree was so scared of everything, she could barely even try. Kara had also boosted her confidence by pointing out that Marco was fully on board. No one ever knew what the other person wanted until they had big talks. She and Marco weren't there yet, though they were clearly ready for more than what they had, right now. She decided. The next time Sean was asleep, she would make sure she got Marco alone and make him understand. A perma-smile implanted itself square on her face as she pulled into the empty garage. Grabbing her bags, she threw open the door to the living room. Marco! She yelled, then tried to reel the sound back in. What kind of mother yelled that way? There was no answer. Her brows pulled together, and she looked out into the backyard. Marco had talked about Sean needing to crawl in the grass. No. She'd forgotten Sean's antibiotics this morning. The breath left her, at least he was close to the end of the course, hopefully being a few hours late wouldn't hurt. She went to the kitchen to palm the small bottle with the dropper top, but it wasn't in its spot next to the microwave. Another frown marred her features. The garage had been empty. That meant that Marco and Sean were out of the house. A note on the kitchen table caught her eye. Good, they would be back soon. She picked up the paper and felt everything constrict. They'd gone to the emergency room. Sean woke up from his morning nap screaming. Upon inspection, Marco had found a rash everywhere. She bolted for the door and slid back into the driver's seat, before calming herself. She checked her phone, wondering why he hadn't called, only to find that her ringer had gotten turned off. His texts just repeated what the note said, which meant it was either all okay or too terrible to tell her over text. The garage door chugged open so slowly it was all she could do not to smash through it, but she took a deep breath. Wrecking wouldn't help anyone. Her foot eased off the gas pedal. If she wrecked, she'd kill Marco. She couldn't do that to him. Not after they'd lost Kevin that way. It was the only thing that kept her driving like a semi-sane person. She told herself that Marco had time to write a note and text, and that was a good sign. Marco had driven Sean himself. Another good sign. Her gas pedal didn't go down far enough. Her tires squealed around the corner. The lights were all against her, and her frustration mounted. Marco didn't answer his phone. Finally, she pulled up and waited as 3 cars ahead of her paid for parking and got directions. After squealing into one of the spaces, she wound her way to the front desk. She nearly ran over an old man in a wheelchair, and it was all she could do to force out an apology. She tried to stay calm at the front desk. "I think my son is here. Sean Anthony Walter." "Hold on." The woman behind the desk was as wide as she was tall, and it seemed to impede her movement. Or maybe everything just seemed slow to Bree. It was all Bree could do to keep from diving across the desk and grabbing the woman by her kitty cat jacket and shaking some damn sense into her. Finally, the slow head bobbed and spoke. "Leroy will take you to them in a minute." "Is he all right?" "You'll need to speak to a doctor, ma'am." Bree waited, leaning against the wall, sulking. She was an EMT. She knew they couldn't tell her how Sean was, but it still frustrated the crap out of her. After a near eon, Leroy turned the corner and she followed his blue scrubs down the hall, through 3 sets of stainless steel doors until they arrived at an emergency bay. Leroy pulled back the middle curtain and revealed a disheveled Marco on the hospital bed with Sean nested in his arms. The periphery disappeared. As much as she wanted to hold her baby, she was calm enough to see that he was alive, comfortable, and well cared for. Perhaps Marco was the one who needed holding. She dropped her purse and climbed up next to them. Sean had small pink patches everywhere, but she knew she could wait for the answer from Marco. "What happened?" He sounded weary, but didn't offer to hand over Sean. "He woke up screaming and covered in this rash. So I called the doctor and she said to bring him here." "Why the "Because the office was full, and she asked me what he was taking and she said he should come here." Bree stroked Sean's small soft arm, but Marco pushed her hand away. "This stuff apparently itches. It's best to leave it alone." "Oh." One hand came up and rubbed his eye. Clearly, he'd spent too long this morning alone and worried. "It's a sulfa reaction to his medication. But it's now Stevens-Johnson syndrome. I think. That means that the sores are in his mouth and nose. They have to keep him overnight." "What?" This time she did pull Sean from Marco's arms. "It's not too bad, but they want to keep an eye on him." Bree looped her arm around Marco, and he leaned onto her shoulder. "I'm sorry." Her voice whispered into his hair, ruffling it. "Why?" Her head leaned down to his. "You're not his father, you shouldn't be burdened with this responsibility." "I don't feel burdened. I just wish I had been here." His hair feathered across her cheek and her heart smiled. "Yeah." Then he leaned up and put his lips to her ear. Bree almost said it wasn't appropriate here, but he reached up and held her there. It wasn't his mouth but his voice, he was trying to get to her ear. He whispered, "I couldn't get a hold of you, so I said I was his father and signed for him." He was clearly a little unsure about his decision. "Thank you." Her eyes closed on the faint expression of a smile that he wore, and the rhythm of his fingers running down through her hair.
Marco felt his eyes betraying him, but he remained on his feet. Thank God Bree was carrying Sean and not him. The overly cheerful voice of the nurse said, "This is what we've got. At least you can have a bed." Bed? The word repeated itself, until it blurred into the sneakered footsteps retreating from the room. Bree's voice floated to him, soothing words about Sean. Marco felt his own limbs going limp. He shuffled over to the bed and climbed in, remaining awake long enough to pull the sidebar up behind him. He lay down, grumbling as he did it. His eyes opened. Hospital beds always felt like the head was lower than the feet. He remembered bringing a small level in with his dad one time, and checking the bed when his brother was in the hospital. Anthony thought it was funny that the bed had actually been level. Marco fumbled for the switches before finding them and lifting the head. He was awake enough now to ask Bree if that was all right. Then decided to say what he had been meaning to, all along. At least they were in a private room now. The last thing he saw before his eyes closed was her smile. She was putting things away, having remembered their bags. He felt her moving around him, the roll of the IV pole that Sean was connected to, and a few minutes of maneuvering to be sure that everything was straight before the bed in front of him depressed under her weight. He felt her even before her skin contacted his. Sean squirmed between them, and he drifted off not quite into sleep. Maybe it was his wet hair. Kara had ransacked the house and brought them each a change of clothes. He'd finally showered too. Maybe he was just dreaming that he was awake. A good dream where he reached for Bree as her hand traced a path across his side. Sean sighed a small noise and turned to look at him. Marco could feel it but still couldn't open his eyes. He smelled the sweetness of baby shampoo, felt his lungs expanding and contracting. Slowly, sleep was overtaking him. "Do you see that, Sean?" Her voice was like sunshine, but it turned more serious even though she still spoke to the baby. "That's what a daddy looks like. Daddies take you to the when you need it. They roll in the grass with you and buy you your first little baseball glove." He wasn't sure why the whole thought made him so happy. He just knew that it did. When he finally found his voice, he realized that he was in fact half asleep. Daddies get to sleep with a mommy. Her laugh came to him through the haze. Yes. He would have responded if he hadn't been overwhelmed by the downward pull of true exhaustion.
"Oh, you look tired." Bree lifted Sean from the carpet and stifled her own yawn. Thank goodness he'd finally worn out. They made it home from the hospital about 3 that afternoon, and Marco had stumbled off to his own bed, after briefly asking if she was awake enough to stay up with the baby. Sean, it seemed, was the only one who had gotten any decent sleep at the hospital. Thankful, she plodded up the stairs, and Sean was asleep by the time she rolled him over in his crib. Garnering enough energy to brush her teeth was rough, and pajamas were out of the question. Bree peeled her pants and pulled her bra out of her sleeves. The last thing she remembered was being halfway under the covers. Then she heard Sean crying. It hadn't seemed like any time had passed, but it was 10:30 and she didn't feel so tired that she couldn't move anymore. The doorknob sounded so loud in the still of the night. Bree leaned over and started the heartbeat box on a 30-minute cycle again. She rubbed Sean's back for a few minutes before he fell off to sleep again. Sneaking out of the room, she waited a full minute in the hall before congratulating herself. The bed called to her and Bree crawled in, pulling the comforter up with her. Briefly she hoped that Marco was getting a decent night's sleep, then wondered how to make good on what she had told Kara at the mall a few days ago. She wasn't sure she had the guts to just jump him. Deciding anything less was just cowardly, she fluffed the pillow and passed out again. Her eyes opened. "Sean?" The red square numbers of the alarm clock told her it was going on 3 a.m. She was sitting up in bed, but not quite awake. Still, Bree tried to place the noise. She kept thinking that she had heard something. Well, she wasn't going back to bed while she was unsure if her child was awake. Yawning, she dragged herself from the bed to check on him. Bree opened the door and startled Marco as much as he startled her. His eyes opened. "What? I thought I heard a noise." It sounded lame even to her. She felt physical sensation as his eyes roved up and down her. "You were going after a prowler dressed like that?" Her gaze magnetized to his bare chest and she felt a bit defensive. "I thought it was Sean." "In the hall?" Luckily, that woke her up enough to get a little sharper. "And what are you doing standing outside my door at 3 a.m.? Marco hadn't moved, just still stood there, giving her a warm claustrophobia. "I kind of woke up here." "Did you have a bad dream too?" Bree felt the smile as it flitted across her lips. "No, it was a good dream." "Oh." She didn't know what to say to that, but she did know his eyes heated a good 50 degrees during that last sentence. His gaze held hers steady and his voice was liquid. "I dreamed I was making love to you on that fluffy carpet, and the next thing I knew I was here and you opened the door." Bree turned away, examining the plush throw rug behind her. It was just big enough for what he had suggested. Her stomach tilted and her breath hitched. Turning back to him, she grabbed his hand and pulled him into the room. She decided to exhibit one last sane act this evening and closed the door quietly behind him. Marco started to reach for her but paused. Are you sure? A nod was all she could muster. She was too busy moving into the circle of his arms. Her insides melted and swam, every cell on fire. His mouth covered hers, wicked in its search. Her feet stretched to push her up to him. The thin knit of her shirt was no match for the pressure of his chest, then it gave way to the path that his hand blazed up the side of her ribs. What? He asked in a shiver of a whisper. His mouth found her ear as her head tilted to give him access. Are you self-conscious? I had a baby. The soft tickle of his words took away any doubts. You didn't have anyone telling you how beautiful you were, how beautiful you are. His eyes found hers briefly again before he kissed her mouth.
Chapter 29. He almost couldn't breathe, but Marco had faith that he would survive if he held on to her. He inhaled her with every gasp for air, and when he opened his eyes he found hers below him, luminous and clear to her very soul. She was in shades of gray, from the low light filtering in through the window. His chest filled with an active but peaceful static. Slowly the pieces of him checked in one by one. But he stayed nestled within her, his fingers enjoying the silk of her hair as it spread across the carpet. The smell of sex wafted to him. Bree? Her mouth didn't move, but her eyes shifted and he knew she was waiting. I know we agreed to take it slowly. But I figured since we just shot the physically part all to hell, that I'd go for broke with the emotionally part as well. Her fingers had been running small trails on his back, and they slid to a stop, waiting as the words just came out of him with no fear. I'm in love with you. Whatever was limpid in her eyes before snapped to clarity, and she searched his face. The fear that action produced invaded every inch of him. He pushed away. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. He couldn't finish the sentence, he was so cold. But her fingers clawed at him. Me too. She was sorry. But she wouldn't let him go. Bree? Please let me flee. No. Her hands came up to his face, firm and steady. She wrapped firmly around him, anchoring him. Not I'm sorry too. I'm in love with you too. His head turned to check her eyes. Slowly as she searched out his gaze it began to sink in. He warmed and came back to life, even as she kept talking. I wasn't prepared for you to say that. He didn't let her finish. His elbows hit the carpet, and his hands came up to hold her face to him. Her mouth was liquor absorbing into him, as she kissed him back. His blood rushed as he grew hard within her again. He swallowed her soft gasp when he moved. This time his eyes stayed locked with hers, even as the shudders racked him, and he felt her shiver beneath him.
Well, I'm sure that I lost the part. Marco's voice greeted her as he came through the front door. Bree watched as he threw down his keys and looked around the living room. Where's Sean? Asleep. His fingers began working the buttons on the front of his shirt as he came at her from across the living room, eyes ablaze. He overpowered her just by being in the vicinity. His voice was a happy, mellow. This is why I lost the part. I was so distracted. His lips met hers and his hands pushed at the thin straps of her top. She offered no resistance. God, Marco, we've been like rabbits. How could you possibly be distracted? It had been too long since she'd been cherished like this. Since she'd been in love. Longer for Marco. Bree gulped air, but Marco wasn't done. Both hands found her head and held her to him in a kiss that forgot time and hunger. Until finally he allowed her to collapse against him, his arms wrapping around her shoulders. His voice vibrated against her hair. God, I love you. Her voice came back to her. So you think you lost the part? All I could think about was you. Mary Beth Winslow was there for the screen test. I kept forgetting her name. And I kept asking everyone to repeat themselves. His arm passed by her vision as he raised it to run his fingers through already disheveled hair. But then again, I haven't been able to concentrate for months. She laughed and her arms wound a little tighter. I need a shower now. Me too. Then his pitch changed. How long has Sean been asleep? Bree sighed. He'll be up any minute, so no joint shower. She pushed herself up to sitting and saw his lids half closed. Do you want to go first? It was a moment before he responded. No, you go. I can't get up. But even as she tried to lift herself off the couch, he tugged her back down for another mouth-watering kiss. Part of me loves this, and part of me can't wait until I believe this is real and I can have you and a real life. I feel like I'm 17 again. I know what you mean. But I have decided to enjoy this, while I have it. Her hand traced down his arm, but she found that she had to be wary of turning them both on when they didn't have the time. You shower first. Otherwise I'll never get you off this couch. Okay. He hauled himself up, and she watched as he walked away from her toward his room. He was built like a Greek god. Her body craved him again, but she shoved the notion down, knowing that she was responsible to a child and had to be a parent soon. She flopped back into the cushions, her body going limp. Bree felt her eyes drift closed, then she jumped as small drops of water hit her bare skin. Wake up. His voice was thick with his Italian accent. She opened her eyes to him, dripping on her. His t-shirt clung, clearly pulled on while he was still the slightest bit damp. No fair sleeping out here. And you weren't supposed to still be here when I got out. I'll never get anything done. Her face was slow to respond, until Faith wandered up and began licking her bare toes. You. She hopped up and grabbed her clothing, tossing Marco's discarded pieces at him. Then she jogged up the stairs to the sound of his laughter. Life was good. Her shower was hot and her soap smelled fabulous. She was almost out of it, and Bree made a mental note to get more. Nothing like a man inhaling you to keep you buying the same soap. The water sluiced down and cut through her thoughts. Kevin. Is it okay that I am this happy? The words beat through her to the sound of the water hitting the porcelain. I did nothing to facilitate Kevin's death. The only thing keeping me from being truly happy is myself. So myself had better get out of the way. A rough year deserved to be followed by a very happy one, not plagued by guilt. Somehow, she found the courage to step out of the shower into the plain air. She reached across to pull a towel to her and rhythmically dried away her cares. A very good man was waiting for her downstairs. A man who loved her and her small child. Who made her weak in the knees, and who happened to be so good-looking he was a movie star. She caught herself pausing, as she often did when her thoughts ran away from her. She soldiered on and slid into her clothes before heading downstairs. Sean was up and sitting in front of Marco, having a pair of tiny docksiders put on. What's going on? Marco glanced up from his job. Bug and I are going to get our pictures made. If you want to join us, you might want to go change. Huh. She saw that they were in coordinating clothes. Well, Marco was in the film business. He should know how to dress himself. Your friend Kara called and she's at work and has a flat. She's supposed to meet Walker and the girls to get their pictures made with a photographer friend of hers this afternoon. She said he'd take our pictures too if we could drive her. Okay. She turned and went back up the stairs to change. Bree completely changed her clothes and applied makeup, before making her way back downstairs again. Sean was crawling the floor and playing with a plastic block he found. Marco looked up at her from where he was stowing the last bottle in a portable cooler, and hooking the diaper bag over his shoulder. His faint smile permeated her, with a strange sense of oddness, and yet a feeling that everything was exactly as it should be. His voice came to her as though it was already in her head, and not carried on the air to her. Are you ready? At her nod, he scooped up Sean mid-stride and held the door for her to the garage. They loaded into the car and remained strangely silent, for the first half of the drive into town to rescue Kara. Everything passed as though in 2 dimensions. Bree knew where she was going, and that it was Marco and Sean she was with, but it felt flat. She knew she was happy, but again it seemed more like words on paper. Is everything all right? Again, the voice resonated inside her head, and vibrated her ribcage. Yeah. But what? He glanced to her briefly, then back to the road. I don't know. I've just got a weird feeling. But his voice had opened some portal, and the reality of all of it came slowly seeping back in. Is it me? Some of it. His expression turned worried, but she soothed it away. Not like that. There was just a long time when I didn't think I'd ever be this happy again. And that's me. Her hand snaked out and her fingers wound through his, bringing their hands back to rest in her lap. Yeah, it is. His fingers clasped hers, pouring heat into her, as he pulled up at the tall building where Carr's firm was. Kara came right out the door, her hair curled and her dress swaying as she walked, and Bree instantly regretted the practical khaki skirt she wore. There was no competing with Kara for flair. Marco must have felt the sudden twitch of her fingers, for he whispered a small, "I love you." Marco. Kara let herself into the back beside Sean. "You're a lifesaver." "Thank you. You'll love this guy. Walker says he has an eye." "That's high praise." Bree nodded over her shoulder, as Marco pulled into traffic. "Did you tell him Marco DeLucca is coming?" She hated that thought, that other people might want a piece of him. She had forgotten for a while that her selfishness was in there. "Nope." Kara replied smartly. "He doesn't know Marco is coming." Her perfectly manicured hand tapped his shoulder. "He does want to display the pictures, but he won't use yours if you don't want. Maybe just Bree and Sean." "I don't mind." Marco glanced into the rear-view mirror. "Not if he's as good as you say he is." "Oh God, look at you two." Kara grinned, and Bree could practically feel it in her back. "That's a nice FFG you got." "What?" Marco glanced at her in the rear view. It was a blushing Bree who explained in a low voice. "Fresh F-ed glow." "Oh." Marco squeezed her hand tighter, and Bree felt the red flare on her face again. But Marco smiled at her. "See? I told you glowed." Her hands flew to her face. "Stop it, you two. I need to be a normal color for pictures." But she knew what it all was. Why she had felt flat, why she was so embarrassed. Because she was still falling in love with Marco. It still felt fragile. Kevin had always felt stable and steady. She didn't know what to do with all the waves tipping her to and fro. And she gripped Marco's hand a little tighter for support.
He sat bolt upright, his eyes squeezing and his throat tight. Marco's gaze flew to Bree sleeping peacefully beside him. He tried not to wake her, as he scrambled from the bed. He had to get out. Out of the bed, out of the house, out of his skin. He didn't want to wake her. Not because he might disturb her, but because he couldn't be detained. He hurried across the room, using every ounce of self-control to keep from slamming the door open. He breathed only slightly easier when he hit the hallway. The feeling clawed at him, while he threw on an old pair of jeans and the first shirt he could grab. The very air stole his breath. He scrambled a moment in the living room, before finding his keychain under a magazine. The garage posed much of the same problem. Both cars had been purchased for Kevin. Kevin. He stopped the name in his mind, before it could go any further. He flung open the door of the sports car. He had bought it. In some small way, it was his. He heard a small yip from Duck, upset at being left behind. His heart went out to the dog, but he couldn't bring himself to go back. The garage door opened much too slowly, and he managed to wait a few seconds before putting pedal to floor and speeding off. Marco couldn't face it just yet. He had to get off the road. He squealed the tires on the ramp from the 405 to the 10, thankful it was Sunday, and he didn't have to die of asphyxiation waiting in traffic. Although it was probably no worse than he deserved for what he had done. Finally, the ocean loomed in front of him, and he was able to breathe salt air enough to feel confident he wouldn't pass out at any moment. He still had farther to go to reach the point. Eventually, he slid to a stop where pavement met sand. He left his shoes in the car, and remembered to pocket his keys only by sheer force of habit. The ocean beckoned. The waves touched his toes and disappeared. He walked further. His ankles were covered, and the water swelled past him on its way. Further. He breathed a few lungfuls of the misted brine. Sinking into the water, he slipped down into the sand as the water forced past him, soaking everything he had on. Everything in him quit working, except for his eyes, which spilled over until the sky and the sea before him were a mottled blur. God, what had he done? He ached for Bree's arms around him, and the weight of Sean in his own arms, and he hated himself for it. The water pushed past him again, rocking the ball he had curled himself into. He was sitting where they'd washed away Kevin's ashes, as though he might conjure his friend out of the waves. But he was lost. There was no apology to give for what he had taken. And Kevin didn't appear. Marco sat, waiting for the tide to come in and wash him away. Instead it went out, and true to form, he was left high, cold, and alone. Though the sun moved through the day, Marco didn't. He was still sitting there come early afternoon. Sometimes thought swallowed him, and sometimes he was blank. He searched for a simple rhythm to his life, longing for the pull of the moon, and the solace of a peace without guilt. He hadn't heard much of the people that passed behind him on the beach, until the soft slither of feet in sand came up behind him. She sat herself next to him, in the shallow tide. Even with the sea air all around, he could smell her. She said nothing, but by some inner magnet pointing north he knew it was Bree. She was the only solid thing around him all day. His voice came with the only words he could muster. "Where's Sean?" "He's with Zoe and Noah." She waited for him to speak again. The silence stretched. None of the thoughts in his head seemed like the right thing to say. It was Bree who broke the silence. "I didn't forget about his birthday." Marco felt his head nod in response to her. "Yeah, but you don't have this." "This what?" Even he couldn't quite place the ache. Her voice carried to him on the waves a few minutes later. "I didn't realize you were still so upset. That this day would bother you so much. It didn't last year." Suddenly everything fit, neatly and horribly. His mouth opened, and words began to pour out with little control from him. "Look at yourself. Where are you compared to before Kevin died?" He answered for her. "You had a house, a husband, and a happy marriage. Where are you now?" She spoke, interrupting the guilt as it spewed from him. "I have you and Sean." Sean would have happened either way. Not because Kevin died, but because he did. "You have me. At best, I'm a sorry replacement." He babbled on. "And me. Before I was by myself, not in love with anyone, didn't have a home or anyone waiting for me. And now?" His breath bypassed his words, the salt burning as it rushed for his lungs. "I'm in love. I have a home where I belong, where I want to be at the end of every day. I have a child, and I'm part of a family. I have all of it because he died." Again he paused, vaguely aware that she didn't speak. "I profited from Kevin dying." Bree turned to him, and he was aware of the pull to melt into her arms. It was as strong as the revulsion that she was something he'd stolen from the dead. It left him richer but sick to the soul. "If I'm happy with you, then how can I not be glad that he's dead?" His eyes fell closed, dead weight against the brine spray. His voice was a whisper to the wind. "I don't want him to come back. I don't want him to take away everything I've stolen." Her arms did come around him, and he swept into her, his face pressing into her sodden sweater. His fists stayed tight for fear of the pain of even opening his hands to her. He let it all drain into her, the anger, the despair, how much he loved her. But it wouldn't leave. Bree rocked slowly, her head turning against his hair. Her voice strong and sure. "He's not coming back. Sean was never his. The house is just timber and steel. But I used to envy him. I used to envy him having you." "I know." She rocked slowly still, even as his world rocked. "I knew you envied what we had. That you wanted to find it for yourself. I wasn't after you. I swear." His chest rebelled against his breath. "I know." Her fingers were soft and solid, little movements of comfort and a faith in him that was undeserved. "The only real issue is me. I did belong to Kevin, but there was nothing to steal. I made that decision, and it should rest squarely with me." Again her fingers found him, and little tendrils of heat forced their way in. "Anything you've gained, you've earned. You saved me and Sean. We're indebted to you in ways we can never begin to repay." "No." He pushed away. "I don't want you indebted." "I know." Her lips pulled in a weak mockery of a smile. "You never made me feel I owed you." He heard her voice hitch, though she fought it, and continued. "I don't know how to take your guilt away." He curled his knees up before him, cold but at least no longer empty, and listened while she spoke of who had gained what. You know, Kevin and I wanted children, but we never decided to do it. I was always afraid if I got pregnant, he'd be too scared to be happy. And I didn't know what to do with a baby. She sighed and hugged her knees up. You're so comfortable with Sean. You just know how to hold him and comfort him. Anthony was much younger than me. I remember the day he was born. I remember him at Sean's age. The ease of his own voice surprised him. He was feeling human again. You act like every time I change a diaper, it's a grand gesture. I just didn't want you to feel burdened by a child that wasn't yours. Marco shifted again, the feeling returning to his legs in a shooting pain he ignored. Is Sean a burden to you? No. Her answer was swift and sure. He's not to me either. He changed the topic. I just woke up this morning and couldn't lie to myself any longer. You may be lying to yourself about how you feel, but you're the only one who feels that way. Maybe we can start by getting you out of the water. I would never be the same if I lost you. She stretched and stood as the chattering of her teeth snapped him to focus. His breath came, unbidden and regular, a soft and constant reminder that he still lived. He took the hand she offered, pulling himself upright.
Chapter 30. Bree stood in the doorway, watching Marco as he tossed from sleep to mildly awake and back again. She'd recovered nicely, soaking them both in a warm bath for a while before feeding them and eventually tucking Marco into his own bed, unsure if he'd be comfortable upstairs. For 2 days she fed and watched him, and he had made only a few comments here and there. He offered nothing to ease the anxiety slowly eating at her. Did he want to leave? Could any of this ever be right? Would selling the house help? Sean was sitting on her hip, gripping a small fuzzy bear. Ba-ba. It broke her out of her reverie and turned Marco's still glazed eyes in their direction. She walked a straight line into the room. How are you feeling? Better. His voice was soft but his arms held out for Sean, who leaned to him in an equal gesture. Bree tried to focus on the fact that she was glad he was doing better, and not that he hadn't reached for her in 3 days. Why are you still in bed? His eyes went from a smile at Sean to a wary look to her in half a moment. No. It made her move back from him. I'm not nagging. It's a real question. Why are you still here? Are you physically ill? Her voice dropped to just above a whisper. Avoiding me? His eyes turned away. Just thinking. Can you tell me? The air around her grew stale while she waited. How hard should she fight him if he said he needed to leave? She saw him shrug, still facing away. I feel like I don't belong here. The simple conversation wasn't even a fight, but it drained all her energy sitting and waiting. Being without him would be a greater hardship than this, so she pressed on. Are you leaving? Finally he rolled back to face her, his hand held out for Sean to smack at. Can't handle me? She smiled. I can handle you. You're just passionate. A small piece of a smile broke before clouding back over. You put up with me because I'm good in bed? She laughed, a real laugh even if it was only momentary. No, I meant you do everything to the fullest. Although I do. She searched for words, enjoy your prowess. He rolled back over away, hiding something before it could be read on his face. She dug further. What? You hid me away down here. No. I just seem to recall that the last time you were in my room, you fled. I thought you'd be more comfortable down here. He still didn't roll back over. You haven't really talked to me or come in much. What? She wanted to shout and rail against him, but she didn't dare. I figured you wouldn't want me to. I thought I was the problem. He started to roll back over, but she was still going. I can't tell you how much I wanted to come in and curl up with you. I wanted you to tell me that this was just a phase. That it would pass without you packing up and leaving. Yeah? God, Marco. I've seen you do this before. When Jeanette left you. When that Tolstoy adaptation flopped and you got those horrible reviews. His eyebrows lifted slightly. Thank you for bringing those things up. The point is, it always passes. But you usually change something big when you come out of it. I didn't want that change to be me. And I'm afraid it will be. How had that come out of her mouth? God, let him not say that he still wasn't sure. Marco sat up, the covers falling away and revealing the white tank he'd been moping in. His arms came around her in a solid hug. After a few deep breaths, he started talking. Sometimes I'm glad he's gone. When Anthony died, I was glad. I'd wished for it. He was suffering so much and so were my parents. But this. I feel like it is my fault and I can't make it right. It was easier to talk over his shoulder. I just try not to make the two things into one. The first is that I wish Kevin hadn't died. The second is that having you and Sean makes me so happy. For God's sakes, Marco, did it never occur to you that my house is paid off and I never have to worry about a bill again, because my husband died? He pulled back to look her in the eyes. Still not offering the answer she wanted. But between having your bills paid and having Kevin, you would choose Kevin. In a heartbeat. I have to choose between him and having you and Sean. That's just it. So do I. Her chest twisted. Her brain hurt. I can wish Kevin back, or I can be happy about you and Sean. It's the same choice. She sighed, trying to keep from crying again. She'd cried far too much these past couple days. Here's the thing. I don't know what would have happened if he hadn't died. Maybe you would have met the perfect woman, and you could have had a baby by now. And you'd be happy, and you would have it without any of the guilt. Maybe Kevin would have gotten brain cancer. I don't know. I can't reconcile the two, and I can't bring him back. So I choose to be happy here. He grabbed her face in his hands, and Bree waited for him to say that he loved her and that he was staying. I'm going to shower, and then maybe we can walk down to the coffee shop. Would that be a good start? If you're staying. Her mouth trembled. Her arms were limp. Only Sean seemed oblivious to what was happening in front of him. He kissed her. Yes. If you'll let me back in bed with you. She nodded as the water spilled from her eyes, relief flooding her. He kissed her again, and this time she felt it. An hour later, she was sitting on the floor of the living room, playing with Sean. The stroller stood by the door, ready for a walk. Marco emerged, a little wet and a little rumpled, but he looked better. She grinned. Guess what? What? He ran his hand through his damp dark hair. Sherry just called, and you got the part in Hearts in September.
Marco ran his fingers up the back of his head as he left the salon. The short hairs were perfect, victims of a fresh cut. He'd let it get shaggy after filming in Kansas. Sighing to himself, he wished for the excitement he usually felt when starting a film. Jack Palanca's as yet untitled romantic comedy needed a shorter-haired male lead, so his had been cropped. With his American accent firmly in place, he could pass for any red-blooded high school quarterback and boyfriend of the head cheerleader. Martin Standouse had originally been cast in the part but ditched at the last minute. Maybe Sherry shouldn't have grasped at this like a starving dog. Marco was apprehensive about filming two roles so close back-to-back. It was so much time away from home, and Sean would grow so fast. He still hadn't squashed all his demons. But he had the movie and he wasn't changing Bree or Sean, so other things would have to go. For starters, he was going to get a new car. Today. Bree could do what she wanted with this one. Sell it, smash it, turn it into a fountain for all he cared. Still, he climbed into the sports car and headed away from the salon. This was Kevin's car, and Marco already had enough of Kevin's secondhand things. He needed his own car. In the driveway, he clicked the garage door opener, grateful for the fact that this was the last time he was driving this car. The door to the house swung open, revealing Bree. She leaned against the doorframe with Sean propped on her hip. Her loose jeans rode low. She had dropped a few pounds, probably from worrying over him. Well, he didn't need worrying over. Good, you're dressed. He smiled at her. I'm heading out. Want to come? Oh my God. She patted across the obviously cold garage floor, gazing slightly above him. I'm buying a new car. She still wasn't looking at him, and as she approached, her hand came out toward him. It's so short. Did they highlight it? Huh? He pushed past her into the house, and caught sight of himself in the mirror that hung above the hooks for keys and coats. Damn. It wasn't supposed to be this blonde on top. It looks really good. She tugged at it a moment before he realized that she was pulling him down for a kiss. The tension slipped from him. He hugged her and kissed her for all he was worth, swinging her and Sean nearly in a circle, stopping just shy of banging her feet into the wall. Wow! She glowed. It didn't even take sex to make her glow at him, which was exactly why the car had to go. He had to start clearing out the demons. Do you want to come with me? She set a squirming Sean onto the floor, handing him a plastic block as he raced away on chubby hands and knees. She only then processed his earlier words. You want to buy a car? Yes. I want a big car. To go with your new hair. Huh? Huh. I'm just itching to get a new one. Her head cocked to one side. In a deft movement, she swept all her long hair over one shoulder. What are you going to do with that one? It's yours. He wouldn't decide its fate. She nodded, acknowledging the truth in his statement. He almost reached to hug her again. He'd held up so much better during the early days, but he'd carried the tiny demons with him, not noticing that they would eat away at him. You can decide what to do with it. It's not my dream car either. She surprised him again with her understanding. He broached the subject he'd so far avoided. How would you feel if we sold it? She paused at that. He tried to read her mind. Did she really want to keep it? Use it as a shrine? After a moment she looked up, like she'd made a decision. He loved that car, Marco. And he loved that you remembered about it, and gave it to him. He stood in that doorway, and looked into the garage for 3 nights straight and said he even remembered the right shade of blue. She wouldn't sell it. That car should be with someone who will love it, and treat it like the baby that it is. And that's apparently not either of us. Sell it. Surprised, Marco nodded. She was right. Then she looked up again, her eyes dancing. I'm fine for money, so are you. Sell it for like $100 to the first person who can't afford it but comes just to admire it. He laughed. God, that was Bree. But she just scooped up Sean and headed for the garage. He followed. By the way, I'm very glad that you don't have the EMT spot on this film. Polanka is an exceptional jackass to every crew member except the actors. To us he's just rude. The laugh floated to him as she strapped Sean into his car seat, even as the little boy's eyes drifted shut. Marco's mouth opened. Do you want a new car? He wasn't sure where that had come from, but he guessed he didn't have anything against the words he had blurted. She eased into the passenger seat of the Jeep and pulled the buckle across her. Don't do that to me. I have to keep reminding myself that every item I don't buy is a year of time I don't have to work. Don't tempt me into buying a car on a whim. The next thing I know, I'll be touring Italy and my money will dry up. You know I can't handle myself. I'll buy you a car. She cocked her head, watching as he maneuvered out of the driveway. The evening chill hit his arms for a second, and he put the window up. It's fine to buy yourself one. You shouldn't be buying me a car, too. What does that mean? Just that you may be Mr. Million-Dollar movie star now, but one day your looks will dry up, and if you haven't been wise, you'll end up working security and getting into fistfights. The laugh bubbled out of him as they approached the floodlights of the dealership. It was practically barren this late on a weeknight. Hey, I've wised up a lot with my finances, and I will refrain from making a comment on your lack of faith in me. But he knew that she was simply making a point. No one had ever had the faith in him that Bree and Kevin always did. He turned off the engine and watched her profile as she turned to face him. He didn't even know if she was beautiful anymore. She was so much more than the sum of her features. I would love to buy you your dream car. I love taking care of you and Sean. Her lips pressed into a slow smile, her eyes widening then blinking slowly. You do? Then her expression changed to a smirk. I'll get Sean. You go tell the sales guys to get that green behemoth off the display platform at the corner of the lot. How did you know I wanted that one? Because I know you. His ribcage couldn't contain him. Whatever changes had to be made, he would make them. He wasn't going to lose the best thing he'd ever found. Chapter 31. He had new hair, a new car, a new schedule in Los Angeles. And the designer from this film was going to let him keep the wardrobe. He'd be a new man. Bree was different too, but with her, it made Marco frown. When he thought about it, he'd say she was slightly distant and a little sad. When he didn't think about it, he'd say she was short and bordering on bitchy. She'd gone upstairs to bed last night without kissing him. She was irritable when she left the set the day before. My God, what are you thinking about? Lindsay, the makeup and hair girl, motioned for him to close his eyes as she tried to choke him with a nuclear cloud of powder. You sure look upset about something. He hesitated, but then his mouth went ahead without him. Girlfriend. Oh. No. He just kick-started the rumor mill. Damn it. Next thing, Bree would see pictures of him with someone digital in the Inquirer. Then he realized that Lindsay was talking. Well, of course she was upset. I can't believe you had her come visit yesterday, of all days. Huh? Well, that was eloquent. We were so busy yesterday, and you kept filming that first kiss scene over and over. I'd have been furious if I even just had a crush on you. She sprayed his hair, and again he tried not to breathe. What does that mean? You didn't pay any attention to her. Well, not much. Then you were kissing another woman. You expect her to be all love and peaches after that. Lindsay, this is a movie. I'm at work and that was my job. Lindsay laughed. Leave it to a woman to laugh at him after he had patronized her. He didn't get it. You don't get it. She sprayed his hair again, and he prayed that no one lit up near him. Movie star combusts could be the headline. I won't start the rumor mill, but you go home and ask her about it, and you see if I'm right. Not starting the rumor mill on this one was enough to get him to agree to just about anything. DeLucca. The voice of the second assistant director boomed across the set. He bolted, barely managing to hand back the drape she'd laid across him. Then there he was again, under the hot lights, being told he wasn't gazing lovingly enough. Then that he looked too hungry. Then yelled at for looking at Marybeth like she was his grandmother. Marybeth got told that she was kissing like a fish. So Marco figured that he probably wouldn't get fired over this. And then he got yelled at for wasting everyone's time, because he was wondering just how Jack Palance knew what it was like to kiss a fish. At last they managed to get the scene not too wrong enough for Palance. Marco made his way out of the soundstage and realized the day was gone. Disappointed, he made his way to the next building and showered, not wanting to go home to Bree in eyeliner and 4 layers of powder. Finally, he was sitting high in the green behemoth, as Bree had dubbed it. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he was to get home and find out if Lindsay had been right. As usual, the door to the garage swung open as he arrived, and Bree leaned against the frame, waiting. That was enough to make him open the car door and lower himself out. Hey, how was your day? Her voice seemed better than last night, but it still wasn't a running through the field to embrace him kind of tone either. Good, I'm not too battered. He came up in front of her, but didn't cross the threshold from the garage to the house. Can I ask you something? Sure. She didn't move. She was still upset. What are you upset about? There. That was open enough. It's really nothing. She sighed and turned away. Right, clearly it was something. He trailed her, grabbed her arm, and tried Lindsay's tack. Is this about when you were on set yesterday? Yes. But it's my problem. Good, then sit down and share it with me. It's embarrassing. There was an audible silence, her fingers twined, her head tipped down as though her feet were suddenly fascinating. I'm jealous. You. That was so unlike her. Yes, me. Wow, give Lindsay some credit for this one. Because of Marybeth? Because I was so busy? Yes and yes. She turned away for just a moment, then turned back and flooded him. I just thought I would get a chance to spend some time with you, and neither of us could complete a sentence before someone was hauling you off another direction. I just stood around and watched you kiss another woman, over and over and over. She sniffed. I deserve sainthood for not punching stupid-ass Jack Pallanca. Believe me, it was a passionate enough kiss the first time. She stood to go, but he pulled her back down to the sofa and smiled. Bree's mouth dropped open. I'm glad that you find this so funny. No, I didn't know you were even capable of being jealous. Well, I am. She turned again, and actually huffed when he hauled her back. You were never jealous with Kevin. He never gave me reason to be. Oh no. That came out wrong. Her eyes looked apologetic and pleading at him. At least he had eye contact. What did I do to make you get jealous? It's not you. It's your damn job. She jumped up, floodgates open again. His damn job? But the words gushed. Movie stars fall in love with their co-stars all the time. And no wonder, you kissed her more than you did me yesterday. And Sue passionately. You know, they say if you fake a smile, you'll make yourself happier. So maybe if you fake being in love with someone, you'll really fall in love with them. A breath. Then she was off again. I know I told you to take this job, and it's on me. I mean, you can't turn down every role just because there's a kiss or two. But I'm going to have to find a way to deal with it. He paused, waiting. Are you done? I don't know. She sounded like an insolent child. How can you not know that I love you? And only you. She shrugged. How can I not be insecure? You're a movie star. I love you, and if you don't want to come see me at work, then don't. But I don't want to lose you because of a job. She nodded and started to speak. It's just... He tilted his head down to look her in the eyes. Just. You look at her like that and you don't mean it, and then you come home and look at me the same way. What am I supposed to think? She turned away, clearly embarrassed by her admission, but it was so utterly endearing. A cold shoulder, however minor when he got home, wasn't. He cupped her chin in his hands, forcing her to face him. I love you. I looked at her like that by imagining it was you. And I waited all day to come home and get a chance to talk to you, and you just turned away. A weak smile started. That was a good sign. What can I do to make you not jealous? A shrug, then an admission. That worked pretty well. Good. If I keep doing that? She nodded. And this? He kissed her and she gave way, until they were horizontal on the couch. She arched against him. Yeah, I guess that works. Her voice was a warm brush of air against his ear. You work such a long day. How do you have the energy for this? You turn me on. He smiled down at her. Just don't give me corrections when I'm done.
Bree tucked her purse a little higher on her shoulder and tried to ignore the gnawing in her gut. I'm just hungry. The phrase repeated over and over in her mind. She pushed open the door to the cafe, where she always met up with Kara these days. She caught sight of her friend waving a perfectly manicured hand from a few booths further back than their usual spot. She felt the tightness of her skin as she flexed her fingers. What's up? Kara made a graceful motion for her to sit, and with as little grace as possible. As Zoe scooted over, Bree plunked into the seat beside her. No, Jessica? She caught a case. Then Zoe changed the subject. Is Sean with his surrogate daddy? The head shake that she responded with was small and tight, and Bree forced a vocal answer. No, I finally found a sitter. Marco is out of town for 3 days shooting. Ooh, you miss him? Terribly. But that wasn't what was twisting her gut, along with hunger. She changed the subject in hopes of changing her mood. Turning to Kara, she asked, How is all with Walker and the girls? The slow smile that spread across Kara's face eased some of the tension in her belly. That was good news. I'm finally letting go of my fears from losing our first baby. And sure enough, just when I start getting over it, Walker starts getting nervous about preschools and kindergartens. Is that even an issue yet? Zoe asked it before Bree could, but she was wondering if she'd already fallen behind. It's LA, Kara said as though that explained everything and stuffed another chip in her mouth. How about you? Just then, they were interrupted by the surly girl who came to take their order. In a few moments Bree was faced with Kara, staring her down, making sure that the conversation was not dropped. Bree shook her head. I don't know. Right now, I'm just trying to enjoy where I am. I'm just dating him. Kara and Zoe glanced oddly at each other before Kara answered Bree's frown, without making her voice the question. I didn't think you two were on that path, the one to whatever. You already live with the guy. He took Sean to the emergency room and all. That just seems on the short and floral path to the church is all. Zoe added with a tip of her head, as though to say you know I'm right. Bree settled back into her seat slowly. That's just it. I have no idea what he wants. What's going on? Kara's voice was soft and full of sympathy, as well as curiosity. It took a moment of deliberating what to tell. Don't repeat this, but sometimes he feels guilty about Kevin. And I don't know how to change that. Of course, he feels guilty about Kevin. How could he not? Zoe acted as though Bree was off base for not seeing it coming. That was unexpected. He is sleeping with his best friend's wife. Kara added. They'd both seen this coming and she hadn't? That's exactly what he said. Of course. He's living in Kevin's house, having sex with his wife and raising his kid. Okay then, how do I make him not feel so guilty? Kara pondered for a moment over the last few chips. Can you move? I asked. He said he didn't want to, that the house felt like home to him. Okay, Kara bit into her sandwich and bought a little time to think. Just reassure him that you know the difference. Don't ever call him Kevin by accident. Ever. I know. Zoe chimed in. Buy a new bed at least. That was a good idea. Bree waited for more. Assure him that you aren't just with him because Kevin is gone. Sure, that was easier said than done. But the fact of the matter is that I wouldn't be with him if Kevin was still alive. And he would never have had feelings for you if Kevin was still alive. Surely he knows that. Kara was halfway through her sandwich but Bree still couldn't bring herself to really eat hers, and that worried her as much as anything else. It was Zoe who caught that. Okay, what else is going on? Bree quit trying to hide it, it wasn't working anyway. I'm late. No, you weren't. You were. The protest was lost in a wave of understanding. Oh. Oh God, Bree, how do you feel about that? Well, I don't know that I am. I mean, I've been late before for no reason whatsoever. She took a deep breath and felt all the steel beams inside crumble. I'd love to have a child with Marco, but there are so many buts. Start listing. Kara folded her hands and ignored the rest of her sandwich. Sean is so young, and I don't know how Marco would feel about it. Just saying all the words out loud made it all clear. I don't want to put pressure on Marco, I feel like I've already hogtied him. Well, most of those reasons are pure bunk, you know. Zoe's voice was reassuring, and Bree nodded. And as for putting pressure on Marco, that all depends on Marco, as long as you don't actually put any pressure on him. He would put enough on himself. Bree knew it. He was already so responsible for people he was never meant to be responsible for. But he's a big boy, and if he does that, it's not your fault. Kara reached out and took Bree's hand in hers. Yes, but I'll be the one left with the ramifications of it. It was Zoe who pointed out the practical. Not much you can do about that. But you can buy a pregnancy test and use it. At least you'll know what you're dealing with. You're right. Bree sighed and forced another bite before continuing. He gets home tomorrow. I'll go get a test. Seriously, Kara leaned forward, you message us right away with the results. Bree nodded, and within a few moments the women were hugging. Kara wished her luck, Zoe told her everything would be okay and Bree held tight. A few minutes later, she stood at the front doors of the drugstore. With a deep breath, she walked in, and spent a few harried moments looking for the pregnancy test aisle. There were about 15 different kinds, and she chose a stick that she didn't think she could screw up. Bree pushed herself to the front of the store and whipped out her credit card, not once making eye contact with the boy behind the counter. At home, she dismissed the babysitter, and decided she would get Sean from his little play yard after she had taken the test. The added benefit of her nerves was that she had to pee right away. Bree bolted for the nearest bathroom, Marco's. It figured. Afterward, she capped the stick and set it on the counter and waited. She drummed her fingers. She paced the living room. She babbled to her baby. And only a minute had passed. She drank a Coke. God, she was practically nervous enough to pee again. Not that it mattered now. Finally, it had been enough time, and she bolted for the bathroom counter. One line. What was one line? She unfurled the huge sheet of instructions in 5 languages. One line was not pregnant. Relief flooded her. Not pregnant. She picked up the stick and held it next to the drawing of not pregnant. A perfect match. She carried it all with her for some reason while she went to dig her cell out of her purse. She texted not pregnant. Happy or sad? Came back almost immediately from Kara. She felt it then, the disappointment. Of course, you're a bit disappointed. Her friends knew her too well.
Chapter 32. Marco waved goodbye to everyone at the soundstage. 4 days off. Thank God. He was grateful not to have to look fresh and hunky. Please God, let someone write a script where the male lead is disheveled and has bags under his eyes. He clutched his soda in his hand, unwilling to even put it in the cup holder. Realizing he was taking the curves a little too fast, he tapped at the brakes and reminded himself he was okay. He was heading home. Marco smiled again, then took another long drag from the soda. He was a better driver these days. He had someone waiting for him, and many times Sean in the back seat. Precious cargo. The caffeine and the cold and the bubbles fought a battle with his eyelids, keeping them open. Bree would probably already be in bed. She might already be asleep. If he was lucky, she was waiting up. God, these hours sucked. A deep breath put to words the thoughts swarming like dust. Even Jeanette, his almost fiancée of years ago, never made him wish his hours were shorter. She'd never driven his thoughts while he was away. But Marco didn't examine it much more than that. The floodlights lit up the front of the house. It held everything dear to him. He could just quit working. They had enough money, they could invest. But he didn't want to quit working. He was really looking forward to Hearts in September. The challenge of portraying someone slipping into madness held an odd appeal. That the director had found him worthy added another level. And there was always Bree with her unwavering faith in him. He waited while the garage door slowly cranked open. His eyelids drooped downward as he tipped his soda to find it was empty. As he pulled the car into the garage, the sight of the Jeep calmed him. Another day where they had returned home safe. He crushed the can just for something to do with his hands and started inside, tossing the trash into the blue bin and hearing it thunk. Wondering if he'd missed trash day, Marco dug in his memory for what day of the week it was and looked into the bin at the one item already there. An oblong pink box that came slowly into view. A pregnancy test. Complete with wadded-up instructions. His thoughts snapped, suddenly very clear. She's pregnant. A cool feeling poured through him. Visions assaulted him. A round-bellied Bree. A small Sean with brown eyes. The warmth that snaked around him offered an impact almost as abrupt as having the wind knocked out of him. He lowered the lid. Quietly. Best not to spoil her surprise. Just as he managed to put his face into the shape of the proper expression, the door swung open. He felt her voice pushing the corners of his mouth into a grin. You're home. Her bare feet patted the few steps between them. Sean had already lolled off to sleep on her shoulder. Her kiss was warmer, freer, and he leaned into it. I missed you. She folded his hand into her own. I kept Sean awake to see you, but it didn't work as well as planned. Sean's small eyes peeped open, then rolled shut again. Marco held his arms out, enjoying the sweet weight of the baby, though Sean was hardly a baby anymore. His small face curled into Marco's neck, the soft even breathing easing all his thoughts. Bree trailed them upstairs as Marco rolled Sean into his crib, then rested his hand on Sean's back for a moment while the boy settled himself. "Good night, Bug." They tiptoed out of the room, and Marco waited. He followed her patiently down the stairs. She poured him a glass of water and sipped from her own. He accepted her kisses, savored her tongue, and waited. Bree led him back up the stairs. He waited. "I missed you." Her voice sizzled in the dark, but that was all it said. She kissed him with a ferocity that echoed her words, and he forgot what he was waiting for. Slowly he came back to reality. The covers had been thrown back at some point, and he rolled against the cool of the sheets, pulling her into him. "Bree?" "What?" She spoke through layers of sleep. "I saw the pregnancy test in the trash." He'd probably just ruined the surprise, but it was like trying to keep the bubbles from escaping an open soda. "Oh, that?" She leaned closer into him. "It's nothing." "I'm not." Sleepy breath filled her lungs, almost as though she had sucked it directly from him. "I was late, so I did the test." "Don't worry." The last word trailed off as she relaxed into a deeper phase of sleep. Marco tugged at the comforter, as though it might actually ward off the sudden chill. "Worry."
"Yes, Mom." Bree shook her head impatiently, knowing even as she did it, that her mother couldn't see her. She smiled up at Marco, who looked well rested for the first time in weeks. "Sure, Mom." "Sure, Mom." That made 2 sets of visitors over the next 3 weeks. "You know you're welcome to come for his birthday." Then all of the craziness would be over at once, instead of dragging it out. Which Bree admitted was a sad way to think about your parents. "No, honey." Her mother talked the way some old people drove. "Then we would have to share our grandchild with the other guests." "You have a point, Mom. And I have another week of hostessing." She suppressed a sigh even as Marco popped up with easy grace to answer the door. "Oh, Mom, our guests are here, I have to go." A baby stroller stood in the doorway, Walker standing behind it. "Hi. Marco." "Car is coming." Bree heard Walker's voice, just as she caught her mother's voice through the phone, already halfway through her goodbyes. "Sometime later, and we'll arrange all the times and stuff." "All right, Mom. Bye." Bree moved her thumb to press the off button without ever removing her eyes from the tall hunk that filled her doorway. He grinned at her. "It's good to see you again, Bree." She wondered how much Kara had told him. Probably all of it. She made her way to the door where everyone was crowding, and where Kara finally emerged, her eyes lit up like Christmas. But she turned and introduced the babysitter they'd brought with them. The girl stared at Marco, but her handshake was firm and friendly. Kara and Walker trusted this young woman, that meant a lot. Bree smiled. "It's good to finally meet you." She grabbed her coat as she and Kara made the round of all the introductions. Marco practically snatched the garment out of her hands and held it up for her to put her arms in. He leaned in and whispered in her ear. "She's so young. Is it safe to leave the kids?" Bree smiled and turned to kiss him. "Yes." She kept her voice low. Better not to let Wendy know her idol questioned her skills. "Wendy?" The girl looked up from where she'd already appropriated Sean into her lap and was playing with his feet. Sean didn't even notice that everyone was leaving, which was a good thing. "What? We might be late. Is there anything you need?" "I don't think so." She quacked at Sean, and he rolled to his side in a fit of giggles. "We're okay here." "All right." Bree smiled at her. "Mina can go to sleep in the room behind you, and there's money here if you want pizza." She pointed at the mantel. She watched as Wendy was instant smiles at having been remembered. "You didn't have to do that." She must be one of the few polite teenagers left on Earth. "No problem. We'll see you later." Bree grasped Marco's hand reassuringly and tugged him out the door. He started talking even as the door clicked shut. "She's younger than I expected." "She's great. Kara and I have completely checked her out," Walker assured them. Wendy is infant CPR certified. Are you? Oh slam. Marco trailed the group out to the large black Ford SUV parked at the front curb. I admit, I checked up on her a few times. Walker shrugged. As far as I can tell, she doesn't even watch TV. He began unlocking the doors and helped Kara climb up into her seat, as Marco pulled a door open for Bree. So, how long have you had this car? Marco was clearly trying to look nonchalant. Since just before Mina. Walker shrugged, hoisting himself smoothly into the driver's seat. Marco gave a small nod. I got the same car in green. Really? Bree didn't hear the rest of it. Kara looked over her shoulder into the back seat, eyebrows raised. Suddenly it was high school all over again. The double dates, the cars, the boys talking about the cars. And the girls' stifling giggles.
Marco knew that somehow his face held no expression. Which was odd, because inside he was entirely twisted into knots. Raindrops committed suicide against his windshield. Filming had sucked today. And that wasn't even bothering him. What he wouldn't give to turn around and face another 12 hours of Jack Palaka telling him he had no talent. Marco sighed into the silence in the car. Mom and Dad Walter should be waiting when he got in. He hadn't even called to check. He didn't want to think about it. He couldn't work up any excitement about seeing them. Dread. That's what was gnawing at his chest. His pace was slow, but at 8 at night very little traffic impeded him, and so he made progress. The light changed, and the car waiting behind him forced him to turn. He hadn't been home at a reasonable hour at all this week. He'd pulled 5 very long days in a row to get the 3-day weekend here to visit with the Walters. There hadn't even been time to discuss sleeping arrangements. The garage door opened in front of him, though he didn't remember activating the remote. He maneuvered in next to the Jeep. It was in nose first. Bree always backed in, so this must have been Dad Walter's handiwork. Marco slowly released the catch on the car door and pushed it open. His eyes snapped up from the cement floor as the door to the house swung wide. Bree's hair caught the light behind her, holding a glow. She looked like a saint. Or the angel of death. He forced his gaze past her. The room seemed empty from this vantage point, and he pricked his ears but didn't hear their voices either. The executioner waited, and he leaned forward to give Bree the cursory "I'm home" kiss. She frowned, but he cut her off with a question. Where are they? Unpacking in your room. Mom Walter won't let Sean out of her sight. Her smile was genuine if guarded. I guess I'm on the bed in the study. He eased into the house and hung up his coat, feeling for all the world that he'd removed his armor and had the word traitor written across his chest. No. You're with me. Her head tilted to the side. I don't think that's wise. He pushed straight ahead to the kitchen. The fridge would be stocked with Heineken. Dad's favorite, it made up for its bitterness with strength. Marco downed half of a bottle before he even managed to get the fridge closed. Her voice came to him from the doorway. It's going to be okay. Besides, we're in this together. Her words allowed him his first smile this evening. I was hoping you'd told them already. I wanted to do it together. Scared? He tipped the beer back again, finishing it, then opened the fridge for another. No. It doesn't matter what they say. Her arms folded as if in protection. Easy for you to say. Marco. Did I hear you come in? The cap of white curls appeared over Bree's shoulder, and Bree moved out of the way to reveal Mom Walter with Sean slung on her hip, the same way Bree carted him around. Hi, Mom. Marco took the required 3 steps forward to hug her, careful not to squeeze too tight. Dad Walter emerged from his room running his hand through his hair. Hey there. You know how to turn off that damn train? Train? Oh, is the clock bothering you? How could it not? He clapped Marco on the back, even as he bitched about the clock. Just unplug it, Dad. I'll do it if you want. No, I can get it. His head cocked to the side. You look good, son. So do you, Dad. He trailed the older couple out to the sofa, where Mom Walter began a game of patty cake with Sean. He didn't play well, Marco noticed, though he did a good high five. Dad Walter settled the cushions behind him. No, you look right again. There's something different. Mom Walter didn't look up from the baby. That's what I was saying about Bree, that she looks happy. I guess that she was in love, but she wouldn't tell me anything. All the workings in his chest stopped. Marco blinked twice and then again as the tears pushed against his eyes. Bree looked right. Because she was in love. As he turned to look at her, her slow smile revealed the truth. He felt the connection between them, as though it were physical. She was continually aware of him, as he was of her, as though she were not so separate from him after all. That he made Bree right opened a gush of happiness through him, only to have it beaten back by the knowledge that Mom and Dad Walter had every right to hate him. I am in love. God bless her. She'd shout it to the rafters only to have them come crashing down around her. The Walters' head snapped around to her. So tell us about him. Mom was all smiles. Marco wished she'd put the baby down, so that she wouldn't drop him when the bomb hit. He's amazing, but you already knew that. Bree's voice was unwavering. We did. Mom Walter's voice overlapped with her husband's confused grunt. Bree smiled again. No trepidation from the girl who wouldn't back out of her own driveway for fear of running over something. But she'd go full steam ahead to tell the people she loved they'd been betrayed. He didn't deserve her. She beamed and pointed in his direction. Wouldn't he watched the surprise etch onto their faces as they both turned to stare at them. Marco. Luckily, Mom Walter didn't drop Sean. They seemed to go in slow motion as she turned to Dad exclaiming, "You owe me $50. I do not. I didn't bet against you." What? Carefully setting Sean to the floor, Mom Walter rose and walked over to him. I said you two were perfect for each other, on the flight over here. She hugged him. He heard his own voice emerge a whisper. You don't hate me. She shook her head and rolled her eyes. You continually exasperate me. After 15 years you still don't understand that you're my son as much as Kevin. She turned to Bree, the tone in her voice unmistakable. I'm very happy for you both. Bree, honey, you look tired. Why don't you gather the baby and take him to bed? Bree smiled, though it was unlike Mom Walter to issue such a roundabout order. Before he could sort it out, Sean was giving out goodnight kisses and Bree hauled him upstairs to bed. The older woman turned back to him with a stern face. Sit. She pointed at the sofa. Slowly, Marco settled himself next to Dad Walter, who stayed still with his hands folded, elbows resting on his knees. Marco looked up to the tiny woman towering over him. I think we've all learned the hard way that you don't always get a second chance at things, and you clearly don't understand, so I'm going to fill you in. What? His heart twisted, searching for answers. Do you know the only reason I survived Kevin's death is for my other child? Him, she meant him. It's true? You are my chance for more grandchildren. I hope for you to come home for Christmas time. Maybe you don't think of us as your real family, but that's how we think of you. Marco almost crumbled. How could they think he didn't feel that way? But she was right. He'd walked in tonight doubting them. For his part, Dad Walter nodded. You seem to think that you owed Kevin, but the fact of the matter is that we all owe you for Kevin. Marco felt his brows tug together, but her thin fingers came up, hand out to stop him from talking. We signed up for an exchange student because we wanted to see what a regular teenager was like. Kevin was painfully shy. He had virtually no friends, no activities, and no self-esteem. I'd tried everything, but nothing seemed to work. She took a deep breath. Then you showed up, and we saw what Kevin had been missing. You just embraced the world. The next thing we knew, he followed you out the door for soccer tryouts. He translated for you and helped you learn English. Then you boys were out every Friday night, and kids called the house. And not just for you. For Kevin too. For the first time. She sighed out the words with the relief only a parent could feel for that. I was afraid when you left to go home that it would all fall apart, that Kevin would revert to his old self. But whatever boost you gave him stuck. Her voice lowered to a whisper. I had spent years afraid he would become suicidal. Dad Walter nodded again, and Marco twisted his hands. She was crazy, clearly was not talking about the right Kevin. She stalked back and forth in front of him. When your parents died, we hoped we could take a chance and repay you for what you gave us. But you gave us something else, a second son. We weren't able to have other kids after Kevin, but then we got you. Finally, she looked up. We couldn't love you more if you had been born to us. He couldn't breathe. The very fabric of the world was in the process of unraveling and re-knitting around him. Dad's voice startled him, and his head turned. Fact is, Kevin would never have gotten a woman like that if you hadn't come along. None of us wished for what happened to Kevin, but if you love her now and she makes you happy, then don't feel guilty. He waited for them to tell him to take care of her for them, that they loved her. It was Mom Walter who started up again. She perched herself on the coffee table. Are you doing this out of a sense of obligation? He took her hands in his. No, Mom. I'm in love with her. She smiled, her soft hands coming up to clutch his face. Good. I want you to be happy. If anything ever happens between you two, and you don't have a home here, your old room is still yours. Things would be difficult if that happened. They would be stuck between Bree and him. But Mom Walter must have read it in his eyes. I love Bree, but she isn't my child. You are. The last small thread of his world had untied, and he collapsed forward into her arms. The small sobs came out of him on their own. In that very moment, he saw himself as they all did, as a tree with a place in the world. Solid, steady, and providing, and not the way he had seen himself for so long. The seed in the wind.
Chapter 33. Bree watched as he moved. Marco's step was lighter, held aloft above the earth, where before he had sunk into it a bit. His eyes were brighter, his smile more readily available. Her heart beat steady against her rib cage as he walked into the room. Bree saw him not just as Marco, old friend and new lover. Now the image he projected was in tune with the man she saw inside. And it nearly knocked her off her feet when he entered her sight these days. Anything good? He leaned against the fridge, coffee cup cradled in large warm hands. She shook her head and held up her junk mail. I can get a platinum card with a 25% interest rate, and at least a $500 limit. If only she could undergo a transformation like his. Something to make his eyes pop. Marco grew larger than life while she shrank under it. Bree glanced down at her jeans and tee. She hadn't blow-dried her hair and it hung in damp locks down her back. It screamed new mama, not hot mama. She sighed and picked up the next envelope. It was large and labeled Do Not Bend. Marco DeLucca. It's for you. He shrugged. Open it. That was good. Nothing to hide. She ran her finger under the flap, making a note to do something about her short, ragged nails, until the photo of a woman in sheer lingerie slipped out. She held it up. It's for you. Toss it. He shrugged again. Not even a sideways glance. She gladly dropped it into the trash. She shoved it down so the damn thing wouldn't stare at her every time she walked by. Her own bra was white and functional. The jealous monster climbed her spine again. Her vision swam with celluloid memories of Marco kissing every other woman she had ever seen him kiss. Even his former, almost fiancée Jeanette. But that was the only image that didn't feed the beast. The sound of movement behind her caused her to turn. Marco's head cocked to one side, as though he listened for the sound of the ocean, or a clue in a mystery. No sound came, but he spoke. Jealous? No. People still mail pictures? She paused and admitted the truth. Yes, and I hate it. Well, I'm at least a little flattered. The grin was the one that made women swoon. Here she was with Mr. Movie Star, and she had no makeup on, and her house was covered in trash from Sean's birthday party. A sigh escaped her as Marco slid into the seat next to hers. What is it? She smiled again, slow and drained. It's been 2 days, and I'm still recovering from his birthday party. My living room looks like FAO Schwartz vomited in it. And I'm insanely jealous of a woman I've never met, who has the balls to send you her picture by snail mail. Oh yeah, whining was definitely hot. Marco's hands clasped around her waist and he pulled her onto his lap. You're just looking at it all wrong. You see a mess and I see a child who is very lucky to have not only all those toys, but a parent who spends all her time with him. Most kids only have one or the other. The small smile tugged at the edge of her mouth. He was right. The mess didn't look so bad anymore. Resting his chin on her shoulder, he lowered his voice a bit. Do you want the honest truth about the pictures? The smile faded, but she did really want the truth. Then she could know. Slowly Bree nodded. I've been with a lot of those women over the years. Don't ask me how many. And I hope that doesn't scare you off. He paused a moment as she tipped her head over to rest on his, then continued. And being with some woman who's thrown herself at you can make you feel like a winner for a little while, but it doesn't compare to someone who loves you for yourself. Someone who gives you that feeling all the time. He laughed. Actually, being with you takes me back to my college drinking days. Bree raised her eyebrows at that, but Marco held that wicked grin before he explained. Being tipsy makes the bad things not so bad and the sex better. It makes you feel like you can do anything. You do that for me. Well, if that didn't make a girl swoon. Being compared to beer was about as unpoetic as it got. What's sad is that I think that's about the nicest compliment anyone ever gave me. Hey, you even give me an inflated sense of self-esteem. Marco laughed, and from the midst of the toy pile Sean imitated him with a tiny giggle. She didn't issue a sound but her chest still heaved. Marco's solid arms tightened around her waist. Something more? Tell me. Bree watched as Sean cruised along the furniture. Hand over hand, off to the other side of the room. Marco, it came out more pleading than she had meant but it was true to her soul. It's always something with us. He didn't respond. So she went on. All my life, everything has been stable and orderly. And with you, everything is upside down. Quickly her fingers darted to his lips, quieting him. First, I had all these feelings for you, and I didn't know what to do. Then I found out you felt the same way, and I still didn't know what to do, if it was worth risking everything else for. Then you felt guilty, and I didn't know what to do. Now I'm jealous. Now that she spoke it out loud, it should be better, but it wasn't. When does it end? I'll quit working. I just have to finish what I signed for. No. It came fast and vehement. I won't have you resenting me for stopping you from what you love doing. His head shook back and forth. And I won't have you leaving me because of a job. The two aren't even on the same level. That helped. The smile that began to form was genuine. Well, it would have been, if Marco hadn't tipped her backward. She was nearly upside down as Marco's face came near, a wicked grin on his lips. His eyes locked with hers, blocking the world from view. Until finally his lips touched hers. Gently at first. His lips parted, stealing her soul with her breath. At last she gasped for air, and with a smooth motion he set them both back upright. His head swinging around for a quick check on Sean, who'd found the blue block and was clacking it against another. Marco's eyes swung back to hers, gleaning everything from her soul. His voice was just a touch deeper than normal. All the important things about me are just for you. His thumbs traced her cheekbones as her eyes blinked, wondering why she was ever jealous of a nameless woman who sent scandalous pictures. Well, she could buy red lace under things too. You know, he had gotten the edge in his voice under control. They rescheduled the premiere of Jungle. Remember, it's this Thursday. I want to go and show you off to the world. It was all she could do not to yelp and flee. She must have blocked the memory. A premiere? Cameras? Oh God, You aren't going to back out on this. Please. He pleaded with her. I don't even own a designer dress. The last one had been borrowed. Going to a premiere wasn't new, but the last one hadn't been fun. And this time she'd be his girlfriend. Lord help her. Marco shrugged. I don't either, but I know several places to check. You could call Julie. That eased her into a smile. Julie had been ecstatic to see them together at Sean's party. gushing through a lot of "I knew it" and "you guys are great together" Julie would help if she could. "Sue, are you still jealous?" She kissed his nose. "Not nearly so much. But I'll wait and see how I handle the next problem. It would be a lot easier if she owned better lingerie. At least that was a situation she could remedy quickly." Marco pushed her off his lap, setting her back in her own chair. He walked away, leaving her confused until he reached down and took a tiny toy fireman out of Sean's mouth. "Listen, I can walk away from film anytime. I think it's perfectly reasonable to expect that the man who loves you not go around kissing other women. It's an odd profession that way." "No, I'll get over it." She watched as he placed the little toy on the mantel, high up and out of sight. "Then we can settle in. Our little quirks will be worked out." Sadly, she shook her head. "My parents are coming next week. Telling them about her and Marco wasn't going to be pretty." Bree had wondered how the Walters would take it, but she had no doubts that her own family would call her a harlot. "It won't be like Mom and Dad Walter. I can assure you of that." No, it wasn't over yet.
Marco sat in the garage. The behemoth was running, and yet he just sat. It wasn't even daylight yet. Bree had accepted his kiss with the same mewing sound she made when he crawled from under the covers. She'd fallen right back to sleep. Still he sat. He had been a bit hasty with the alarm clock last night, accidentally bumping the time forward by a good 10 minutes. If anyone found him here in the garage, with the engine running, they'd haul him in for a psych consult. His thoughts swung back to Bree. He had almost called himself her husband the other day. It had been following him around, just like Duck did since he'd stopped himself from saying it. Marco turned it over in his head a few times, looking at it from every angle. It didn't pester or bother. In fact, the whole idea sat so well with him that he almost disregarded it outright. He had done this once before, but not this way. He had wondered with Jeanette. Worried if she would say yes. If he should let her pick her own ring, or if the fact that he was unsure about the perfect ring would make her say no. This time the lack of worry almost worried him. Somehow, it just didn't seem like such a big decision. Well, why should it be? What would really change? Like bricks, it hit him what could change, the second line on that pregnancy test. It could be positive, and that could be okay. That sent a wave of images floating by. Small Seans, male and female with brown eyes. He turned the key, hit the garage door clicker, and pulled out. He would adopt Sean. Bree was right. It was always something. Mom Walter had said that once after Marco became a permanent part of the family, that it was always something with you two boys. He apologized, and she'd replied that that was how it was with families, and that he shouldn't worry. The memory took on a new tinge, in light of the Walters' recent revelations about Kevin. Maybe with him and Bree, it would always be something. But why couldn't it be something good? Like an engagement and a wedding. Or one of those brown-eyed babies. He waited at a red light, then aimed to the right, turning the wheel hand over hand. A thought turned over in his brain, sending up a flag. Maybe Bree didn't want to marry again, or didn't want more kids. She hadn't seemed too upset about that pregnancy test. But that was all logical thought. No turmoil was set aflutter in his heart over it. He knew she loved him, but there was no harm in waiting and watching. Maybe he could devise something really special. He pulled onto the studio lot, facing another day of pretending to be charming and witty. He was grateful that today he would wrap at 4, regardless of Jack Palanca's feelings about his performance, and tonight he could see what Julie helped Bree pick out for the premiere. Chapter 34. 4:15. The dash clock told him he made great time, or that Palanca let him off early. The second seemed unlikely, as Jack Palanca had no regard for his actors' lives beyond the set. Marco needed a shower. Letting himself into the house, he spotted Wendy on the floor playing with Sean. The sight of her now instilled some confidence. Of course, repeatedly coming home to find Sean safe and happy helped. Once he was even asleep in her arms because he'd woken up crying. "Hey, Wendy?" "Oh, hi, Mr. DeLucca." She picked up Sean's little hand and waved it. In a tiny voice she added, "Hi, Daddy." "Yup, chalk one up for Mary Bree. He liked being Daddy. Do you know where Bree is?" "She's upstairs getting ready. She had me come early, so you didn't have to worry about last-minute stickiness." Marco laughed. That was Bree, amazingly patient with her child. Everything was all right all the time, except sticky things. There were pop-up finger wipes in several locations around the house. He thanked Wendy and headed up the stairs. Swinging the door wide, he stopped dead in his tracks. Holy crap! He couldn't have kept that in if he tried. Marco couldn't recall the last time he'd been so dumbfounded by a woman's backside. The vision before him would have put Victoria's Secret models to shame. He always thought Bree a touch too skinny in the past, but pregnancy had redistributed her well. She was perfectly coiffed, with part of her hair up and small wisps trailing down her back, which was perfectly bare except for the hooks of some red silk corset thing. It didn't come down very far, though. Just below the indentation of her waist was a lace band that was attached to garter belt-like straps that attached to the perfect red hose. She wore a matching pair of red silk string bikinis, if they were wide enough to bear the title, and red silk heels. She turned, revealing smoky eyes and ruby lips. "Hi." It was all he could do to make words form. "You look amazing." She swatted his arm. "I'm not even dressed yet." "I'm not sure I want you to get dressed." His hand slid around the hot skin exposed at her waist and tugged her to him, diving for a kiss as his jeans shrank to 2 sizes too small. She pulled back. "My makeup." "No." It came out as a groan. "You can't let me see you like this and expect me not to throw you on the bed." Clearly she did. "Marco. I can't get messed up. I'm too nervous." He forced himself to step back. Open-palmed, he gestured to his zipper. "You can't expect me to go out like this." She shook her head and stepped away, uncertainty in her eyes. "Wait." He reached out for her with one hand, and she offered her own unsteadily. With the other hand, he grasped at the chair to her small bedside desk and swung it around. He pushed against the back of it, checking for sturdiness. Thank God it seemed worthy. "I promise not to mess you up." Bree started to protest and tug away, but he didn't let go. Just pulled her closer and started placing small soft kisses along her neck. The scent of her and some mesky perfume filled his lungs and made it that much harder not to leave marks. At last she sighed and leaned into him, her fingers snaking up through his hair. He promised himself that later he would smear that lipstick. His hands pushed at the bone corset to no avail. Giving up, he promised himself that prize later too. He felt her hands slide over his shoulders and watched as perfectly manicured nails raked down his chest. Her hand clasped across his mouth as she leaned forward looking into his eyes. "Shush. There are young people downstairs." Damn, how was she so cool? His eyes locked on hers, and it became his life's mission to make her come unglued. As the world came back into focus, Bree leaned over and kissed him. A simple non-lipstick smearing kiss that was chaste and at odds with the outfit she wore and what they had just done. "I love you." Her voice was a soft caress that threatened to keep them from the premiere. He took a deep, contented sigh. "I love you too." After another sigh, he decided to do the right thing. "I have to take a shower." She nodded but didn't move. A more coherent thought formed in his head then. "Whatever were you doing like that when I came in? Lying in wait for me, just to not let me touch you?" "No." She looked heavenward, and he was unsure why until she finished the sentence. Faith came up here and shook herself. "I was picking dog hair off my dress." He heard his own roar of laughter before he felt it. In a minute, he was in the shower rubbing lather into his hair. He turned the shower off and shook his head, dispelling thoughts of being in the shower and regrettably alone. When he emerged, towel-clad, Bree was entirely put together and perched precariously on the edge of the bed. Her hands clasped on her lap, thumbs working nervously. He smiled at her, taking in the whole outfit. The corset peeked through a slightly sheer dress, managing to look classy and a little slutty at the same time. "You could try smiling, you know." Inhaling deeply, she shook her head. "I'm too nervous to smile." He stepped into his underwear and began pulling on the various pieces of his tux. You're beautiful when you smile. That worked. The shy grin wended its way across her red mouth before she stood and helped him with his tie. This is the life. Bree fussing over him. A baby downstairs. A limo waiting. And the slow, steady beat of his heart that every so often skipped a few beats. Taking her by the hand, he stopped himself from kissing her and led her down the stairs. Wow. His head turned at Wendy's voice. You guys look great. Thank you. He handed over the money in his hand. Order yourself some Chinese or something. You know where the menus are. Wendy nodded. You guys will be late, right? Yes. Bree pointed to the end of the sofa. Blankets and a pillow in case you want to sleep. All the numbers are on the fridge, like always. Thank you, Wendy. Bye. They each kissed Sean, who uttered a small bye on his own, and Marco pulled her out the door. The sleek black limo waited patiently at the curb, a slim man standing post at the front. In slick movements he ushered them inside. Oh. Bree was startled by an array of food and champagne. Eat. Marco poured her a glass of champagne. Oh, I can't? Please. He handed over the glass, and she took it as though it were an object of art instead of a beverage. I don't want you passing out on the red carpet. Okay. She took sip after sip of the champagne until the glass was half empty. Food. He handed her one of the tiny toasts piled with shrimp and cheeses, and some red strip of something that he guessed was a pepper. She ate 3 pieces before refusing more, and he asked how much she'd eaten today. Instead of answering, she just took the caviar appetizer from him. Marco ravaged the food before him, thanking God again that he was male. No lipstick to worry about, no concerns about eating like a bird. Bree shrank further back into the corner as they approached the theater. This is so weird. He nodded but carefully tucked her hand in his, lest she shrink so far back as to slip between the seat cushions and disappear. Her eyes widened as they caught sight of the theater. It's just the Chinese theater, all dolled up. She was pale. I'm going to be on national television. As your girlfriend. He broke the news to her. You made the cover of the tabloids last time. And a few shots are already out there about us. You looked great. Which is more than can be said for most people on the cover. What? When? At least she wasn't still shrinking. Someone got shots of us outside the coffee shop a few weeks ago. The limo stopped and Bree froze. Maybe that was the wrong thing to say. You'll do fine. You know the drill. You just have to walk. If anyone asks how you feel, tell them it's really exciting to be here, and that you hear the picture is wonderful. What if I trip? He tightened his grasp on her fingers. You won't. I have a good hold on you, and I won't let you a fraction of an inch from my side. He brushed a chaste kiss across her mouth and waited for the door to open. Smile. He pulled her from the car into the flash of cameras. Her hands clasped his arm as she stood. To her credit, while he knew she was terrified, he didn't think she showed it. Nor did she throw her arms up to block the light, which had been his first reaction at one of these. Marco tucked her just to the left and behind him, and began making his way down the gauntlet of waving microphones. They moved at a slow pace set by the people who arrived before them, and he followed along answering questions when he could understand the words and which microphone the speaker was attached to. Turning slightly, he saw her. Her fingers on his arm no longer resembled a death grip. Bree was smiling, and he heard the tail end of what she had said. While I was working on the set, I'm really looking forward to seeing the final product. She turned and answered another question with the grace of a professional. We're old friends. Another question bounced off him, and he ignored it to watch the beauty on his arm as she tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Then she went nuts, releasing his arm and taking a few steps away. He frowned until he realized that the thin arms around her were Julie's. The two women exchanged a few soft words, and of course he couldn't hear what they said. He told one Mike what it was like to spring into the air from a small catapult, and another about the bugs and heat. Finally, he felt the soft brush of her fingers through fabric as she returned to him. A Mike waved in his face. Though he heard the voice, he wasn't sure where it came from. Is this the mother of your baby? Bree turned from warm liquid to ice in the space of a breath. More voices came at them. Are there wedding bells in your future? Do you plan on having any more children? Is that beautiful baby that Mr. DeLucca has been seen with yours? That one was aimed at her, and she clearly didn't know how to handle it. She hissed in his ear. My parents don't even know about us yet. No wonder she had frozen. Even he didn't want to hear that one. He turned to the original voice and took a momentary breath. You're asking all the wrong questions. The death grip settled on his arm and also around his heart. Had he screwed up bringing her here? It was work, but it was supposed to be fun. If she was to be his wife, she would have to deal with this. He sighed and fretted, then managed to duck them into the theater, where they could mingle with the other people from the film. He prayed she wasn't as upset as she looked.
Why didn't you tell them it wasn't his baby? Bree felt her teeth clench to the point where her jaw made a grinding noise. I mean, you looked like his lover. Her mother had barely had her coat off, and she'd already started in. The engine of Marco's monster SUV sounded in the driveway, and Bree's guts twisted like a wet towel. He would walk in on this explosion. There was no room for a happy announcement like with the Walters. Frantically, her brain scrambled for a way to do this politely, but her mouth jumped the gun. That's because I am his lover. Gasps came from her sister and father. As she whirled to face them, she heard a thin, I knew it from Bridget. But what she saw when she turned wasn't their shocked faces, but Marco, standing in the doorway, his expression hard as brick. Now behind her, her mother tittered. Well, that doesn't make you any better than any of his other harlots. And what message does it send your child? Bree felt like a dog, wet and tired and cornered. Logically, she knew it was her house, but her mother still managed to put her on the defensive. She growled. Whoever else Marco has been with is none of your concern, mother. Nor is it really any of mine. She had to pretend that she hadn't seen him there. Or she would run and bury her face in his chest, and wish for him to make it go away. What message does it send your child, living like this and sleeping around? Bridget jumped into the fray. Bree stayed still, not calm but still. I don't sleep around. Clearly that's not the case. Bridget was smart enough not to come into her line of sight. Bree had old ingrained issues about not going for her mother's jugular, but none of those applied to Bridget. Turning to her sister, she let everything fly. Maybe that's why you're still not married. Because I don't sleep around? No. Bree regretted it even as it came out of her mouth. Because you're a shrew. Bridget sucked all the air from the room with her gasp. Bree didn't stop, she turned back to her mother. If you would let me speak, I'll be glad to explain the whole thing. Her mother pressed her lips, clearly disapproving. I just don't think this sends the proper message to your child. Oh, but you did better? Bree spoke as she heard Marco shift behind her, and she wasn't proud of herself, but it all seemed so out of control. I was married and raised my children in a good Christian home with their father. Her righteous indignation lit the last fuse. Oh, so it's okay that you and Dad fought all the time, and that you tried to control everything and everyone around you? It's okay that Dad cheated on you? That's a great way to raise children. What a grand example. The shock and hurt in her mother's eyes made her drop her voice a few decibels, but she kept talking. This man loves me and he loves my child. Sean is happy and healthy and has a daddy. A real daddy. For once none of them had a response. Bree talked to fill the dead air in desperate hopes of ending this. If you can welcome him with open arms, and not say anything in front of my child against Marco or this relationship, then you may stay and visit. She walked over to the couch where Sean sat dumbfounded. She was glad that he'd seen her defend Marco to her mom. If you can't be happy and polite, then you can leave. She turned away, even as her mother started talking again. I just don't see how you expect me to be happy that you fell into this man's bed. Bree watched as Marco remained where he stood, but she saw the muscle in his jaw twitch. Mother, I didn't fall into his bed. I'm in love with him. But you're not married and… Bree cut her off. It's my decision to make. But you don't make good decisions. God, why did her mother keep at her? Silently, she handed Sean to Marco. No, Mother, I just don't make the decisions you want me to make. I just… Again, she cut the older woman off. You aren't here for 99% of my life, I'm here for every moment of it. I think I can make decisions about myself better than you can. Her mother opened her mouth but stopped at the expression that crossed Bree's features. Bree grabbed her mother's purse and held it out. Leave. She watched as her mom stood tall and angry. Her expression was clear. Her daughter did not speak to her that way. But Bree did. She merely blinked. There was no need to speak. She'd been clear the first time. Her mother's voice was dark. Do you really mean that I can't see my own grandchild? Bree nodded. As much as I want him to know and love you, you can't have it at the expense of the man who has changed his diapers, taken him to the hospital, nursed him through wounds, and can't wait to buy him a baseball glove. You haven't even offered any of those things. Now that she thought about it, her family had been virtually unsupportive through the whole thing. Screw them. But her mother, in proud movements, hung the purse back up. She might as well have raised a white flag. And thank God. Her mother was a smarter woman than Bree remembered to give her credit for. She didn't speak to Bree. Instead she turned to Marco, who stood near the stairs with Sean's small sleepy head tucked into his shoulder. She nodded her head slightly, and spoke in an even kinder tone than Bree thought she could. Thank you for taking care of my daughter and my grandchild. If you don't mind, I'll go to bed now. She walked proudly into Marco's room, and disappeared behind the door. Bree seethed. Of course she spoke to Marco so Bree would look like the bitch. And that remark about Marco taking care of them? It would have meant nothing, except that Bree had taken years of her mother reminding her that she couldn't possibly take care of herself, and thank God that she had found Kevin to do it. But Marco gave her a wan smile. It was everything, tired, triumphant and timid all in one. Turning, he took Sean up the stairs. Thanking him silently, she turned back to face the remaining tigers, chair and whip poised. They both cowed and fled, leaving Bree victorious, alone in her living room, and disgusted with herself. That had been shameless on everyone's part. She'd even dragged out her father's affair, and held it aloft like a beating heart. Slinking around the room, she turned off the lights one by one and climbed the stairs. Marco's soft voice drifted to her as he sang to Sean, an old Wilder song that had been one of Kevin's favorites. Hot tears of unworthiness salted her eyes. This was the man she had had to defend to her family. Those beasts didn't deserve to be in his presence. After that little show, she wasn't sure she did either. Stealthily, she slid her bedroom door shut and peeled away her clothes. Relying on night vision, she climbed under the covers as the oozing ache in her head took over. She was slipping into sleep as she felt his arms drift around her. She hadn't even noticed that he had come into the room. Thank you. The low growl belied the emotion he felt. You were a hellcat. She wished the word didn't apply so well. I'm sorry. No, you did the right thing. Sean got a good dose of the importance of standing up for yourself. You'll get more graceful at it as you go. She rolled over thinking to beg forgiveness, but she was being sucked backward into the abyss of sleep. With her last energy, she curled herself into the safe haven of his arms to lick her wounds. The lead weights of her eyes pulled shut. They immediately sprung open. Her breath came in short gasps and she was afraid. Though of what, she was unsure. Bree turned her head to see the alarm clock. 5 a.m., hours after she'd passed out. Slowly the fear seeped away. Through hazy eyes she watched Marco as he slept, then laid back, lulled again into the sanctuary of sleep.
Chapter 35. It was always something. The phrase clung to him, and Marco allowed it to. He had mulled the marriage question for days now. Not that it didn't deserve that kind of time, but the answer kept coming out the same. All the little things would point to yes, but then something would come along, and Bree's words would be easily translated into the fact that she had no intention of formalizing this. The pregnancy test. Then the way she seethed at her mother's suggestion to get married. He thought to ask that night as he climbed into bed. But as he composed his impromptu proposal, she'd literally fallen back on the pillow. That left one thing: he had to dig. Looking at the signs wouldn't solve the dilemma. But that created another problem. What if he didn't like what he found? Not only that she might not want to be with him, but the reason why. Her family finally left. After 2.5 days of forced politeness, Bree had been pushed into the position of policing the entire thing. So he spent 2.5 days biting his tongue, almost to the taste of blood, to keep from telling them what he thought. Marco turned left at the light. This was an odd filming schedule, being so close to home. It was almost like a 9-to-5 job, but with horrendous hours and makeup. He prayed her family had actually left. What if their flight had been canceled? He couldn't entertain the possibility. It was 1 a.m. when he pulled into the drive, praying the noise didn't wake Sean. There was no rental car to know if they'd left. They expected Bree to pick them up and drop them off and chauffeur them in between. He clicked his way into the house. The coat hooks were only adorned with items of his and Bree's. That was a good sign. Climbing the stairs, he skipped the 4th step to avoid a squeak. He paused outside Sean's room and heard nothing. Bree was curled into a tight ball in almost the middle of the bed. She would stretch out alongside him when the heat of him flooded the bed. She was always cold until he arrived. In moments, he was under the covers beside her. She gasped a small amount at the intrusion and rolled to face him. Still asleep, her hand gently trailed down his face, and a stir of recognition softened her stance. "Oh!" Her voice was small and yet the only sound in the silence. She burrowed into his heat. Curling his arms around her, Marco assessed her warm weight. He waited and waited, but sleep didn't even approach. So he picked at his thoughts, examining all the possibilities. Why didn't she want to be pregnant? Even with him here for her the last time, it wasn't the same as it would be when he was in love with her, when it was his baby. Maybe another child was a threat to Sean. What if she was afraid he would love a child that was genetically his more? She should know him better. Then again, that didn't always dispel fears. She squirmed a little in her sleep, turning as though she were uncomfortable. After a few moments, she settled back down into deep slumber. There was always the possibility that one child was enough for her now, maybe forever. Or maybe she just didn't want his baby. Maybe because they weren't married. And maybe there were too many maybes for him to draw a conclusion. His head relaxed against the pillow. Still, he wasn't tired. Bree tossed again, mumbling something unintelligible but concerned. Frowning, he watched her fight her way to just the other side of sleep. Then she started to scream. As he reached to shake her, she popped awake. Her eyes wide, scanning the space in front of her, clearly unable to define anything in the dark. Slowly, he reached his hands out to her, and startled her anyway. Her head snapped around toward him. Oh! She sank into an embrace he hadn't even known he was offering. Her face belied her still frantic edge. What was it? Softly she shook her head. I don't know. Marco pulled her against his chest, resting his chin atop her head, inhaling the scent of her shampoo. It didn't sound good. I was afraid. The words drifted out of her on a sigh, and she slipped back asleep, even as he finally felt the weight of tiredness slide into his bones.
Look at this one. Kara held up a 5x5-inch square photo of herself and Mina and Lara. It moves me. Bree smiled. He is an amazing photographer. There were about 1 billion proofs on the table before them. He'd taken shots of Kara with Mina while they weren't paying attention, of Walker and Lara while they were waiting for Marco, Sean and Bree to take their pictures. He even snapped off a few of them while Kara and Walker posed. Bree pushed aside a shot of Mina, reading a book in the tall grass, to find one of Marco holding Sean upside down, his little round belly exposed, the expression on Marco's face one rarely captured on an adult. So, what are you going to do about him? She snapped out of her glazed staring at the sound of Kara's voice. Do about him? Her friend pushed a lock of hair over her shoulder, and tapped the tabletop with the proof in her fingers. You're clearly in love with him. She held up a shot of Bree and herself talking, with Marco in the background, an unmistakable want in his eyes as Bree stood unaware that she was being watched. And it clearly goes both ways. Gently, Bree pulled the photo away from Kara. Her heart skipped a beat just looking at it. She sighed and smiled as the small noise was trailed by giggles from Sean and Mina playing on the floor. What is there to do? I don't know. Kara pulled out another picture from the messy pile. Is it a forever thing? Bree couldn't pull her eyes from the photo in front of her. She was captivated by the people within, even though one of them was her. Things settled in her chest. Things she didn't know had been fluttering. I hope so. From here it looks like it is. Kara smiled. Bree glanced sideways at the two children on the floor. They were blissfully unaware of anything around them. Bree thumbed through the photos and caught one that she had passed by in the rushed first pass. It was of her and Marco and Sean and looked almost posed. They were in the right places for the more formal-looking portraits, but when she thought back she recalled this happening as the photographer was changing film or lenses or something. Marco had leaned over and kissed her, and it had been captured even better than she could have imagined. She could almost feel his hand behind her neck, his lips on hers. Sean was perched on Marco's lap, not paid attention to but safe in an overlap of her arm and Marco's. His little head tilted back to get a clear look at the kiss happening above him. Her eyes remained glued to the portrait. It was perfect. When she finally pulled her gaze away, it wandered to the 18 by 20 frame above the mantel that still housed a picture of her in her wedding gown dancing with Kevin. Bree jotted a note on the order she was placing and pulled the photo out of the rotation she would hand to Marco. It was time. This one. Bree pointed to the intercom in the wall in Marco's room. It was the only one that didn't work. The man in the green jumpsuit started by prying the cover off and examining a few old, dust-covered wires before saying, "Not too bad." She cocked her head and waited for him to pronounce the problem. "This connection's shot. I'll need a piece I don't carry." Derek flipped his finger along the frayed copper he had exposed. "They don't make 'em like this anymore." He closed his tackle box full of fuses and wires, and other things she didn't recognize. "If you don't mind waiting, I'll just go to Home Depot and get it, won't be but $5 or so. Or I can come back with the part another day." She nodded. "I'll wait." He left the cover off the wall unit and let himself out the front door as Bree surveyed the room. It was mostly unused. Marco came down here to dress in the morning, and he showered in either bathroom, but they never stayed here. They should. The only reason to always be in her room was that his intercom didn't work. He liked this mattress better. She perused the room, spotting an old picture of the three of them having coffee at some cafe. It didn't include Sean, and it sure didn't include the magnetic pull she felt for Marco now. All the inhabitants of the old snapshot were flat and two-dimensional. Only her current pictures were living and breathing. What she imagined of Kevin interacting with Sean was pure fable. He hadn't even known his son existed. It was Marco who knew how to avoid flying peas and sticky fingers. It was Marco who could change a diaper in 9 seconds flat. Marco that Sean screamed "da" to when he walked in the door. She hadn't corrected the child, made no efforts to get him to say Marco, and he'd melted the first time Sean said it to him. They lived, while the snapshots of Kevin remained motionless on the mantel. Bree turned to the absence of loud ticking. The train clock had stayed unplugged since Mom and Dad Walter had been in here. She plugged it back in and checked the time to set it. 3 minutes to 5. Sean would wake up any minute. The train would give a whistle and race the tracks that ran around the face of the clock. She sighed and laid back on the bed, praying that she didn't fall asleep. She was so tired. She hadn't been sleeping well. Her thoughts turned to Africa. Marco was soon filming there, and he wanted them all to go. They would be leaving soon.
Marco ran hard, pounding feet into pavement to cover the fear. He spent his days pretending to be the suave yet foolish man who fell so hard for a woman. Because in the end, the guy got the girl. The film ended, and the audience would know that everything was perfect. Forever. In his real life, it was always something, and he was certain he was glimpsing the first sign of unravel. He had been given an hour break, and when he paused and wiped away the makeup that made him another person, he exposed the fear he couldn't define. Yet it chased him around the set. He would have liked to have called this jogging, but he didn't stop to wave at all the people he recognized. He fled. He only knew that Bree had woken up disoriented several nights in a row, and last night it crystallized. Her murmuring had become clear enough to make out one word in the panic. Kevin. She searched the room frantically when her eyes opened, though she claimed not to remember anything. She had fallen warm and scared into his arms. He faked nurturing her fear away, and whispered soothing words while the beat of his heart slowed to an aching crawl. He told himself it was probably nothing. He told himself she just might be dreaming about the accident. That it could be any of a million things. But why now? Why when he was ready to buy a ring and adopt Sean? Marco's lungs flailed in the hope of getting enough air. He wanted to find out what it was that was bothering her, but she claimed not to know. She seemed to have no memory of the dream except that she was frightened. She even said she didn't know who was in it, except for herself. Opening the door to his trailer, he made his way into the shower, thinking while the water sizzled and heated. Africa was 3 weeks away. He hadn't yet bought tickets, and were it not for more pressing matters, he would have questioned himself on that one. For the first time, he considered the wisdom of possibly going alone. His chest clenched again, and if he hadn't been aware of the horrors in his brain, he would have called 911 and told them he was having a heart attack. He tried to let the water burn away the memory of her voice, calling Kevin's name in the middle of the night. His jaw hurt and his eyes blinked against the strain. He was grateful to be in the shower. He wasn't sure if he was crying or not.
Bree clung to the air. It was somehow more solid than she. Her eyelids fluttered, and the only truly earthly thing she was aware of was the man next to her. Bree wanted to glimpse at the clock, to see how many hours of this night he'd spent seducing her. As though she needed it. Was it the underwear? She'd decided that lace was the better choice. It was far more comfortable in the big picture. Because she was far more comfortable pulling nudes out of her mail when she was wearing sexy underwear. The new undergarments hadn't gone unappreciated either. She could still feel the "oh my god, when did you get those?" look in his eyes. The scent of Marco beside her was heavy and heady. She inhaled him, along with the tiny flicker of wonder if it was really the underwear that inspired it. "Are you tired?" His voice was honey, thick and warm across her. Trying to nod, she managed only to reply with a murmur that she wasn't. In the crackle of the air, she felt his smile. "Maybe you'll sleep better tonight." It was the only sound she could make, but she caught that Marco was worried about her nightmares. If they could be called that. They were hardly even phantoms in the air. Bree knew she would wake up and be scared for a moment, but always she would turn to Marco and bury herself in him. It was over so quickly when it happened. With the thought of sleeping better, she realized where they were. In her bed. Not where they should be. She had come up to get ready for bed and he'd followed, inciting this riot that had just calmed. They were supposed to be downstairs. Finally, the intercom was working. 5 days another part, but not too shabby. She'd envisioned making love in his bed tonight. There was an odd, indescribable longing to be with him in his element. As though he wasn't truly himself in here. She looked at the man beside her. He was too large for life, filling the space around him, moving it as he walked and smiled, and now with his even breathing. Marco had slid into sleep while she had come back to earth awake. Smiling down at him, Bree refrained from touching. Let him have the precious few hours that remained, until he had to get up and leave her alone in the bed again. He was working extremely long days now. They had to catch and reshoot any last scenes before Marco was off to Africa to start another film. He had to be finished in time, and to Jack Palonka that meant longer hours. Bree curled herself into a ball in front of him, scooting up flush against his chest, smiling a soft, sweet smile that he had drawn. Her eyes touched closed and she remembered nothing until they opened and the curtains glowed with a pale light. Marco stood over her, a Mona Lisa smile on his face. I'm sorry I woke you. Go back to sleep. Her last thought before she drifted back into nothing was that she hadn't woken up during the night.
Chapter 36. Marco seethed. He was getting yelled at for not paying attention. Jack Pallanca had a voice that made an odd, almost ultrasonic squeal. Everyone was wincing, and it was his fault. His world was crumbling brick by brick. His walls were less steady with each passing day, and he feared that if he applied any pressure they would simply topple. This morning, he'd bought a single plane ticket to Africa. Hands had trembled as he called Sherry. He hadn't told Bree his decision. When she figured it out, his dam would break and the whole of the truth would flood past her crystal clear even as he fled. Steeling his mind, he concentrated on the task at hand. Finally focusing on the reality before him, he saw the worried look on Marybeth's face, and heard the vicious yell of Jack Pallanca calling the day to a screeching halt, on Marco's account. He flinched, every muscle tense as he searched for the ability to assure his director that he could perform. But the words wouldn't come, and Pallanca stalked away. When the man was just out of earshot, the crew gave a sigh of relief. It was temporary freedom, but at a high price tomorrow. Now what? Home? Would Bree see the hairline fractures running rampant through him? No doubt. His head hung low as he followed the masses out of the building. He bought time, or wasted it, washing his makeup off. Her dream words trailed over him, burning as they went. Kevin, followed by murmurs and happiness. One night she screamed for Kevin not to leave. Marco turned off the water. It brought him back to the reality that he must go home. He had 5 days until he left. Dressing quickly, he tried to imitate his usual saunter to the green behemoth and climbed in. He waved as he passed people on the way out, looking for all the world like his usual self. They must think he'd faked an attack of attention deficit disorder. For a brief moment, he considered telling Pallanca that he was fine, that he could go on. Finger absently searching the radio stations, Marco clicked the sound on. Strains of classic rock slammed him hard as he pulled onto a surface street that afforded better speed than the freeways. His fingers itched to change the station, but the pull of the strings rang true. Axl Rose sang of changing hearts and love when there's no one left to blame. His mind wandered into the territory of if Kevin were alive, a place he hadn't gone in a long while. If he were, then none of this would have happened. Marco would be somewhere else. He might even have been truly happy. He would never know. Focusing, his eyes found the house waiting at the end of the street. Slowly he approached and pulled into the garage, even as the door opened to reveal a confused Bree. Is everything all right? Her brows knit slightly as he climbed from his SUV. He managed a grin, though he was blindsided by the realization that even knowing her feelings didn't diminish his own. We got sent home for bad behavior. Her laugh was warm and genuine, marred only by the pale inkling of what was coming. She was a smart woman. She could sense the low rolling of the earth before the quake. Like a magnet, he was pulled to her. Where's Sean? She sighed. He just went down for his nap. If I had known you were coming, I would have. His mouth covered hers, feeling the slightest moment of surprise in her lips, then total acquiescence. He lived from her breath, his pieces held together by the twining of her arms around him, his hands pulling energy from her as they slid up her ribcage. Managing the barest of thoughts, he looped his arms around her, before lifting her and carrying her into his room. Just inside his door, she slipped from his hold and shoved him toward the bed. He stumbled backwards, landing on the comforter, as she closed the door most of the way and fumbled with something. He didn't care. His hands were sliding his shirt over his head. When the fabric slipped away, it revealed the fire in her eyes sparked by him. He chose to believe it. He knew it wasn't the truth, even if she believed it. But she crawled across him, and he reached for her face. His eyes sunk half-closed, as did hers when his mouth made contact. The earth would open and swallow him, but he wanted to believe he had one last shot.
It's all right. Bree felt the hand clinging to the back of her head. Her cheek rested against his bare chest. Her senses lulled, and the wild adrenaline that had woken her was quickly eased away. She laid back into the cloud of sleep, this time soft and fuzzy and warm as it engulfed her. Images from her childhood were halted as a cold rip in the fabric of space left her freezing. It must be reality that was creeping in, harsh and cool in the corners of her vision, and tickling her nerve endings from their soft haze. The warm thought that assaulted her caused her to roll over and seek the one she wanted. Her conscious mind conjured his name for her, Marco? The sound made its way to the far corners and back, not having found its mark. The cold at her back had been Marco leaving her bed. She rolled into the space he occupied recently, evidenced by the trace of warmth on the sheets and the lingering scent that clung in his stead. Her eyes widened and her brain picked up pace. Perhaps he was in the bathroom, but no light traced thin fingers from under her door. No small noises gave away a human presence. Bree searched out the tiny clues to her lover's whereabouts, and settled for finding only the slight crack in the hall door, indicating that he'd left. She threw off the covers to the chill of the air. Groping about the floor, Bree found the large flannel shirt he'd abandoned earlier in another fit of consuming lovemaking. She buttoned the front even as she made her way to the door, stopping as her fingers brushed against the pocket. The solidity there, revealing something inside. Not stopping to question her rights to rifle through his pockets, she unfolded the printed paper, and turned so that it could be read in the slight glow that emerged through the crack in the door from the nightlight in the hall. It was handwritten, but clearly an itinerary. Leave LAX 10:42 p.m. 16th. Arrive Nairobi 4:02 p.m., 1 layover. 5A first leg, 4B second. Return trip open. Lisa per Sherry. That was 4 days away. 1 seat. Her heart rolled over in her chest, but she wasn't really surprised. He'd had odd moments, even that he simply hadn't mentioned a trip that loomed so close in the future for almost a month. So she hadn't brought it up either. Tears didn't come. The urge to scream did, but she stuffed it back down. Bree turned and padded from the room, greeted by the movement of Marco's back as he sat, facing away on the stairs. In slow even steps, she forced herself calmly to his side, finding that his face was in his hands. She couldn't tell if he was crying. With the lump that threatened to cut off her air or at least make her vomit, she wasn't sure if she could speak either. Fear swirled hurricanes around her, but she remained stone still in the eye of the storm. She handed him the fax sheet, neatly folded back into the quarters as she'd found it. What? Realization dawned in his eyes. What is it? Her own voice was a surprise, calm and steady despite the whirlwind. Bree harbored the last vestiges of hope, that there was a simple explanation. Her gut knew a different story, one where she didn't have any hope. He took a deep breath. I have to. He had to. No error on Sherry's part that would be corrected come morning. Why? Again, the calm voice emerged from soul deep within her. I can't really explain. Whatever he couldn't say, she couldn't wait for. The storm threatened to engulf her in its fury. You have to go alone? Yes. His single word was short-clipped, brutal and honest. Is this why you've been making love to me, like you can't get enough? His laugh was a short, guttural sound. Yes. But before she could pose the next question, he offered something of his own. I guess that's the best way of putting it. I can't get enough of you. With a frown she tamped back the rising bile. How is that bad? That you can't get enough of me? He fought himself for a moment, until the words formed. There's not enough of you to have. I'm not enough for you? It was a sting, deep and piercing. No. You are. His face stayed resting in his hands, his eyes staring unfocused down the stairs. You would be, if all of you were available. I am. No. You're not. He finally looked at her, but it was wary. With a second sigh, he continued. I sleep in Kevin's room in his bed on his sheets. His things are still on his dresser, his clothes are still in his closet. But. He rolled over her interruption. Your wedding picture still hangs above the mantel, and he's still the one you want. Bree shook her head, waiting to see if he was finished. Her chest and arms constricted with anger. How could he keep this inside and hide it from her? But in the tips of her fingers, she felt joy. Marco, we've had this conversation before. You know I'll help you do anything to get over this. We can sell the house. No, it was fast and defensive, and he blurted the rest out in haste. That was about me, this is about you. Once I got my guilt out of the way, I could see that you still held on to him. Her mouth opened in further protest, but his fingers came up to still her lips. It's my fault. It was his fault? This nothing that he was leaving for was his fault? Marco continued. I should have seen it. Way back when you still were wearing your necklace, with your wedding rings on it. I should never have put you in a position to take it off. I'll bet you'd still be wearing it today, if I hadn't bribed you. Bribed me? He nodded. I offered you a lover and a father for your child. The knife twisted. Just the cold sound of the words should stop her heart. She realized it was the first time he'd referred to Sean as her child. That's not true. Isn't it? His anger flashed bright and hot. Damn him. He should leave. Let him suffer Africa on his own. But some inner logic warned against driving him further away, and having nothing but regret to hold at night. Marco, you're all wrong. He shook his head. I know what I see. Then you'll know what you see. His brows pulled together at her cryptic remark. He watched as she slipped her fingers into his hand and tugged him to his feet. Again hope surged. She could show him how wrong he was. Later, she could be angry with him. Bree shoved open the door to the bedroom, illuminating it in the soft orange from the hall. She stepped inside, dragging him and praying that she didn't wake Sean. Her words tumbled in a rush to escape. Yes, Kevin's things are still on the dresser, and yes, it's the room he and I shared. The sheets are different. Look at them. She shoved him closer to examine the coverlet. I bought them long before you came in here. They look similar, but that's because I'm the one who purchases it. It's all in my taste. She plucked his hand from his side and pulled him to the closet. Look. She slid back the door, revealing the free space that her clothes barely encroached from the side. I gave it all to Goodwill months ago. Maybe a year. Also, you should know this isn't our room. It's my room. Bree started down the stairs. Grateful that he didn't speak. She could give him the whole tour uninterrupted, then fall happy into his arms. This is your room. She shoved open the door. We don't sleep down here because the monitor didn't work. With a smile, she clicked the button. I had it fixed a few weeks ago, so that we could stay here when we wanted. Still no words from the man who trailed her around. He took in everything, even in the dim light of night. Bree pushed onward, this time she pulled him into the living room. Look. She pointed above the mantel. The enlarged photo of Sean watching while Marco kissed her hung snug behind the glass and frame. Just looking at it warmed her. With a quick turn of her head she looked to Marco, who seemed at an utter loss. But she wasn't done. She grabbed both his hands, realizing that she'd almost been afraid to touch him, as though he might not be real. I'll sell the house. I'm sorry I didn't get off my ass to do it before, but when we get back from Africa, I'll do it. No. The word hung still in the air, before evaporating between them. No. I'll sell the house. You shouldn't have to live in it. Her eyes searched for his, but he managed to evade her. His hand slipped from her grip, stealing away her only warmth. No. Was it not really about the house? His next words drove the chill right to her bones. I still have to go by myself. He turned away. What? Her voice screamed. For the briefest of moments, she was certain she'd woken Sean. He was still leaving? Why? He faced her as though he owed her that much. And she couldn't imagine that being anything but a bad sign. He didn't speak, and she pressed him again. Demanding in loud tones, why? You've done a really great job of playing house. Playing house, her open palm connected with the side of his face. She loved him with everything she had, and she was playing house? His head stayed cocked to the side for a moment. Then slowly returned to its original position, no mention made of the slap. It all looks good but… He warned her with his eyes as she saw her own flaring reflection in his face. It doesn't change the fact that I'm your second choice. Her mouth quivered. Her knees threatened to give way. Was that what he really thought? You were never my second choice. I am. His shoulders hung like a child reprimanded. No. The small sound came again. She had to convince him. Bree knew the truth in her own heart, but how could she convince him if her actions couldn't? Could she beg? Cry? How can I make you believe me? He was in as much pain as she. It radiated from him, mingling with her own. Bree shook her head. How could one person change what was in another's mind? With a gasp she grabbed him, pulling his bare shoulders to her, clinging and needy. She kissed him for all she was worth. The feel of his mouth moving against hers, helpless to not respond, wasn't enough to calm her. In moments he pushed her away, her fingers flying to her lips as though they would betray her, but there was nothing left to betray. Be honest. His accent was thick with the remainder of her kiss. Would you have ever left Kevin for me? The air escaped her, kicked with force from her soul. He asked the one thing that made her doubt, who was in the right? She had to be honest, he would know if she lied. No. With a nod he turned and closed his bedroom door, leaving her, fingers still pressed to her mouth, while she was overcome with shivers.
Chapter 37. Marco looked around his bedroom. It looked much the same, and that in itself troubled him. It was going on 2 years he'd been living here, and the room hadn't changed much at all. He ticked off the various excuses why that might be. He had been on location for almost 6 months of that time. For almost a year he'd slept in Bree's room. She was right on that account, it was her room, not theirs. He put many of his things in storage, and packed the rest for the trip. His leather duffel sat stuffed and ready on the untouched bedspread. He had made love to Bree there 4 days ago. 3 nights ago, he laid awake the entire night, knowing she did the same upstairs. But come morning, neither of them had found any answers. He had put in a long, bleary-eyed day the next day, and pulled in the drive at midnight. His feet automatically carried him up the first few steps, until his brain had caught on and stopped him. Turning, he was stopped again by the faint sounds of her door. Come up. It had barely been a whisper, but he heeded. She was in bed again by the time he arrived at the top of the steps, the open door the only clue that he hadn't imagined it. Bree had snuggled back into his arms, easing the ache just a little. It was all either of them had been able to do. After he had managed a few hours of sleep, lulled by her scent and her even breathing, she sat up and cried out. Kevin, no? Come back. Marco soothed her, wondering again what kind of idiot he was to be here in her bed, but Sean's piercing cries rent the night air, forcing Bree fully awake. Marco bolted, under pretense of getting the screaming child. Sean quieted, as Marco curled back under the covers with the child between them. 3 mornings he had woken, moving the covers over mother and son. They had clung to each other, as though even the baby could see the approaching storms. The only conversation they managed to have was one in which he promised to come visit Sean. The train clock whistled, and started its little journey around the perimeter. It was a great clock, the train an amazing miniature of the coal engines that built this area of the U.S. Marco was leaving it behind, although he was unsure why. Maybe for Sean, maybe just because it didn't fit in his bag. One day, he would show Sean how to put in the smoke liquid, and they could watch it chug around together. Picking his bag off the bed, he slung the long strap over his shoulder, leaving the empty room behind one last time. He was startled by Bree sitting at the coffee table, handing bricks to Sean one by one, and nursing a late cup of coffee. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and the urge to simply hold her ward inside him. She glanced up, but her vision stopped at the surface of him now. Like she didn't want to see any further. Leaving? It was a silly question, but it seemed all they could say. He nodded. What will you do? As if he could bear any of the million options she could offer. Burn you in effigy. Or maybe screw every man I see. Or cry for a few months. He prayed that she didn't turn back to the sleeping pills. Twice he had started to tell her not to, and twice he hadn't been able to make the sound come. He would write to Kara. He wasn't prepared for Bree's answer. Help Jessica plan her wedding. She and Alex are getting married. Bree nodded, and with a whole hand shoved away the lock of hair that had fallen into her eyes. She looked him in the eye again. It'll keep me busy. But then her gaze broke, telling him how much he was hurting them both. It would be easier if it wasn't a wedding, but when did this happen? Weeks ago. It just never came up. You weren't home a lot. There was an awkward pause, but it was Bree who broke it with her command. Say goodbye to Sean. The bag slipped from his shoulder. He'd been so worried about them both that he'd forgotten the child who remained fairly chipper through the past few days. Marco had already told Sean he would be back, and he would always be there. He told the child to take care of his mommy, please. When he turned, she was holding Sean out to him at arm's length, knowing what her son needed, but unable to touch Marco herself, it seemed. He took the small child, infusing the hug with everything he felt. I'll miss you. Bah. Sean's small open hand bonked him on the shoulder. It was a minute before he could put the boy down. His driver must be waiting. The green behemoth had gone to storage yesterday. He had time to kill though, but no way to truly kill it. Setting Sean on his feet, he then rested the boy back into a sitting position and picked up his bag again. He made one last effort to catch Bree's eye. A mistake. The tears that rolled down her cheeks didn't hold whatever enchantment he'd hoped might save them. His stomach rolled and he managed one word. Goodbye. Go? It was firm and commanding and at odds with her eyes, but he obeyed. The wind buffeted him as he opened the door, then closed it slowly behind him. The driver popped out of the car and came to stand at attention at the front. Marco stood for a moment in the awkward surrealness of having literally just shut the door on a chapter of his life. He wanted to go back inside, but couldn't face the erosion of their relationship. This day would come sooner or later. It was better for all, especially Sean, if it was a clean break. Marco moved forward, brushing aside the driver and putting his own bag in the trunk. Then, as he sat on the seat and the car moved, he could only stare forward. Somehow, in all this time, he hadn't told her that he knew what she didn't. That she cried out every night for Kevin. She still didn't remember any of it when she woke.
Bree placed Sean in his crib, gently rolling him onto his stomach. The music swam softly from the speakers. Some woman who probably couldn't cut it as an opera diva warbled baby classics. Clearly, Bree was bitter. She considered just bringing the cranky baby into her own bed, but it would be for her and not for Sean. The voice in her head warned that Sean would still be sleeping in her bed when he's 10. That hurt. It meant there would be no man to take that place, no reason to move her child back to his own room. A cold snap had come through, and she shuddered as she turned up the thermostat again. Marco would have died in the 74 degrees she cranked the house to. Standing in the hallway, she had no idea what to do for the few remaining hours of the day. Sean's clock issued soft ticks through his closed door. It was barely 9. Bree traipsed downstairs and surfed channels for half an hour, before standing to find another pursuit and realizing that she was actually tired. She hadn't even sat down and cried. Tears would come later when something triggered them, when she could no longer lie to herself that she would be all right. She hadn't slept in almost 4 nights. No wonder she was exhausted. Bree brushed her teeth and changed into her softest, rattiest pair of pajamas. The old, unflattering pajamas were the only perk of being single again. She slid into the bed, shivering her way between the sheets. Reaching out, she clicked off the lights and yawned as her trigger jerked. He wasn't here and he wasn't coming. She couldn't breathe, and the tears crashed hard and heavy on her pillow. Curling up in a ball, she sobbed, soaking the pillow before grabbing another from Marco's side. The smell of him in the fabric brought a new wave. She stayed there cold and utterly alone until she mercifully passed out. He was leaving. No. Her voice hung cold and steady around her as she woke up. Her breath coming in ragged gasps, her hand fluttered to her erratic heart. She turned from Marco and found only empty space awaited her. Her momentary bewilderment opened a crack in her memory, and the dream seeped in. A tiny wail brought her to her current surroundings, and she threw the covers back with no thought to conserving the warmth she'd fought for. In moments, she was in Sean's room starting his music, rocking him silently until his breathing returned to normal, and she was able to lay him gently back into his crib. Bree crept from the room and back across the hall to her own. But she bypassed the bed and went into the bathroom. The toilet beckoned as a release for the knots her stomach was in. She retched but nothing came. Oh God! Her stricken face caught her attention in the mirror. Her eyes were red and puffy, as they always were when she cried herself to sleep. But it was the hollow in her eyes that scared her the most. She now remembered every bit of the dream. It was always a little different, but always the same. She knew why Marco left. Why he hadn't believed her. And she finally knew in her thoughts what her heart had known all along.
Marco surveyed the tents with an odd sense of detachment. They were a tiny cluster of civilization on an African savanna, an odd mix of technology and primitive essentials. Canvas slopes had bundles of cording coming out the base of each, running from tent to tent, then to the tall standing floodlights that attracted bugs and bats while they supposedly kept the larger beasties at bay during the nights. The tents themselves were a soft brown shade camouflaged to the plains. Marco laughed at the absurdity of the thought. Blending in was the last thing they were doing. He observed the cast and crew, seeing everything from childlike wonder to jaded acceptance. His own expression was just empty. He spent his nights curled into a ball in his tent. He awoke each morning unsure if he'd actually slept, and each day he gave his best performance of a man slipping into mental illness. Even in his own mind, it was a little too convincing. The atmosphere here was one of praise and teamwork. Marco just wished he was able to feel it. When he faced the truth, he'd rather be back in LA, getting yelled at but going home every night. His decision haunted him. He knew it was right. This was his only survivable choice. Each day, another piece of his soul cracked and tumbled into the abyss. He'd believed the first day would be the hardest, and it would get easier as he went. Instead, it was getting harder, his heart telling him over and over to trust her answer. His head told his heart it was more the fool. "Are you okay?" The voice was soft and feminine. It brushed against him from behind, making him leap. "Sorry, didn't mean to startle you." He turned to find a pretty brown-haired woman holding a clipboard and wearing a headset. She held out a slender hand. "Ann Rush. I met you on Jungle. Are you doing all right?" He smiled and lightly shook the hand. She didn't look at all familiar, but then again, he'd been wrapped up in his own world while filming Jungle. He'd been dancing around Bree, afraid to tell her how he felt. "I'm fine." What a blatant lie. "Listen, as the script super, it would help me out a lot to know if those circles are a permanent feature under your eyes. If you're on drugs or something." He threw his head back and laughed a good solid sick laugh. "I wish." Anne sat herself down on a fallen tree, apparently having time off and wanting to know. "That bad?" The laugh stopped. "Yeah. You want to talk?" It was tentative, as though she either knew it was what she was supposed to say or as if she doubted that he did. Either way, his answer was the same. No. Though he said no, he found he was powerless to stop the words. "I left my girlfriend." "The blonde? With the baby?" He nodded. "Wow." Anne's voice was baby soft, full of acceptance and not judging. "What happened?" Marco sat on the trunk next to her, able to feel the presence of another human being for the first time since he left home.
"You're not paying attention." Bree's eyes snapped forward at the sound of Jessica's voice. "What? You just agreed to wear this dress in this color." She held up a swatch of a dark puke green color in a cheap poly blend. "And you agreed to pay for it." Time to start paying attention. At least Jessica wasn't mad about Bree not getting all giddy with her. Bree didn't think she could muster up any giddy. The fact that it was for a wedding was hard to deal with. Losing Marco made her realize just how permanent the two of them had felt. Jessica plopped into the overly padded white armchair. "Bree, you should tell me." "I did." The hand reached out and instinctively Bree backed away. She didn't want to be touched. She was glad that Wendy was with Sean. He was probably happier with them these days than with his robot mom. Jessica leaned into her field of view. You told me something, but there's more to it, I just know it. Bree picked at the subtle embroidery on the fabric Jessica had chosen for her dress. Nothing's new except me. I just can't believe that he didn't believe me. Her voice sounded desperate. He didn't even tell me to call. Bree bit back a fresh round of tears. She had to drink extra water these days to keep from getting dehydrated from crying. I'm just so mad. Mad is good. It's the first step to better. Jessica sat calmly waiting out her friend. There is no better. God, she sounded like a dumpy on prom night. She bit down on her tongue, forcing back the second wash of tears. She did have her friend. And her friend needed a friend who could be happy for her. And damn it, she would be happy for Jess. Okay, I'm paying attention now, but don't try to pass off any more crap. I'll catch you. A small laugh escaped from her friend, who stood in a bridal shop she would normally never be caught dead in. Good, because I really need your help.
Marco couldn't come to any conclusion save one, and so he turned the house key in the lock. It was said that sense memory was the strongest. The smell hit him first. Warm and fragrant woman and baby. She stood at the back of the room, Sean snatched up in her arms as though Marco was a murderer breaking in. Clearly she recognized him, but the wary expression didn't leave her features. Bree? He was in overdrive, had been since Anne informed him the schedule was being rearranged and he had 3 days off. She said that would give you enough time to, he'd been gone. Bree didn't speak, and he found he didn't know what to say. She moved first, coming across the room to him, holding Sean at arm's length. Here. Even as he took the child, she turned away. He still didn't know where to start, and she didn't turn, just climbed the stairs. Wait. Bree turned. He was a fool. For 24 hours of travel he'd planned all the different ways to tell her, and all the pretty things he thought to say fled. Just tell me how long you want him. I'll be back when you're done. She started up the stairs again. How are you? How had that stupid question come out of his mouth? Bad. She kept moving. Wait. Again she stopped, still facing up the stairs. He could see the tremors in her stance. Seeing her changed everything. Bad. Slowly Bree turned, standing several steps above him. Tear tracks marked her face. Sheer hell. What did you think? Suddenly a mean streak hit him. I've seen you go through worse. She came back down the stairs, fangs bared. Oh? The irony is, someone gave me the resolution to keep going when things were at their worst. Funny, isn't it? And no, I haven't been through worse. She lied convincingly. Kevin. He was a fool, always coming back to the same point. No, Marco. This is worse. Her eyes flared with the fight. She clearly wanted him to hurt like she did. Kevin didn't choose to leave me. She spun and bolted up the stairs. Sean's eyes widened as Marco looked into them. Dada. She was right. He followed her up the stairs, opening the bedroom door she'd closed behind her. I didn't come home to see Sean. I came to see you. Why? It was cold and hard. He curled Sean into his arms, grateful the child didn't squirm, but was only interested in watching the two adults. I was talking to someone there. Just kind of letting it all out, and she told me that I was being dysfunctional. Bree's eyebrow raised. Her expression clearly said, no shit, Sherlock. He continued. I don't think I'm actually being dysfunctional, but she had a good point. I can't compete with someone who isn't here to compete back. Who can't come and take you away from me. She eyed him, the red in her eyes finally clearing his thoughts. She really hadn't been any better than he had. Maybe he did stand a fighting chance. If he stood and fought. I hope I haven't messed things up too badly. She made no comment to his curse words in front of Sean. She made no response, gave no hint, and so Marco soldiered ahead. I want you to come to Africa with me. We'll work this out. Her mouth was drawn tight. What is there to work out? You don't believe what I tell you. I will. It's not that easy. You've proved it. Sean finally squirmed his way down, sensing the change in tone, and Marco let him make his way around the end of the bed, secretly glad that the little boy hadn't learned to walk in his absence. You called out for him every night, Bree. But I didn't. I don't know if that's debatable. Marco sighed, running his fingers through his hair. It was square one, only this time it was Bree leading the way. But if you tell me he isn't the one you want anymore, I'll believe you. He couldn't go on without her, so he'd have to find a way around it. Marco sat, trying to be still and calm. The red slashes of the alarm clock read 4:38. She breathed slowly and evenly. I don't know what I want anymore. Her eyes went everywhere but him. What if you don't like what I have to say, and you leave again? After a long moment her eyes met his, and she confessed, I'm barely surviving this now. I can't do it again. It was all the opening he needed. The distance between them disappeared. It was her heart she was holding out, and he curled her into his arms, feeling both of them give. He believed they could get through this, even if he didn't quite know how. You won't have to do it again. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. She spoke into his shoulder. I understand the mistake. You thought I was calling out to him, and I wasn't. But, he didn't want to argue. I thought you didn't remember the dream. Her laugh was shallow, barely moving her shoulders. Bracing her palms on his chest, she pushed back and looked him in the eyes. Do you want to hear the whole thing? It's a big pissing puddle of irony. He didn't want to hear how she yelled for Kevin, but she seemed to want to tell it, and it would be wrong to refuse. So he nodded. Bree studied the faint pattern on the comforter, but her voice was sure and steady. In the dream, I'm always somewhere with you. It's always a different place. We're facing each other, and we're having some sort of casual conversation. It's not important. But somewhere over your shoulder, I see Kevin. I jump up and I yell, Kevin! And you turn and see him. You look back and forth between us, and you start backing away. She took a breath, but didn't give him time to speak. I say Kevin's name again. Kind of like, what do I do? But now you're leaving. You bolt, and that's when I start screaming no or don't go. She plucked at a loose thread. The crappy part is the dream is about you being so afraid of Kevin's shadow that you bolt at the sight of him. I think it was my subconscious telling me that it wasn't all over. She shrugged. Maybe I didn't do a good enough job letting you know how I feel, but it sucks that that's why you left. Marco felt his jaw work but no sound came. His chest was working just to keep breathing. But she still didn't let him speak. In the dream you were gone, but I think when I woke up and you were there, the fear disappeared. But that first night I woke up and you really were gone, I remembered the whole thing. She continued railroading him. Which was fine. For all the prep work he'd done, he was still blindsided by it. You asked if I would have left Kevin for you. The answer is still no. It's the only honest answer. But I've been thinking about it. I had a lot of time for that sort of thing, you know. The corners of his mouth lifted a little, but he didn't interrupt. I think the old saying applies. If she'll leave him for you, she'll leave you for the next guy. But the opposite applies too. I wouldn't have left him for you. Her voice dropped a few decibels. And I won't leave you for the next guy, not even for Kevin. What? Her head came up, Blue's eyes level with his own. If Kevin did walk through that door, expecting everything to be the way it was, I'd have to explain that I'm with you now. And that he couldn't change that.
Chapter 38. Bree looked across the table to him. She was full for the first time since he'd left. As though she'd been too long in the snow, and finally thawed by the fire. She had her first decent meal, watching Marco eat with Sean on his lap. He handed the child bits of food and watched him slurp up noodles. Even Sean seemed brighter, having Marco home. But the vestiges of the headache lingered in a slow throb. 2 weeks was too long to suffer. To have the vice suddenly removed was almost as painful. Her lungs filled to capacity, but the welcome air stretched muscles long underused. She cleared the plates away while Marco nested into the couch with Sean tucked into his arm. The baby sucked noisily at his last bottle for the night, and his dada leaned in close to inhale fresh-washed baby. Standing in the doorway to the kitchen, she watched them, having no idea how much time passed until Marco stood and handed her the empty bottle. He slipped upstairs with Sean, returning a few minutes later, trailed by the strains of lullabies. The scent of him that had faded was fresh in the house again. It would cling to her sheets. His smile would linger. Even his voice was in cadence with her breathing. "You should pack, the flight is early tomorrow." She shook her head, watching him pause for the slightest of seconds before she explained. "Sean and I aren't going with you." Marco froze in the middle of the room, frowning at the oddity before him. "I can't just follow you around. I have things I need to do." He shook his head, both in understanding that she had her own life, but wondering what it was that she must stay behind for. He moved again, only the slightest of hesitancy. "I have to go tomorrow. When will you come?" Soundlessly, she slipped into his embrace. "A week and a half." A warm tendril of a whisper brushed her ear. "Will you stay?" She nodded, the soft cotton of his t-shirt familiar against her cheek. "I think so. Remember, whether or not I'm right next to you, it doesn't change how I feel." What she felt was his heat through his shirt, his hand skimming through her hair, his breath in her soul. "I love you." She allowed him to lead her up the stairs, falling asleep as they went. Bree had faint memories of stepping out of her shoes. She knew she didn't strip a piece of her own clothing, though she saw that he was as tired as she. He hadn't weathered their separation well either. What she knew was a strong sense memory of him, wrapped around her, their arms entwined, and his breath filling the room.
Marco rambled. He babbled. His character was going mad, and losing his relationship with his wife. Marco ad-libbed to the muttered train of words, inserting the thoughts that had haunted him about Bree. Cut. The voice seeped in and he stopped, releasing himself from the conscious stoop he had adopted. His voice changed to steady and clear. His eyes unclouded. "Is that a wrap?" "Yes, sir, it is." He turned and wound his way through the camera's lights and cords. He said hello as he passed people, many with faces he now recognized. The earth was solid beneath his feet, and with every step it pushed him up for another. With brief movements, he rubbed away the makeup he was wearing. In the mirror propped unsteadily against a temporary stand, he saw himself. Color suffused his face. He was several inches taller when he stood, and his eyes were clear and bright. Bree was coming. Not today, but very soon. He let himself inside his tent to lie down. His feet throbbed from pacing in a small space for several hours. Kicking the furniture hadn't helped. He had really let one chair have it in one take, and his right arch felt bruised now. His bed was a mattress on a cot frame, the slight curvature hugging him in tight. As he began to fall asleep, he jolted at the ease of it. "My God, I've done it." It was his own soft whisper fluttering at the canvas of the tent. Kevin wasn't a threat anymore. Marco no longer worried about being her second choice. No longer felt like Sean's replacement father. His head rested on hands folded behind his head. He was strong enough to handle anything. Anything. Somewhere deep inside the clarity was forming. But why? He pondered it, now held softly awake by his thoughts and the buzz and hum of people around his tent. Why? Because for the first time he'd truly laid out all his cards. He knew that if anything happened to her, or even to him, she would know how he felt. He would have no regrets. It seemed odd, but now he realized that Bree had been doing that all along. Which didn't fit the puzzle. Her family hoarded every played card to be used in counter-terrorism at a later date. Where had she learned to trust that she could hand her feelings over like that? Marco smiled in the dusk falling inside the tent. His mind fell to the close side of dreams, like the gentle lifting of a bird in flight. He looked down to see it all laid out beneath him, the past, the present, the future. There was no alternate reality where Kevin lived, where Marco hadn't fallen in love with his best friend's wife. This was the one path, the only way things were right. Someone had taught Bree to trust. And now she trusted him. Sleep folded over, leaving the last trace of reality, a thin sliver of light that finally winked out of existence in the distance. Kevin.
Bree looked frantically around. Sean was weighing heavy on one arm and squirming to get down. That was not an option. Heathrow was boiling with people. People she didn't always understand. She was suddenly very grateful to Lisa. Marco had asked Sherry's assistant to book the flights. No, Sean? Bree winced. The sound was a little sharper than she had meant for it to be. Honey, you can't get down here. It's too crowded. Bree was again grateful for wise decisions. She had considered wearing some sexy underwear under her travel clothes. And here she was, laughing at the thought. She was grateful to have chosen comfortable pants and a soft shirt. She was ready to combust. She wanted a shower and Sean wanted to run away from her, in an airport in a foreign country. They had an hour-and-a-half layover. With a deep breath in, she managed to calm both herself and the baby. The gate had to be ahead. She started talking to him. Isn't this cool? He nodded. It was his new thing to nod whenever he was asked a question. Soon she knew he would shout no. But this stage was cute. She bounced him up from where he'd slid uncomfortably low, on her hip. She checked her ticket meticulously, as though the gate number might miraculously change, and she'd be stranded at the wrong end of the huge airport. But the red ink number the attendant at the last desk had written and circled remained constant. She arrived at the gate, with 50 minutes remaining. Time hadn't shifted and slipped away. She was in the right place and early. She chattered to Sean as he pointed off to something in the distance that she was certain wasn't an option. She laughed, glad he was cheerful as she settled them in to wait. Bree prayed for pre-boarding for those traveling with small children, or for those desperately in need of a drink. And why not? It's not like she'd be driving. Yes, here's your bear. Bree felt some of the tension ease from her tired muscles as she handed over the stuffed animal. If she was lucky, Sean would sleep on this flight some too. She felt the smile before she knew that she was doing it. Sean was happy. Maybe it was because she'd changed a full 180, but the world had been easier to get along with these last 11 days. With a deep breath, she inhaled the rich air, noticing that everything was odd. It set her somewhat off balance. This wasn't home, and Africa would be even more strange, except Africa had Marco. That alone could make any place her home. Nervous, she checked that her ticket hadn't decided to leave the safety of her carry-on pocket. It reassured her by being there. Sean giggled. Dada. She scooped Sean up and swung him until he squealed. Yes, we are going to see Daddy. And Mommy is very happy about that. She squeezed him in a tiny bear hug as he let out another, Dada? Yes. Exactly. She heard the call to board and checked that all her bags were accounted for. Her ticket was in hand. She settled Sean into his seat, strapping the seat through his booster. They had 2 of 3 middle seats for the flight. She raised her hand. The flight attendant stopped and leaned over. Yes, what can I do? I was curious if this other seat is occupied. The attendant looked at her a little odd, then Bree added. I just don't want anyone bothered by my child. Oh. The young man smiled. I'll check that for you. Bree's champagne arrived from the aisle on the other side of them, and she placed it opposite Sean. Soon, they would be on the final leg of the trip. A long leg granted, but worthwhile. They had only managed a few phone calls, but if Marco's voice was any indication, then he was as anxious to see her as she was to see him. She just had to pay her travel dues first. Long flights sucked. It was already more stifling in the plane than in the airport. It was taking on that old air quality. Bree calmed herself with imaginings of the savannah and the heat rising from the earth. She opened her eyes to the attendant, hovering over her. The other seat is taken, I'm afraid. Oh. That's okay. Thank you for checking. Is there anything else I can get you? Bree shook her head. Sean bounced, and she was glad that his legs weren't long enough to kick the seat in front of him. After a few minutes of mindlessly exploring the seat he was strapped to, Sean began dozing a bit. She would have to wake him for takeoff. She slid her finger into Sean's little grip, amazed at how small he still was and yet growing so fast. He squirmed a little as her own eyes drifted. Dada. Yes, Sean. We are going to see Daddy. I know you're excited. The voice came on the speaker system, announcing that they were leaving. The engines revved. She must have fallen asleep, because she didn't remember them coming on. The small jerk of inertia gave way to a steady backward motion, as they left the gate. On our way. Her lips curled a little. Sean let go of her finger, and she jerked herself awake, remembering his bottle. She reached into the tiny cooler she'd packed and handed it to him. His blonde head bobbed as he held it up, drinking and watching the movement of the plane. The edges of her vision blurred, she was so tired. But Sean was crawling off her lap, toward the person in the other seat next to him. She would have to trade their seats. I'm sorry, my son. Marco smiled at her as her jaw fell open. Marco. He nodded. But her brain and voice couldn't coordinate to get the words out. His brown eyes were shaded by longer hair than she expected. I had Lisa arrange to get me out here to meet you. I couldn't get all the way back to California, not enough time. Though she didn't quite believe it, she could smell him, sense him. The air was alive between them, and he grabbed her jacket and pulled her to him, kissing her over Sean's head. They melted together for a moment where they touched. I missed you. It took a moment to sort that their two voices had mingled the words together. His was honey in her soul. I love you. He reached under his chair. And this is for you. He pulled a single flower wrapped in tissue and held it out to her. Sean grabbed for it, but Marco gently pushed his hand away. That's for Mama. This is for you. A squeaky frog came out of his pocket, and he hopped it into the child's lap. Maybe you could trade seats with me in a bit, so I can sit next to Mama and you. Sean nodded. Marco's laugh filled the space around her. You know, Sean saw me back at the terminal. That's why he kept saying Dada. Marco nodded, slipping his fingers through hers. She felt another sigh, a simple deep breath coming on.
She looked happier, after having showered. They both did. He was glad for the wet hair in the warm night. Sean had settled down in his play yard a while earlier and passed right out. He'd already given them the grand tour, from the set, to the tents to the water tanker. Now, after touring the tent, they were rolled together by the gentle slope of the cot bed, bordering on exhaustion but unable to really sleep. Bree? Hum. She snuggled closer into him. Can I tell you what I want? Of course. She didn't look up at him, but her voice was still awake. I want to move to a new house when we get back. A little bigger, a little less public. Okay. He felt her cheek move as she smiled against his bare chest. I want to marry you. I want to adopt Sean, and I want us to have more kids. He paused. I'd like that. Good. I was afraid you didn't want more children after that last round with the pregnancy test. No. Her head moved side to side. I didn't know what you wanted. I desperately want us to have more kids, but my logical brain knew we should be more settled first. Maybe after we move. His arms tightened around her. Sean rolled over, making tiny scraping sounds against the padding he was resting on. For a moment they both poised to get up, but he didn't stir any further. Marco leaned his head near hers. She smelled like honey and flowers. It was the shampoo, he knew. But to him, it was her. Did you know Kevin won you in a bet? A bet? Her head snapped up to face him. Won me from who? Me? What are you talking about? Her brows pulled together, like they always did when she was confused. Well, we used to have this thing if we ever both wanted to go out with the same girl. We'd make a bet, and whoever won got the girl. What? Is that why you just stepped aside after one date? He nodded, remembering how dismayed he had been. How he had almost accused Kevin of a setup. I bowed out. And as you two went along then got married, I figured it really had been fate. She rolled over onto her stomach, her bare skin brushing hotly against his under the plain white cotton sheet. Bree propped on her elbows. Maybe it all was. Then she shook her head. I can't believe you guys made a bet over me. She swatted at him, but he ducked. You weren't the first. Her jaw fell open. Yeah, I won Jeanette from Kevin. Lucky me. His eyebrows raised. Kevin liked Jeanette. The distaste was evident in her voice. Marco nodded. Yeah, actually, I won most of them. She kissed him light and square on the mouth. Jeanette? I can't believe I'm in love with you. His mood shifted slightly. It wouldn't bother you to move. No. I told you before. I know my priorities. I want to be with you. She shrugged. I'm not all that attached to the house. It was his own voice that rose up heavy into the stilled air. I just feel like we'd be leaving Kevin behind. Bree rolled onto her back and tucked herself snug alongside him. In a way, we already have. And in another way, we never will. You'll tell Sean all about him and your crazy bets, won't you? Of course. The tiniest of crackles came through the air to him. Then another. Within a moment as they lay silent, Marco realized the constant pops were rain splattering against the tent top. He tightened his grip around Bree and sank back into the soft cotton, the tiny noises lulling him into the soft cadence of sleep.
Savannah Cade wrote her first romance at age 8 and hasn't stopped since. She's won Maggie and National Excellence in Storytelling Awards. I hope you enjoyed listening to Promise Me Always. Bree and Marco are the ultimate slow burn story. If you missed any of the Against All Odds books, you can click into the playlist and catch up. If you've listened to all of them, then head next to the Wilder book series and fall hard for the boys in the band. New single dad JD needs way too much help from his neighbor Kelsey. He might want her, but he can't upset the delicate balance they've achieved. Kelsey knows that JD's star is rising, but he might just be playing her song. Listen to our song next.